Chapter 2451. Why can't we leave? Lin Feng asked with a frown. He felt that the paradise of the 9 continents was a little strange. Every world has its own laws of order that it needs to follow. The old man said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Why are these people here? Lin Feng asked. This lake is called the Wonderful Sound Lake. There is an immortal island in the Wonderful Sound Lake called the Wonderful Sound Island. There are many wonderful sound flowers there. These wonderful sound flowers are extraordinary and have many uses. For example, they can be used to concoct all kinds of pills. These pills can increase a cultivator's soul energy. Of course, you can also bring the wonderful sound grass to the 9 continents immortal country to exchange for pills that can increase soul energy. Therefore, these wonderful sound flowers are very popular. The old man said. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng was shocked. Heavenly treasures that could increase soul energy were extremely rare. Once such a treasure appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that a treasure like the wonderful sound flower would appear here? Lin Feng was also very interested in the wonderful sound flower. He had an extremely terrifying concealment technique, and that was Lu Yai's stargazing chart. It was a technique that used soul energy to attack the soul. In the past, Lin Feng had used Lu Yai's stargazing chart to kill Huangfu Qingtian. If it wasn't for Lu Yai's stargazing chart, Lin Feng might have died in that battle. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in treasures that could increase soul energy. Bestial roars could be heard from afar. Black flame beasts let out deep roars and rushed over. There was a cultivator sitting on top of each black flame beast. Those cultivators had spears on their backs. They were obviously from the same faction. Among those black flame beasts, there was a huge one. A young man was sitting cross-legged on top of that huge black flame beast. That group of young men should be the leader of this group. Mo Tianyang, a direct descendant of the Mo clan. He's one of the most important disciples of the Mo clan. His talent is extraordinary. Yeah, I heard that he broke through to the God realm when he was 25, the divine flame realm when he was 28, the true God realm when he was 32, the heavenly God realm when he was 37, the giant God realm when he was 60 years old, and the quasi-emperor realm when he was 300 years old. He's truly a genius. How many people in the outside world can compare to him with such talent? The 9 provinces immortal territory is destined to be different from the outside world. I've heard that those major powers have been thinking of ways to leave the 9 provinces immortal territory. I wonder if those major powers have found a way to leave. To put it bluntly, even if we find it, we probably won't be able to benefit from it. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. There were many powers in the 9 continents immortal realm, and the Mo clan was one of them. Even the royal clan of the 9 provinces was extremely fearful of the Mo clan. After Mo Tianyan's arrival, a few other young masters arrived one after another. Their identities were all extraordinary as they came from the big families of the 9 states wonderland. These big families were currently occupying a region. Thus, the 9 provinces immortal territory felt like it was a feudal state. The 9 provinces immortal country was the only country in the 9 provinces immortal territory, and it was also the largest power. However, other than the 9 provinces immortal country, some other major powers had also established ancient cities. It was just that they hadn't established a country yet. Of course, in terms of strength, there was a certain gap between those major powers and the 9 provinces immortal country. Within the 9 provinces immortal territory, the 9 provinces immortal country status was similar to the supreme immortal sect of the 9 provinces great world. Several hundred beautiful maidservants flew over from afar. Immortal light lingered around them. Within the immortal light, there was a divine carriage adorned with flowers. Those beautiful maidservants were all carrying flower baskets. As they flew, they scattered flower petals. In the forest, an elegant fragrance of flowers instantly permeated the air. Uncle Lin, there's a beautiful big sister in that flower carriage. Little Tiantian pointed at the flower carriage that was surrounded by several hundred beautiful maidservants. Lin Feng looked over and saw a woman wearing a pink palace dress. That woman had a graceful figure and fair skin. Just by looking at her figure, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. However, that woman had a veil over her face. It was hard to see her face. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Little Tian Tian, this little girl, called that woman big sister. She actually called him Uncle Lin. He was clearly very young, okay? That woman had probably been cultivating for 1,000 years, but how long had he been cultivating? Princess Lin is here. After seeing that woman, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That woman was called Zhao Lin. She was the princess of the 9 provinces immortal country. Zhao Lin was very famous in the 9 provinces immortal territory. She was known as the #1 beauty of the 9 provinces immortal territory. Most importantly, not only was Zhao Lin beautiful, but she was also very talented. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Countless young elites and young masters of aristocratic families wanted to pursue Zhao Lin. However, none of them were able to win her heart. Do the disciples of these major powers bring so many people with them when they go out? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Mo Tianyang, who was the first to arrive, brought over 100 people. Those who came later brought at least a few dozen people, and at most a few hundred people. Now, Princess Zhao Lin also brought over a few hundred beautiful maids. She was really too ostentatious. Now that so many people had gathered, it was obvious that they were all here for the sweet sound flower. Zhao Lin's arrival caused quite a stir, especially the young masters of aristocratic families. They all came to greet her. Zhao Lin kept smiling and chatting amiably with these young masters. Her figure is really not bad. I wonder what kind of celestial beauty is hidden under the veil. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Brother, don't even think about it. Very few people have seen Princess Zhao Lin. How can ordinary people like us meet her? A cultivator said aloud. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. That's not necessarily true. Don't do anything stupid. Princess Zhao Lin's bodyguard can take your life. The cultivator continued. At that moment, Zhao Lin, who was talking to a group of young masters, suddenly made a sound of surprise. She looked in Lin Feng's direction. Princess Zhao Lin is looking at me. Is she looking at me? She's clearly looking at me. Could it be that she's interested in me? I think Princess Zhao Lin is interested in me. Maybe she fell in love with me at first sight. Look at her eyes, they're filled with adoration. Chapter 2452. Lin, what are you looking at? Mo Tianyang asked curiously. He was one of Zhao Lin's suitors and was quite familiar with her. There were very few things that could pique her interest. The rest of the young masters also turned their heads to look, wanting to see what Zhao Lin was looking at. Dragon rabbit. Zhao Lin said. Her gaze landed on the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. The rest of the people were shocked when they heard the words dragon rabbit. Their gazes quickly landed on the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. Dragon horn, rabbit body. Is this the legendary dragon rabbit? A young master from an aristocratic family said. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. His name was Yi Yunfei. His family was also very big, not much weaker than the Mo family. Yes, it's a dragon rabbit. I once saw a picture of a dragon rabbit in a Daoist scripture, Zhao Lin said. Dragon rabbits were very rare. Dragon rabbits had never appeared in the 9 states paradise. However, many people had heard of dragon rabbits because they could find treasures. That was why countless cultivators flocked to them. Being able to obtain a dragon rabbit was something that many people dreamed of. Especially in the 9 states paradise. This place was filled with opportunities. If there was a dragon rabbit, how many opportunities would one be able to find? Does the princess want it? If so, I can help the princess get that dragon rabbit. A young master in blue brocade clothes said. This young master was called Du Tianyu. He was also from a top aristocratic family. Thank you for your kindness. Young Master, do let Lina handle this matter herself, Zhao Lin said. Then, she walked towards Lin Feng. The rest of the young masters also followed and surrounded Zhao Lin like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. In the entire 9 states paradise, only Zhao Lin could receive such treatment. To be able to have so many top-notch young masters surrounding her. Wherever a peerless beauty like Zhao Lin went, she would be the center of attention. Zhao Lin's every move attracted the attention of countless people. Therefore, when Zhao Lin walked towards Lin Feng, many people also looked towards Lin Feng. Everyone was trying to guess Zhao Lin's motive. Some people recognized the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder and were shocked. When they thought of Zhao Lin walking towards Lin Feng, they couldn't help but reveal pensive expressions. "Sir, how should I address you?" Zhao Lin bowed slightly to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng. Lin Feng." Zhao Lin softly murmured Lin Feng's name, as though she was trying her best to recall which genius had this name in her memories. But he thought for a long time. He had never thought that any Heaven's Chosen would have such a name. At that moment, Mo Tianyang looked at Lin Feng and said, "The genius ranking battle seems to have started recently. Are you a cultivator from the outside world?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right." "What? Someone from the outside world?" Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Every cultivator who looked at Lin Feng had a look of envy and jealousy on their faces. Lin Feng could stay in the 9 States Paradise for a year if he came from the outside world. During this year, he could search for all sorts of opportunities. Of course, he could also go to the 9 States Immortal Kingdom or the cities built by the various major factions. He could use the natural treasures from the outside world to exchange for the natural treasures and cultivation resources in the 9 States Paradise. Most importantly, the cultivators who entered the 9 States Paradise could leave after a year. After obtaining all sorts of opportunities, countless natural treasures, and cultivation resources, they could leave the 9 States Paradise. From then on, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. But what about them? They couldn't leave and had to continue staying in the 9 States Paradise. Of course, the 9 States Paradise was big enough. For ordinary cultivators, the 9 States Immortal Realm was a vast and boundless world. In such a world, they could work hard and struggle their entire lives, and perhaps one day, they could become the best of the best. They wouldn't spend all their time thinking about leaving the 9 States Paradise. However, for those top experts, they actually yearned to leave. It was just like how the top cultivators of the Tianwu continent yearned to go to the 9 States world. The top cultivators of the 9 States world yearned to go to the undying world. Those top experts all hoped to go to a wider world to broaden their horizons. They didn't want to stay in one place all the time. Therefore, it was understandable that some people were envious of Lin Feng. Zhao Lin asked curiously, "What kind of world is the 9 States world?" Lin Feng said, "It's very big and has many factions. Furthermore, you can travel through the starry sky and follow the ancient starry sky path to wherever you want to go. For example, the undying world, the god world, the devil world, and so on." Lin Feng's words caused many people's thoughts to drift. It was as if they followed Lin Feng's train of thought and saw the vast 9 States world. It was as if they saw the boundless starry sky. It was the same for Zhao Lin. She also yearned to see the outside world. However, Zhao Lin's willpower was very strong. She quickly withdrew her thoughts and glanced at the dragon rabbit. Then, she looked back at Lin Feng and asked, "Is this little beast of yours a dragon rabbit?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. The dragon rabbit's characteristics were very obvious. Therefore, those who knew a little about the dragon rabbit race would be able to recognize it at first glance. Lin Feng kept the dragon rabbit and Bibi in the mountain river ring most of the time. Firstly, the 2 little fellows were young and fond of sleeping. Secondly, the 2 little fellows were too extraordinary. If they were outside, it would be easy for others to spy on them. Of course, Zhao Lin and the others only recognized the dragon rabbit. They didn't recognize Bibi. In fact, Bibi was a more terrifying spirit beast. Even the demon lord didn't dare to easily reveal Bibi's race. However, the demon lord was too tight-lipped. Even Lin Feng couldn't find out too much about Bibi from the demon lord. "I'm very interested in this dragon rabbit. Lin Gongzi, you can name a price. No matter the price, I will satisfy Lin Gongzi," Zhao Lin said. Squeak, 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 squeak. The dragon rabbit was psychic. When it heard that Zhao Lin wanted to buy it, it immediately screamed in anger. The little fellow bared its fangs at Zhao Lin and cried. Over the years, Lin Feng had encountered this situation more than once. He had encountered the same situation as Zhao Lin 7 or 8 times. When those cultivators saw the dragon rabbit, they wanted to buy it from Lin Feng. However, they were rejected by Lin Feng every time. The dragon rabbit is like my family. I won't consider selling it. Lin Feng flatly refused. Kid, don't be so shameless. If Princess Lin didn't want to buy your dragon rabbit, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak to Princess Lin? Chapter 2453. Du Tianyu had always wanted to show off in front of Zhao Lin. Now that he saw Lin Feng actually reject Zhao Lin's request to buy the dragon rabbit, Du Tianyu felt that his chance to perform had come. If he could help Zhao Lin obtain the dragon rabbit, perhaps he would be able to gain more points in front of Zhao Lin. At that time, he might even be able to win her heart. Du Tianyu's wishful thinking was good, but this guy didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. Lin Feng wasn't someone who wouldn't retaliate after suffering a loss. It was already good enough that he didn't bully others. How could he let others bully him? Who do you think you are? Making a big fuss here? Your words alone are enough for you to die 10 times over. Do you know that? Lin Feng looked at Du Tianyu coldly. The surrounding people were all stunned after hearing Lin Feng's words. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say these words to Du Tianyu. Lin Feng was just an outsider. He actually dared to be so presumptuous towards the children of the aristocratic families of the 9 regions. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe him as arrogant. He actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the children of the aristocratic families of the 9 regions. Everyone felt a sense of astonishment. Did he not want to live anymore? Brat, what did you say? Du Tianyu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In front of so many people, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Du Tianyu, this kind of aristocratic family descendant, valued face the most. So how could he swallow this anger? Moreover, this was the 9 continents immortal realm, not the 9 continents world outside. In Du Tianyu's opinion, in the 9 regions immortal realm, killing an outsider like Lin Feng was as simple as killing an ant. Now that Lin Feng dared to be so arrogant in front of him, Du Tianyu's heart was already filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew what Du Tianyu was thinking, but he didn't care at all. With his current cultivation and Xiao Tian by his side, let alone Du Tianyu, even if he were to face the entire Du family, he would not be able to do anything. Lin Feng had nothing to fear. He looked at Du Tianyu indifferently and said, "What? Can't you understand human language? This guy is too arrogant. Yeah, he's even more arrogant than I imagined. The cultivators in the prodigy ranking battle are all geniuses. I reckon their backgrounds are not bad." Moreover, it was Du Tianyu who spoke rudely first. It's normal for that kid to not give Du Tianyu face, but he forgot that this is not the 9 states world. This is the 9 states fairyland. Even a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, this kid is so young. Even if his strength is extraordinary, it is only limited to the younger generation. What could they use to fight with the Du family? Isn't he courting death? Young and hot-blooded. Du Tianyu will not let this matter end so easily. Du Tianyu has brought over 100 cultivators with him, and there is no lack of experts among them. Du Tianyu is vicious and merciless. He might even kill that kid. Killing him would be letting him off too easily. It's very likely that they'll torture him ruthlessly and make him wish he was dead. They'll only kill him when he's tortured to the point where he doesn't even look human anymore and his will collapses. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. After all, Lin Feng was a foreign cultivator. In these people's opinion, no matter how strong a foreign cultivator was, if he offended the local snake of the 9 states fairyland, only death awaited him. Du Tianyu looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said coldly, "Kid, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. You don't know what's good for you. It seems that I need to make an example out of you. Otherwise, others will think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump around in front of me. Zhao Lin said, the two of you, this matter started because of me. Can you give me some face and let it go? Seeing that Zhao Lin was pleading for mercy, Du Tianyu had no choice but to give her some face. He said, Princess Lin, of course I have to give you some face. As long as this kid licks the soles of my shoes clean, I will give you some face and spare his life. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Du Tianyu's expression darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. A piece of trash like you actually dares to jump around in front of me. How foolish. I only need one move to deal with trash like you, Lin Feng said indifferently. When he looked at Du Tianyu, his eyes were filled with disdain. This infuriated Du Tianyu. Princess Lin, this kid is courting death. Don't blame me. Du Tianyu looked at Zhao Lin and waved his hand. More than 100 cultivators behind Du Tianyu surrounded Lin Feng. Capture him alive. I will torture this kid later. I want him to kneel in front of me like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Du Tianyu's face was filled with a sinister smile. Yes, after receiving Du Tianyu's order, more than 100 guards responded. Then, the group of people pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. Kneel. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he released his epoch aura. His epoch aura had evolved. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. The epoch aura enveloped more than 100 cultivators. Among the cultivators that were enveloped, there were more than a dozen giant God Realm cultivators and 2 first-grade quasi-emperors. However, as strong as they were, they could not resist Lin Feng's epoch aura. The ordinary cultivators knelt on the ground with a thud. Those giant God Realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators resisted for a while but could not resist the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Thud. Thud. Those giant God Realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators all knelt on the ground. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation was at the heavenly God Realm, he could already contend with some quasi-emperor realm cultivators when he was at the peak of the true God Realm. After breaking through to the heavenly God Realm, Lin Feng did not know how strong he was. Dealing with a group of giant God Realm cultivators and 2 first-grade quasi-emperor realm cultivators was simply too easy. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? There are so many experts, but they are all suppressed by his aura. How terrifying is this person's cultivation? One by one, the cultivators cried out in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng walked toward Du Tianyu like a demon or a god. His voice exploded like divine thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 2454. The crowd looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a god. Lin Feng was no different from a god. He was powerful, oppressive, and suffocating. You're going too far. Du Tianyu's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to struggle. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's pressure. Du Tianyu knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Zhao Lin and the others looked at Lin Feng in shock. The 9 continents paradise was the 9 continents world's holy land. Cultivating in the 9 continents paradise would allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly. However, they had cultivated in the 9 continents paradise for so many years, but when they faced Lin Feng, everyone still felt a suffocating sense of oppression. They knew that even if they attacked, they were far from being Lin Feng's match. The man in front of them was too terrifying. In the 9 continents paradise, where there were countless geniuses, the only ones who could defeat Lin Feng were the dozen or so heaven-defying geniuses. Those dozen or so heaven-defying geniuses had cultivated for between 3,000 to 10,000 years. Their cultivation was powerful and unfathomable. They had been able to defeat Lin Feng because they had practiced cultivation for longer than Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, if Lin Feng had cultivated for such a long time, it would be hard to say who would win. Lin Feng looked at Du Tianyu indifferently. Now you have the nerve to say that I'm going too far. How laughable. If my cultivation was weak, I would have been beaten half to death by now. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he sent a palm strike at Du Tianyu. Du Tianyu also attacked Lin Feng. An illusory fist shadow condensed on Du Tianyu's fist. Within the illusory fist shadow, a world appeared. The world was mysterious and unfathomable. It could break the sky and was abnormally powerful. Du Tianyu's strength was actually very strong. However, his opponent, Lin Feng, was too powerful. Bang! The two sides collided, and a dull sound of collision was heard. Du Tianyu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Wow! Du Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground with a plop. His body twitched violently. Du Tianyu could be considered one of the top geniuses of the 9 continents. But in Lin Feng's hands, he could not even receive a single move. He's too strong. A ferocious dragon will not cross the river. This person's cultivation is unimaginably terrifying. Du Tianyu has been beaten to such a state, the Du family won't let this matter rest, right? The Du family has a heaven-defying genius. Are you talking about Du Tianming? That person has been cultivating for 8,700 years. It's said that he reached the quasi-emperor realm in 175 years. I wonder how many Dao platforms he has managed to reach in the quasi-emperor realm. He's definitely one of the strongest in the quasi-emperor realm. If Du Tianming appears, I'm afraid this kid won't be a match for him. Even if Du Tianming doesn't make a move, the Du family won't let him off so easily. The Du family has many experts. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. The Du family was one of the top 10 families in the 9 continents. After so many years of ups and downs, they had accumulated a strong foundation. If the Du family made a move, there was no one they could not kill. Lin Feng was strong. However, he was only one person, and he had a 5-year-old child with him. Could he escape the Du family's pursuit? Lin Feng could not be bothered with Du Tianyu anymore. Du Tianyu's confidence had been shattered, and his spirit had been severely damaged. He would not be able to achieve much in this lifetime. Lin Feng carried little Tiantian and stood on a mountain peak, looking at the melodious lake. Many people looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with respect. Uncle Lin, if there are any bad guys in the future, you don't have to do anything. Little Tiantian can defeat them. Little Tiantian waved her fist and said, "Good girl." Lin Feng rubbed little Tiantian's head. The melodious lake was very calm. Everyone was still waiting for the restriction around the lake to disappear. The restriction around the melodious lake was very powerful. Not only was the top of the melodious lake covered by a powerful restriction, even the bottom of the melodious lake was said to have a terrifying restriction. Therefore, one could not dive into the lake. Once one dived into the lake, it was very likely that one would die. The island of heaven fell to the mortal world. The beautiful butterflies flew around the flowers, flapping their wings and stirring up the wind. The flowers were adorned. The beautiful fairies walked out of the palace and walked among the clouds. The handsome heavenly generals walked over with a bright smile. On that warm afternoon, the beautiful fairies and the handsome heavenly generals walked on colorful clouds and toured the mortal world. Melodious voices came from the inside of the wonderful sound lake. The voices seemed to have a magical power. When he heard those voices, he thought, "That's right." Many people felt that their hearts were about to soften. Even the most beautiful songs couldn't compare to the voices coming from the melodious lake. The sounds coming from the wondrous sound lake were simply too beautiful to listen to. Is there a fairy sister singing inside? Little Tiantian looked at the melodious lake and asked innocently. The name of the wonderful sound lake came from the pleasant sounds that came from the wonderful sound lake. However, no one knew where the voices came from. It was very strange to not be able to find the source. When the pleasant voices came again, the restriction around the lake dissipated. The restriction of the wonderful sound lake began to gradually dissipate. Once the restriction of the wonderful sound lake was completely gone, many cultivators quickly rushed towards the depths of the melodious lake. The melodious lake was very large. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge wave rose from the lake. Many cultivators were swept away by the waves. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were sucked into the lake and disappeared without a trace. No one was able to see them alive or dead. Seeing this scene, Many people couldn't help but gasp. Weren't the waves from the melodious lake too strange? Those cultivators were so powerful, but they couldn't even struggle after being swept away by the waves. It was hard to imagine what secrets were hidden in the waves. Lin Feng tried his best to avoid the gigantic waves which swept across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, waves of destructive aura filled the air. Something seemed to be rushing out from the depths of the melodious lake. Obviously, it wasn't easy to enter the melodious island to pick the melodious flower. Danger lurked everywhere in the melodious lake. Look, what's that? Chapter 2455. Everyone looked over and saw a blood-red cloud flying toward them. The blood-red clouds contained a destructive power, which was simply shocking and moving. Something's wrong. Let's go. Many people cried out in fear when they saw the blood-red cloud in the distance. The blood-red cloud in the distance made their hearts palpitate. No one knew what terrifying thing was hiding in the blood-red cloud. Everyone avoided it and flew into the distance, trying to get away from it as soon as possible. Screech, however, at that moment, a sharp, ear-piercing screech suddenly rang out. The screech shook the void and reverberated in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Ah! Many cultivators cried out in pain. The screech was terrifying and contained a soul attack. Many cultivators were in great pain and suffering. Lin Feng hurriedly sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the mountain river ring. The two little guys were still young and didn't know how to defend the soul. He didn't send little Tian into the mountain river ring. Little Tian was strong enough, and she didn't like staying in the mountain river ring. The sound wave attack from the blood-red cloud couldn't hurt Lin Feng and little Tian. However, although they were not harmed by the sound wave attack, they were still in trouble. Blood clouds were surging in all directions, and they were rushing over at high speed. Many cultivators were swallowed by the blood-red cloud. Then, white bones fell from the sky. The cultivators who were swallowed by the blood-red cloud had all turned into white bones. Seeing this scene, many people were so scared that their faces turned as white as paper. The blood-red cloud was too terrifying. Finally, the blood-red cloud gradually approached Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng could clearly see what the bloody cloud was. It covered the sky and was tumbling violently, constantly swallowing cultivators. It wasn't a blood-red cloud at all. It was an endless number of blood-red bugs. There were too many of them. Therefore, when the blood-red bugs gathered together, it looked like a surging blood-red cloud. The blood-red bugs were very strange. They could send out sound wave attacks. A sound wave attack from a single bug wouldn't cause much damage to a cultivator. However, there was an endless number of blood-red bugs in front of him. He didn't know how many there were. So many blood-colored bugs released a sonic attack at the same time. The power was too strong, and even Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. Demonic sonar bugs. They are demonic sonar bugs. These bugs are capable of using sound wave attacks. Moreover, they are impervious to weapons, water, and fire. To think that so many demonic sonar bugs have appeared here. What? This was the demonic sound bug. Rumor has it that the demonic sound bug feeds on the gods. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die here. Cries of terror could be heard everywhere. Some were even crying. The demon sound bugs were simply too terrifying. After finding out that the bugs before them were demon sound bugs, many of the cultivators had a mental breakdown. Jump into the lake. He thought of a way to avoid the demonic sound bugs and jumped into the lake to hide. Many cultivators jumped into the lake. Whoosh! At this moment, huge waves rolled in the lake. Lin Feng could vaguely see that there seemed to be something huge in the lake. The show was about to begin. The scales covering its body exuded a cold and sinister aura. There was an extremely terrifying wild beast hiding within the lake. The cultivators who had jumped into the lake to avoid the demonic sound bugs attacks did not appear again. However, blood was flowing out from the lake. It was very likely that those cultivators had met with a calamity and died tragically in the lake. There are wild beasts in the lake. Lin Feng was not the only one who saw the wild beast in the lake. Many others saw it as well. He roared in horror. The cultivators who had wanted to jump into the lake to avoid the demonic sound bugs' attacks quickly stopped themselves. Screech! The demonic sound bugs unleashed their second wave of attacks. Many people clutched their heads and wailed in pain. The demon sound bugs would take advantage of the moment when the cultivators were suffering from soul attacks to pounce on them, devouring them completely. Only their blood-stained bones were left as they fell into the lake. Of course, there was no lack of experts among the cultivators who possessed extraordinary methods. They were able to escape from the demonic sound bugs. There were also some who relied on powerful magic treasures to kill their way out. A large number of demonic sound bugs flew toward Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Lin Feng unleashed his heavenly fire to burn the demonic sound bugs. However, the heavenly fire was unable to harm the demonic sound bugs. This greatly shocked him. Aren't these demonic sound bugs' defenses a little too terrifying? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He retracted the heavenly fire into his body. Then, he used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to protect him and little Tian Tian. The demonic sound bugs quickly surrounded them and began to gnaw at the defensive crystal wall. From the outside, the endless demonic sound bugs formed a huge ball of blood. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were trapped inside. Uncle Lin, there are so many big bugs. Little Tian Tian pointed at the bugs. Whoa! Little Tian Tian shrieked. Bang! 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 The demonic sound bugs surrounding Lin Feng and little Tian 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 were instantly reduced to ashes. Little Tian Tian was too terrifying. The other demonic sound bugs were so frightened that they quickly distanced themselves from Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Countless cultivators died tragically wherever the demonic sound bugs went. In the end, the demonic sound bugs flew into the distance. They quickly disappeared without a trace. These damned bugs, I've finally survived. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The cultivators who had persevered or managed to escape heaved a sigh of relief. There were many cultivators in the periphery. When they saw the demonic sound bugs from afar, they did not dare to go deeper into the lake. Instead, they watched from afar and managed to escape this calamity. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and quickly flew toward the depths of the ingenious sound lake. Let's go and find the ingenious sound flower, many cultivators whispered. They did not stop and quickly flew toward the depths of the ingenious sound lake. In the depths of the ingenious sound lake, there was a huge island that was shrouded in lightning. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the island. Lightning dragons and snakes swam around in the clouds. They emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The area within 30 miles of the ingenious sound island was shrouded in lightning. It's not easy to get the ingenious sound flower. The ingenious sound island doesn't only have the ingenious sound flower. I heard that there are many other precious resources. Is that so? What else is there? I'm not sure. It's said that the origin of the ingenious sound island is extremely mysterious. It's called the Heavenly Fallen Divine Island, and there are some lost races on it. In the outside world, you can't see those races anymore. Therefore, there are many amazing opportunities on the ingenious sound island. However, it's not easy to obtain those opportunities. You have to depend on your luck and luck. People kept entering the area covered in lightning. If they wanted to enter the ingenious sound island, they had to take the risk and pass through the area. More and more cultivators entered the area covered in lightning. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and entered the area as well. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. They had to be careful when entering the area. The lightning contained the power of order. If they were struck, they could easily die. Swish. Without any sound, a cold light suddenly shot out from behind Lin Feng and slashed toward him. The attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng was caught off guard. Chapter 2456. To be able to hide so well that even Lin Feng and Xiao Tiantian couldn't sense his presence, one could only imagine how powerful this cultivator was. In theory, this attack was impossible to dodge. No one could dodge such a terrifying attack in such a short period of time, nor could they prepare a divine ability to block this attack in such a short period of time. Perhaps Lin Feng was the only one who could do it. This was because Lin Feng had a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was the heaven-mending art. By borrowing an opportunity from the heavens, the heaven-mending art could avoid any danger. Unless the opponent knew that Lin Feng knew the heaven-mending art and used a divine ability to suppress Lin Feng's heaven-mending art. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop Lin Feng's heaven-mending art. Whoosh! In the face of this sure-kill attack, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng walked out of the void 20 meters away and punched the air in front of him. Bang! With a violent collision, the void shattered and a cultivator hidden in the void was blasted out. This cultivator held a sword in one hand and emitted a bone-chilling aura. This person should be an expert in the Tao of the sword. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Someone from the Du clan?" he asked. "You're a smart person," the man with the sword said coldly. "Du clan, Du Wenzong. I didn't kill Du Tianyu, which is already giving your Du clan face. You dare to cause trouble for me? Do you really think I have a good temper?" Lin Feng said indifferently. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng had always been the kind of person who would respect others 10 times over if they respected him. Since the Du clan didn't want to let this matter go, Lin Feng naturally wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. "As a foreign cultivator, you dare to offend my Du clan? You're courting death. No one in this world can save your life." Du Wenzong's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. 100 With a cold shout, he slashed out with the sword in his hand. Whoosh! Over 100 sharp sword lights condensed and slashed towards Lin Feng. In the face of such a terrifying sword light, Lin Feng was forced to retreat. Du Wenzong's sword technique was truly powerful. "Uncle Lin, let little Tian help you," little Tian said. Now that Lin Feng was holding little Tian, his strength was greatly restricted. Little Tian, she simply wanted to help Lin Feng. As a matter of course. "All right, let's join hands and kill him. It'll save us a lot of time." At that moment, Lin Feng was in a hurry to go to the Miaoyin Island to find the Miaoyin flower. It was a precious treasure that could increase the strength of one's soul. And to waste. If this continued, the sweet sound flower would be taken by someone else. Joining forces with little Tian was the best way to deal with Du Wenzong. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed at all. Boom! Lin Feng and little Tian separated, and then the two of them forced Du Wenzong. "I'll kill you first, you little bastard," Du Wenzong sneered. He decided to kill little Tian first, and then Lin Feng. Little Tian was too young, about 5 or 6 years old. Du Wenzong guessed that little Tian was probably picked up by Lin Feng in the Jojo Wonderland. Of course, it could also be a transformed spiritual beast. Some top spiritual beasts could transform into human form. No matter if Lin Feng had picked her up or if little Tian was a spiritual beast, she was so young. Even if she was strong, how strong could she be? Therefore, Du Wenzong did not put little Tian in his eyes at all. His idea was to kill little Tian first, and then kill Lin Feng. Du Wenzong held his sword and became one with it. He tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of little Tian. He went straight for little Tian. Du Wenzong's lips curled into a cold smile. In his opinion, little Tian was dead meat. "Little Tian wants to help Uncle Lin kill you, you big bad guy." Little Tian snorted and threw a punch. Bang! Little Tian's little fist swept out, and an unimaginably terrifying force suddenly erupted. Du Wenzong was still more than a meter away from little Tian, but he was sent flying by little Tian's fist. Barf! Du Wenzong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock and horror. Du Wenzong was a quasi-emperor cultivator on the 35th Tao platform. A cultivator of this level was roughly equivalent to an early-stage quasi-emperor. He was unusually strong. One must know that quasi-emperors had to ascend to the 99th Tao platform. Every time a quasi-emperor ascended a platform, his strength would increase greatly. How could a quasi-emperor who had ascended to the 35th Tao platform not be able to kill a young cultivator and a little girl? Lin Feng gave Du Wenzong the impression that he was strong, but not impossible to deal with. Little Tian Tian, on the other hand, gave Du Wanzong the impression that she was a towering mountain that he could only look up to, but not climb. Challenging little Tian Tian was simply suicide. Run. That was the only thought left in Du Wanzong's mind. If little Tian Tian's cultivation was ordinary, he could have killed little Tian Tian and then killed Lin Feng. But little Tian Tian was simply too strong. With just one punch, she had completely destroyed Du Wanzong's self-confidence. Du Wanzong had just thought of running when the void split open and Lin Feng appeared. Just as Du Wanzong was about to kill little Tian Tian, Lin Feng used his void travel technique and hid in the void. Du Wanzong's attention was all on little Tian Tian, so he did not notice Lin Feng. When Du Wanzong was sent flying by little Tian Tian and injured, Lin Feng appeared just in time. He used the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to attack Du Wanzong. His punch condensed the phantoms of 5 great emperors. It was simply invincible. Gods and Buddhas would be killed if they stood in his way. Du Wanzong sensed the terrifying aura behind him and cursed inwardly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He did not know the heaven patching technique. Naturally, he could not use the heaven patching technique to escape at this critical moment. Bang! Lin Feng's punch landed on Du Wanzong's body. Half of Du Wanzong's body exploded. It was extremely tragic. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill Du Wanzong once and for all. Burn my divine body! Space-time reversal. At this moment, Du Wanzong roared, and his body began to burn. In the blink of an eye, his body below his head was completely burned, turning into powerful energy. The surrounding space-time distorted, blocking Lin Feng. Du Wanzong's head wanted to tear the void apart and escape. I'll smash you to death. Little Tian Tian snorted and threw a punch at the distorted spacetime, smashing it into smithereens. Du Wanzong's head was sent flying. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a ray of sword qi. No! Du Wanzong screamed in horror. Puff. Chapter 2457. Du Wanzong died, just like that. That little girl is actually so powerful. Many people stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. When Du Wanzong had appeared in the battle between little Tian Tian and Du Wanzong, many people had recognized him. Du Wanzong was a powerful existence with an unfathomable cultivation base. But in the end, Du Wanzong had been killed. What shocked everyone the most was the strength that little Tian Tian had displayed. It was simply too terrifying. They could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Was she really a 5 or 6-year-old little girl with such a powerful cultivation? Although they could not believe it, little Tian Tian was indeed that age. It was only then that everyone realized that little Tian Tian wasn't a burden. Little Tian Tian's cultivation base was simply shocking. Let's go. After taking Du Wanzong's storage ring, Lin Feng said to little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian stretched out her white and tender hand. Lin Feng grabbed little Tian Tian's hand and quickly flew inside. The thick bolts of lightning that descended from the sky had a great impact on many cultivators. However, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were not affected at all. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the lightning bolts. Immediately after that, huge ferocious beasts charged out. Sky Lightning Beast. Not good. These sky lightning beasts are very scary. Hurry up and charge over. Seeing the ferocious beasts, many cultivators cried out in fear. The sky lightning beasts were shaped like flood dragons with wings and scorpion-like tails. They could control lightning and the barbs at the end of their tails were highly poisonous. These ferocious beasts were born in lightning. They were very powerful and had a savage temperament. They were cruel and bloodthirsty. Encountering a sky lightning beast in a world enveloped by lightning was very troublesome because the sky lightning beasts could control the lightning to attack the cultivators inside. Coupled with the fact that the sky lightning beasts had powerful attacks, it was very easy for the cultivators inside to suffer. The faster cultivators or the cultivators who were closer to the Pleasant Sound Island managed to rush out of the area enveloped by the thunderbolts in advance. As a result, they were not attacked by the sky thunder beasts. However, many of the cultivators were attacked by the sky lightning beasts. The sky lightning beasts were abnormally terrifying. They gathered the lightning bolts around them and furiously attacked the cultivators who tried to pass through the area enveloped by the lightning bolts. Miserable cries rang out one after another. Many cultivators were killed by the heavenly lightning beasts. The sky lightning beasts directly swallowed the cultivators without even chewing. Roar, roar, roar. 5 or 6 heavenly lightning beasts charged toward Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Little beastie. Little Tian Tian let go of Lin Feng's hand and pounced towards the sky thunder beasts. She slapped one of them and jumped onto another. Hurry up and fly, little beastie, little Tian Tian giggled. The other heavenly thunder beasts were scared out of their wits and quickly fled. Too ferocious. The cultivators who saw this scene from afar couldn't help but wipe their sweat. It was hard to imagine that a 5-year-old girl could be so heaven-defying. The sky thunder beast subdued by little Tian Tian was trembling all over. It looked like it would fall into the lake at any moment. It was clearly frightened by little Tian Tian. Uncle Lin, let's ride little Tian Tian over there, said little Tian Tian. Lin Feng nodded and flew over. He landed on the sky thunder beast's back. Bring us over and I'll spare your life, said Lin Feng. The sky thunder beast was psychic. Naturally, it could understand Lin Feng's words. Therefore, it flapped its wings and quickly flew toward the Pleasant Sound Island. In the area enveloped by the lightning bolts, many people were chased by the sky thunder beasts. They had nowhere to run. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were an exception. They rode the sky thunder beast to the Pleasant Sound Island. They landed on the Pleasant Sound Island and released the sky thunder beast. The Pleasant Sound Island emitted a decaying aura. This aura made people feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng frowned as he observed the island. He discovered something strange. There were traces of black energy lingering around the island. The black energy emitted a gloomy and cold aura. That gloomy and cold aura made Lin Feng feel that something was wrong. It's very similar to the aura of the netherworld. Why is there such an aura? It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If too many people died and the people who died were strong enough, they could form a magnetic field. Therefore, there is a saying that when vengeful spirits gather in the netherworld, even the king of hell would be alarmed. I think this place is very dangerous. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his chin and pondered over the demon lord's words. Then he nodded and said, "This place is full of danger. There is no need to make a fuss about anything that happens." He and little Tian Tian did not stay outside for long. Instead, they quickly rushed towards the depths. From time to time, the roars of beasts would resound through the mountain forest. There were many powerful vicious beasts on the Pleasant Sound Island. Now, these vicious beasts were attacking the cultivators who entered the island. Ordinary cultivators had to form groups to enter the island. Otherwise, they would die. Only extremely powerful cultivators were able to enter alone. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were the first group of cultivators to enter the Pleasant Sound Island. Not long after, they were attacked by a group of flying spiders. The flying spiders were about the size of a washbasin. Each of the flying spiders exuded a terrifying aura. Moreover, the flying spiders could spit out poisonous gas and poisonous webs. The flying spider's poisonous gas was extremely powerful. After absorbing it, the body would feel weak and powerless. The flying spider's poisonous webs contained extremely terrifying corrosive properties. Once the body touched it, it would immediately corrode and turn into a pool of dirty blood. Facing the attacks of the flying spiders, Lin Feng had no choice but to take out his defensive treasure, the purple gold globe, to protect himself and little Tian Tian. These poisonous insects were the most difficult to deal with. Because there were too many of them, once they were poisoned, even the white jade toad would not be able to detoxify them. Fortunately, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian's cultivation was strong enough. They successfully broke through the encirclement of the flying spiders. The flying spiders were not willing to let them go and chased after them. However, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian still managed to shake off the flying spiders that were chasing them. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian found a mountain forest to rest. Roar! At this moment, a loud dragon's roar came from afar, startling Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Little dragon. Eat meat, little Tian Tian said in a childish voice. The little girl seemed to want to eat dragon meat. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Let's go and see what's going on. Chapter 2458. Lin Feng and Lil Tiantian soon arrived at the source of the dragon's roar. It was a huge pool of water. Deep within the pool was a 10,000-meter-tall mountain peak. A waterfall cascaded down from the peak, looking majestic and majestic. It was as if the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. Dozens of cultivators were besieging a huge dragon. The dragon belonged to the Eastern Dragon tribe. Similar to the sky dragons, it had a slender body covered in scales. Its body was about 300 meters long, and it was vigorous and powerful. Its coiling body was like a mountain ridge. But unlike the dragons of the East, this giant dragon had a pair of huge wings. That gigantic dragon was the winged dragon of the Eastern Dragon tribe. Winged dragons were born with the ability to control clouds, rain, and lightning. Little dragonling, Lil Tiantian pointed at the surrounded winged dragon. Her voice was childish, and her jade-like face was incomparably adorable. Anyone who saw her for the first time would fall in love with her. Let's keep it down. Let's see what the outcome of this battle is. Lin Feng said. Lil Tiantian hurriedly nodded, then covered her mouth with her tiny hands. The winged dragon was extremely powerful. It spat out lightning and arrows at the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators took out their magic treasures or used all sorts of powerful magic to attack the winged dragon. A fierce battle ensued. More than a dozen cultivators died, and the winged dragon was heavily injured. Both sides had suffered great losses. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the ground cracked open and a huge beast drilled out from the ground. It was nearly 1,000 meters long, and it looked like a velociraptor that had been magnified many times over. Its body was covered in black scales, and its head was different from the velociraptor's. The vicious beast's head was very strange. It had a bloody mouth and a pair of enormous eyes. Waves of ferocious energy surged out of the vicious beast's body. A skeletal lizard. Lin Feng was shocked. So it was a creature like that. This was a type of vicious beast that lived underground. Back then, it was in the great world of exile. The skeletal lizards wreaked havoc everywhere, and countless people died under their claws. However, even the largest skeletal lizard in the great exiled world was only 100 meters long. However, the skeletal lizard in front of him was simply too huge. After the skeletal monitor lizard appeared, it immediately charged into the battlefield and swung its huge tail at the cultivators. Hurry up and dodge! A group of cultivators exclaimed in horror. The giant skeletal lizard had appeared so suddenly that they didn't have time to dodge its attack. Bang bang bang! A series of violent collisions rang out as one cultivator after another was sent flying by the skeletal lizards. Wow! In midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He had suffered severe injuries. Before those cultivators could react, they were already swallowed by the skeletal lizards. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a low roar, then opened its bloody mouth and bit at Yinglong's neck. Winged dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a ball of lightning at the skeletal lizard. Then, winged dragon flapped its wings and its huge body soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Winged dragon was very powerful, but it had just fought a bloody battle with a large group of cultivators and was severely injured. Therefore, it was no match for the skeletal lizard at all. Hence, winged dragon didn't intend to fight to the death with the skeletal lizard. Winged dragon wanted to leave, but the skeletal lizard had no intention of letting it go. The skeletal lizard opened its mouth and sucked in. The ball of lightning that winged dragon spat out was swallowed by the skeletal lizard. At the same time, the skeletal lizard's tail quickly coiled around winged dragon's body. The skeletal lizard's huge body leaped up and arrived in front of winged dragon. It bit down on winged dragon's neck. Crack! Winged dragon's neck was bitten off. The powerful winged dragon didn't last more than a few moves under the skeletal lizard's attack before it was killed. The skeletal lizard swallowed winged dragon. Buzz! At that moment, a ball of energy rushed out from the depths of the pool. Is it that treasure? Lin Feng was shocked. Winged Dragon must have fought a life-and-death battle with a group of cultivators for some treasure. Lin Feng guessed that it was the ball of energy that had just flown out. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a low roar, wanting to swallow the ball of energy. However, the ball of energy was extremely fast. It instantly broke free from the skeletal lizard's devouring. Little ball is flying over. Little Tian Tian cried out in surprise and quickly rushed out, wanting to catch the ball of energy. She was very childlike, so she was extremely excited when she saw the ball of energy. However, the ball of energy was extraordinary. It also broke free from little Tian Tian. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He opened his hand and grabbed the ball of energy. A powerful force surged out of the ball of energy and sent Lin Feng flying. So strange, Lin Feng was shocked. He waved his hand and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. Powerful magic power surged into the jar. Buzz! The heaven-devouring jar emitted shocking waves of energy. Then, a powerful suction force surged out. The ball of energy was devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. Ha 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 ha, I got the treasure. Lin Feng laughed. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a furious roar and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his fist at the lizard. Bang! The two sides collided. An earth-shattering strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was blown away by the gigantic skeleton lizard. Lin Feng was astonished. The gigantic skeleton lizard was too strong. You're not allowed to bully Uncle Lin. Little Tian Tian snorted and circled behind the skeletal lizard, grabbing its tail. Then, she exerted force. The skeletal lizard's huge body was sent flying by little Tian Tian. Bang, 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 the surrounding giant trees and a few low mountain peaks were all smashed by the lizard's head. Hee hee! This is so fun. Little Tian Tian giggled as she grabbed the lizard's tail and swung its huge body around. Lin Feng could not help but wipe his sweat. Only little Tian Tian could take down such a strong skeletal lizard, right? If anyone else saw such a huge skeletal lizard, wouldn't they be scared half to death? Crack, 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 crack. Just as Tian Tian was having fun, the ground began to crack open. One after another, skeletal lizards crawled out from the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the sea of skeletal lizards. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 2459. Seeing so many skeletal lizards, little Tian Tian was scared out of her wits. She threw the skeletal lizard in her hand out. Lin Feng caught little Tian Tian and used the purple-gold heavenly ball to protect the two of them. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal lizards opened their mouths and spat out energy balls at Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls slammed into the energy shield formed by the purple-gold heavenly ball. The purple-gold heavenly ball's defense was very strong. It blocked the energy ball's attacks. However, there were simply too many of these skeletal lizards, and their attacks came wave after wave. The purple-gold heavenly ball could not block the attacks forever. Now, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were in trouble. Uncle Lin, little Tian Tian is scared. Little Tian Tian hugged Lin Feng. This little girl was usually not afraid of anything. However, there were simply too many of these skeletal lizards, and the little girl couldn't help but feel fearful. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here. Lin Feng patted the little girl's head and quickly rushed out. Boom, boom. The skeletal lizards continued to release energy balls at Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. After blocking 3 waves of attacks in a row, Lin Feng was gradually unable to hold on. Cracking sounds could be heard. The defensive shield formed by the purple-gold heavenly ball began to crack. For Lin Feng, the situation was very bad. His expression turned grave. There were simply too many skeletal lizards. Trying to escape from the siege of so many skeletal lizards was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Looks like I'll have to use this treasure. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out a huge hammer surrounded by endless lightning energy. This hammer was the forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. The real purple lightning hammer could be an immortal-grade treasure. Therefore, the forbidden artifact purple lightning hammer was extremely terrifying. However, He still had one more use of the purple lightning hammer. After this usage was used up, the forbidden artifact purple lightning hammer would be destroyed. Although this forbidden artifact was powerful, it could only be used 10 times. After using it 10 times, this was one of the greatest weaknesses of forbidden artifacts. Now that the situation was dangerous, Lin Feng naturally couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could preserve his life, not to mention a mere forbidden tool, destroying any magic treasure would be worth it. If a Dharma treasure was destroyed, he could still find a way to obtain a new one. If a person dies, then he would really become a pile of yellow soil. Boom boom boom, terrifying waves of energy surged out from the purple lightning hammer and poured into the purple lightning hammer along with mana. With the purple lightning hammer as the center, the powerful lightning energy began to spread in all directions. The most formidable aspect of the purple lightning hammer was its area of effect attribute. Different magic treasures had different effects. Some magic treasures were suitable for one-on-one combat. Some Dharma treasures were suitable for group attacks. The purple lightning hammer was the most suitable magic treasure for group attacks. When the purple lightning hammer was activated, thick bolts of lightning intertwined and spread out in all directions. Waves after waves of destructive energy waves shook the hearts of everyone present. Divine hammer. Break. 10,000. Beasts. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. He smashed out with the hammer. Boom, then, a destructive force spread between heaven and earth. The lightning energy that surged out from the purple lightning hammer seemed to have its own spirituality. It actually condensed into purple lightning dragons. The purple lightning dragons and the skeletal lizards were engaged in a fierce battle. The weaker giant skeletal lizards were no match for the purple lightning dragons and were directly sent flying by the purple lightning dragons. Although the powerful giant skeletal lizards blocked the attack of the purple lightning dragons, they no longer had the energy to attack Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. As Lin Feng's cultivation base increased, the power of the forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer, was gradually released. The only pity was that the purple lightning hammer, a powerful forbidden weapon, would be completely destroyed after this use. There was no way to continue using it. Lin Feng used the purple lightning hammer, a powerful forbidden weapon, to kill a bloody path through the crowd of giant skeletal lizards. Whoosh, he carried little Tian Tian and quickly rushed out. Crack, crack. The purple lightning hammer began to crack. This powerful forbidden weapon was destroyed just like that. It would be great if I could find the real purple lightning hammer. This magic treasure is too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The purple lightning hammer was one of the top 10 magic treasures of the absolute beginning era. Naturally, it was a magic treasure that everyone dreamed of. Lin Feng was no exception. He hoped to obtain this treasure. However, he didn't know if this treasure still existed in the world today. After all, countless top-tier true treasures had been destroyed in the great battles that took place one after another. Many magic treasures like the purple lightning hammer had been destroyed in those battles. Roar, roar, roar. Angry roars could be heard from behind. The giant skeletal lizards were infuriated and quickly chased after Lin Feng. However, how could the speed of these giant skeletal lizards be compared to Lin Feng? After Lin Feng escaped the encirclement of the giant skeletal lizards, he was like a dragon entering the sea. How could these giant skeletal lizards catch up to him? After escaping from the giant skeletal lizards, Lin Feng couldn't wait to see what was inside the energy ball that the heaven-devouring jar had swallowed. He could sense that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it. Then, he sent little Tian Tian into the mountain river ring and let her play with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Although little Tian Tian didn't like to enter the mountain river ring, she was even more unwilling to stay in a narrow cave. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the energy ball. When the energy ball flew out, the energy ball gradually condensed. Lin Feng's strength gradually disappeared and a bone appeared in Lin Feng's vision. A bone? It's actually a bone. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the energy ball would actually contain a bone. When Lin Feng reached out to touch the bone, that piece of bone was actually emitting a terrifying killing intent. Bam! The killing intent hit Lin Feng directly and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's face flushed red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the bone with a horrified expression. What kind of bone was this? How could it be so terrifying? Roar! Suddenly, a low roar was heard and the bone transformed into a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast roared at Lin Feng in a deep voice. Chapter 2460. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur, exuding endless ferocity. This was actually a white tiger. White tiger, azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and brilliant snake. These were the 5 sacred beasts. They corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, they were also called the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. The white tiger guarded the west. The 5 elements belonged to metal. Among the 5 sacred beasts, it was mainly responsible for killing. Therefore, the white tiger's attack power was the strongest. Lin Feng did not expect this bone to be the bone of a white tiger. Moreover, this bone was obviously extraordinary. It could even exude such a terrifying killing intent. He did not know how terrifying the cultivation of this white tiger was when it was alive. The white tiger bone floated in mid-air, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Lin Feng could not get close to this bone because every time he tried to get close to this bone, he could feel the terrifying killing intent from the bone wanting to attack him. This made Lin Feng frown involuntarily. I can't get close to this bone, Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this time, a light bulb flashed in his mind. Lin Feng thought of the white tiger killing intent that he comprehended. This was a powerful force. The power was astonishing. The white tiger killing intent was also the force condensed by the white tiger clan. Lin Feng could only comprehend it by chance. He did not know that the white tiger killing intent seemed to be effective at this time. He began to condense the white tiger killing intent. Buzz, waves of violent fluctuations surged out. Within Lin Feng's body. It exuded a cold killing intent. It was the white tiger killing intent. When the white tiger killing intent in Lin Feng's body was released, the white tiger bone seemed to have sensed it. Roar! The white tiger phantom that the white tiger bone had evolved let out a low roar at Lin Feng. Then, the white tiger phantom dissipated. The terrifying killing intent that was emitted from the white tiger bone also began to gradually converge. Whoosh! The white tiger bone rushed out at top speed. This is... Lin Feng was puzzled. He also rushed out. The white tiger bone was not trying to escape. Instead, he was leading Lin Feng to a certain place. This made him extremely curious. He didn't know where the white tiger bone was taking him. Lin Feng followed behind the white tiger bone. One day later, Lin Feng entered an area shrouded in black fog. That area emitted a cold and gloomy aura. He frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a little strange. The speed of the white tiger bone was very fast. He turned into a white stream of light and rushed into the depths. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly chased after the white tiger bone. Finally, the white tiger bone stopped at the periphery of a pitch-black mountain. The white tiger bone brought me here. Could there be something in this mountain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a series of eerie sounds reverberated throughout the world, sounding like the cries of malicious ghosts. Huff huff huff, gusts of chilly wind blew, eerie and terrifying. Following that, countless malicious ghosts appeared from all directions. They were densely packed and innumerable, completely surrounding the area. There are so many malicious ghosts. Moreover, their auras are so terrifying. Looking at the malicious ghosts, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. It was just as the demon lord had said. Vengeful spirits gathered in the nether passage realm. Even the king of hell would be shocked. The malicious ghosts that appeared before him were vengeful spirits that hadn't dispersed and had turned into malicious ghosts. It was no wonder that when he entered the island, he had sensed the aura of the nether passage realm. It seemed that there were too many malicious ghosts, and their vengeful spirits were too strong, so they had connected to the nether passage realm. That was why the power of the nether passage realm had appeared on Melody Island. Netherworld Envoy, Suddenly, a sinister and hoarse voice came from the mountain. Next, a black-robed existence walked out. It was clear that this black-robed being was one of the more powerful evil ghosts among these evil ghosts. I didn't expect so many malicious ghosts to gather here. It seems that I have to send you to the Nether Passage realm, Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you know the owner of this bone? It was a white tiger saint beast. Back then, it accidentally entered this place and died. Compared to that white tiger saint beast, you are far inferior. How dare you say that you want to send us to the Nether Passage realm? What a joke. I think we should be the ones sending you to hell, the black-robed malicious ghost said sinisterly. The other vengeful ghosts all laughed eerily. There were too many malicious ghosts, and they were too powerful. Now that they had gathered together, it was too terrifying. However, Lin Feng didn't believe that these malicious ghosts had the strength to kill the white tiger saint beast. Brag. Keep bragging. With your strength, you can kill the white tiger saint beast. You should have a bottom line when bragging, right? I've never seen someone as good at bragging as you. Don't you have any shame? Lin Feng curled his lips and said with disdain. He didn't believe that these malicious ghosts could kill the white tiger saint beast. In reality, the situation was just as Lin Feng had guessed. The white tiger saint beast wasn't killed by these malicious ghosts. The white tiger saint beast had died because of its severe injuries. The white tiger saint beast was responsible for killing. After it died, the killing intent and resentment on its body were extremely dense. Killing intent and resentment were all negative energies. They were great nourishment for these malicious ghosts. Hence, these malicious ghosts gathered together. From then on, they didn't leave this place. More and more malicious ghosts gathered. When these malicious ghosts gathered together, they actually connected to the Nether Passage realm. After absorbing the energy of the Nether Passage realm, the cultivation of these malicious ghosts rose steadily. They became stronger and stronger. She was no longer an ordinary evil ghost. After being exposed by Lin Feng, the black-robed malicious ghost didn't feel embarrassed. He sneered and said, "Kid, you should be worried about whether you can keep your life. Don't worry about whether I'm bragging or not. Although you are a Netherworld envoy, your cultivation isn't enough. Today, you will die. We are very interested in devouring the flesh of a Netherworld envoy. Attack!" The black-robed malicious ghost waved his hand. Screech, all of a sudden, the vengeful ghosts around them let out sharp, ear-piercing shrieks. One by one, the malicious ghosts pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the Netherworld Envoy Talisman to suppress these malicious ghosts. The Netherworld Envoy Talisman strengthened Lin Feng. However, these malicious ghosts didn't belong to the Nether Passage realm. Hence, although the Netherworld Envoy Talisman could suppress the power of these malicious ghosts, it couldn't completely suppress them. There were many powerful malicious ghosts, and their attack power was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were so many malicious ghosts, and their numbers were innumerable. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's a good opportunity to devour you malicious ghosts and cultivate a few more powerful ghost emperors for me." As soon as he said that, Lin Feng took out the ghost-rearing jar. The ghost-rearing jar emitted a terrifying devouring power. There was a dense horde of malicious ghosts. Chapter 2461. Lin Feng's ghost-rearing jar was extremely powerful and specialized in devouring all kinds of ghosts. Naturally, it could also devour these malicious ghosts. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat these malicious ghosts and continue to evolve. The Ghost Emperor in the ghost-rearing jar let out a series of excited roars. The Ghost Emperor could continuously devour malicious ghosts to increase its strength. The Ghost Emperor's strength was already strong enough. Even Lin Feng would not be able to subdue it easily. Therefore, Lin Feng would definitely not let the Ghost Emperor succeed. Therefore, he imprisoned the Ghost Emperor in a corner of the ghost-rearing jar. The ghost-rearing jar had its own space. Therefore, there was enough space to cultivate powerful ghosts. The Ghost Emperor was not cooperating with Lin Feng now. When Lin Feng cultivated a few more Ghost Emperors, there would definitely be new Ghost Emperors that would recognize Lin Feng as their master. At that time, Lin Feng could directly eliminate the ghost emperors that did not cooperate with him and let the ghost emperors that had submitted to him devour the ghost emperors that did not cooperate with him. At that time, the strength of the ghost emperors that had submitted to Lin Feng would increase greatly. Lin Feng's plan was pretty good. Now, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. His ghost-rearing jar was extremely powerful. This ghost-rearing jar was the nemesis of all ghosts. This was a treasure that Xian Yuling had casually given to Lin Feng back then. When Lin Feng was training in the underground city, he got to know Xian Yuling. This woman was extremely mysterious. Together with Lin Feng, they formed the male and female evil duo and robbed many cultivators. However, Lin Feng had never figured out Xian Yuling's identity. Ever since they parted, there had been no news of Xian Yuling. He did not know if he would have the chance to see Xian Yuling again. Boom, 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 waves of destructive power surged out, shaking the void. The powerful devouring power surged out continuously, devouring the densely packed malicious ghosts. Although these malicious ghosts were powerful, they could not do anything against all things in the world. Now, these malicious ghosts were restrained by Lin Feng. Therefore, although these malicious ghosts were constantly struggling, however, they could not escape from the devouring power of the ghost-rearing jar. Damn it, it's actually the ghost-raising jar. The black-robed malicious spirit couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Leave this place, the black-robed malicious spirit roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the horde of wraiths quickly retreated. The black-robed malicious spirit couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, eat Lin Feng's flesh, and drink Lin Feng's blood. However, the black-robed malicious ghost was also suppressed by the ghost-raising jar. Therefore, the black-robed malicious ghost could only temporarily avoid Lin Feng's attacks. Under the leadership of the black-robed ghost, the horde of ghosts quickly retreated. Seeing the ghosts retreat, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Therefore, in Lin Feng's eyes, these malicious ghosts were resources for him to nurture experts. Now that these vengeful ghosts had fled, his plan to nurture a few more ghost emperors had been put on hold. I wonder if I can nurture a ghost emperor from the evil ghosts I devoured previously? He would be able to find out after a while. Lin Feng kept the ghost-raising jar. At this time, the white tiger beast bone rushed towards the depths of the mountain range, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. As they went deeper into the mountain range, Lin Feng felt a terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was simply suffocating. That is, in a valley, Lin Feng saw a skeleton. The skeleton emitted a cold aura that permeated between heaven and earth. The killing intent condensed around the skeleton even caused the void to distort slightly. White tiger skeleton. Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. This white tiger skeleton was actually completely preserved. He didn't know if the origin bone of the white tiger skeleton was preserved or not. For a terrifying creature like the white tiger sacred beast, the origin bone would often be imprinted with some powerful inheritance. The inheritance of the white tiger sacred beast was too shocking. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Feng channeled the white tiger killing intent and gradually approached the white tiger skeleton. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the white tiger skeleton. Next, a ball of energy flew out, and a slightly illusory white tiger appeared in the ball of energy. This is the white tiger origin spirit. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the slightly illusory white tiger. The white tiger origin spirit was very important to Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had the white tiger clone among his 9 emperor clones. Currently, Lin Feng had refined 4 clones of the 9 emperor clones. One was the golden-winged rock clone. The reason why Lin Feng's speed was so fast was because of the golden-winged rock clone. The heaven-eyed demonic snake clone. Lin Feng's heaven-eyed demonic snake clone was related to the heaven-eyed demonic snake clone. The radiant angel clone. Lin Feng had obtained the ability to control the power of light, but he had never used the radiant angel clone's ability. The Cheong-Chi clone. Lin Feng had now transformed into a 2-headed Cheong-Chi clone. When Lin Feng was in the early stages of his cultivation, it was one of his trump cards. The white tiger clone was mainly used for killing. It was the clone with the strongest offensive power among the 9 emperor clones. If Lin Feng could refine the white tiger clone, it would be a great boost to his battle prowess. Lin Feng was very much looking forward to refining the 9 Emperor clones. This was because the method to refine the 9 Emperor clones originated from the 9 Emperors diagram. It was rumored that the 9 Emperors diagram was much more terrifying than the 9 Demons diagram of the Heavenly Demon clan. The 9 Demons diagram of the Heavenly Demon clan, when combined into one, was at least one of the top 3 Emperor weapons. The 9 Emperors diagram was far more powerful than the 9 Demons diagram. Lin Feng guessed that the 9 Emperors diagram might be an immortal artifact. After refining the 9 Emperor clones, it would not only increase his battle prowess. It was said that he could also sense the 9 Emperors diagram. At that time, he might be able to find the 9 Emperors diagram. If he could find the 9 Emperors diagram, it would be too heaven-defying. This was equivalent to having an additional immortal artifact. The white tiger original spirit was very ferocious. It emitted a cruel and bloodthirsty aura, wanting to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. If it was the white tiger sacred beast, he would turn and run without thinking. Now, it was only the white tiger original spirit attacking him. Lin Feng naturally would not put a mere white tiger original spirit in his eyes. He operated the arm of dragon and elephant and blasted out 3 punches in a row. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng and the white tiger original spirit collided 3 times. The white tiger original spirit directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and kept the white tiger original spirit inside. Hee hee. With the white tiger original spirit, when I collect enough materials, I can refine the white tiger clone. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. His gaze immediately looked at the white tiger bone. His eyes could not help but reveal a burning gaze. The white tiger bone could still emit such a strong killing intent. The origin bone should still be there. He approached the white tiger bone step by step. Found it. Arriving beside the white tiger bone, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 2462. Lin Feng held the golden white tiger bone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was covered in runes. Those runes were mysterious. Mysterious and unfathomable, it emitted a tyrannical fluctuation and aura. It really is the origin bone. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Obtaining the source bone was an extremely important matter to him. Who knew, the White Tiger clan's heaven-defying inheritance might be recorded on the source bone. If that was the case, then he would have profited greatly. These ordinary beast bones are actually not damaged. This is really great. These white tiger bones can be used as materials to refine my white tiger avatar. Lin Feng took all the white tiger bones and put them away. Now that he had the white tiger skeleton, he only needed to find some supplementary materials to refine the white tiger clone. Lin Feng did not leave the valley. The evil ghost army had already fled, so this place was very safe. Lin Feng planned to study the white tiger origin bone carefully. His divine will entered the white tiger origin bone. Immediately, Lin Feng heard a domineering roar. He felt as if he had been pulled into an ancient world. That ancient world was filled with war cries. Countless gods, demons, immortals, demons, Buddhas, and other races were fighting in mid-air. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. This should be one of the great wars in history. Over the long years, many great wars had broken out in the myriad of worlds. Many of them were extremely tragic. Those great wars had even led to the end of many great eras. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know which great war had broken out in this world. Roar, a tiger's roar came from afar. A dense group of cultivators was attacking a white tiger sacred beast. The situation was extremely dangerous. The white tiger sacred beast was severely injured. Am I going to die? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, the white tiger sacred beast emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, when the aura was emitted, it could destroy the world and shatter the firmament. That was the white tiger's domineering aura. The white tiger was in charge of killing. Therefore, the domineering aura condensed by the white tiger was an extremely violent domineering aura that was extremely powerful. Among the 9 types of domineering aura, The white tiger domineering aura belonged to the 7th grade of domineering aura. It was the cyan haki. This kind of domineering aura was heaven-defying in terms of attack, defense, deterrence, and so on. The white tiger's domineering aura was released. The cultivators who were besieging the white tiger simply couldn't bear it. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. All the images disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's inner sight returned to reality. Huff huff huff, he was panting heavily. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He looked at the white tiger origin bone in his hand, his voice filled with excitement. White tiger haki. It's actually white tiger haki. This is cyan haki. Among the 9 types of haki, it's the 7th level of haki. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never thought that the white bone origin bone would record the white bone dominance. This was a pleasant surprise for him. It could even be said to be a huge surprise. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated the epoch haki and the supreme haki. He knew how terrifying the haki was and how powerful the haki was for cultivation. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng could now do 3 things at once. He could activate 3 types of haki at the same time. It was unknown how powerful the 3 types of haki would be when used together. And it was said that a cultivator could cultivate up to 9 types of haki. Different types of haki had different power, and the focus was also different. Some haki might be the main attack. For example, the white tiger haki had extremely powerful attack power. Some haki focused on defense. For example, the black tortoise haki focused on defense. It was said that once the black tortoise haki was released, ghosts and gods would find it difficult to hurt, immortals and Buddhas would find it difficult to destroy. In a battle between cultivators, no matter how others attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt you, but you could hurt others. The result of this battle could be imagined. Therefore, the existence that controlled the black tortoise haki was the one that couldn't be offended the most. Because you couldn't break his defense at all. If the 2 sides fought, the one who would suffer would definitely be you. Lin Feng's master, Master Turtle, was the black tortoise sacred beast. However, Lin Feng had been apprenticed for so long, and he had only seen this cheap master make a move once. It was the time when he killed His Holiness. After that, he had never seen Master Turtle make a move again. Lin Feng didn't know if his cheap master understood the black tortoise haki. If he did, the Red World Fairy, who was known as the #1 expert in the 9 provinces Great World, might not even be a match for his cheap master. Lin Feng's spiritual will once again invaded the white tiger origin bone. This time, his spiritual will wasn't pulled into that ancient world. Instead, he obtained a cultivation chant. The white tiger aura, the Tao of aged metal, can kill 10,000 with a thought, can kill immortals and Buddhas. Lin Feng softly chanted this cultivation chant. A high-level haki like the white tiger haki could be cultivated postnatal. But the prerequisite was Lin Feng needed to refine the white bone origin bone into his body. The white tiger holy origin bone didn't reject Lin Feng's body. To cultivate the white tiger haki, one needed to use the power of the white bone origin bone. If the white tiger origin bone rejected Lin Feng, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to cultivate the white tiger haki. I'm not from the white tiger clan, so I don't have the qualifications to cultivate the white tiger haki. If I fuse the white tiger origin bone into my body will have the aura of the white tiger clan. This way, I can cultivate the white tiger haki. I wonder if my understanding is correct. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "How can it be so simple? The white tiger origin bone will probably have some unknown effects, but the prerequisite is that the white tiger origin bone doesn't reject your body. If the white tiger origin bone rejects your body, even if you obtain the cultivation method of the white tiger haki, you won't be able to cultivate it." Lin Feng nodded. The Demon Lord was right on this point. In the past, Lin Feng had obtained a saint's bone and had absorbed it. The sacred bone contained unimaginable power. It was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't particularly unfamiliar with the refined bone body. After all, he had shocked everyone once before. Where should I refine the white tiger origin bone into my body? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, "Dragons follow the clouds, tigers follow the wind. If it's the dragon origin bone, I suggest you refine it into your spine to protect it. If it's the tiger origin bone, I suggest you refine it into your thighs." Thighs? Lin Feng was surprised. Chapter 2463. Lin Feng began to try to refine the white tiger origin bone into his leg. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to cultivate the white tiger aura. Lin Feng wanted to refine the white tiger origin bone into the place where the thigh bone and the tibia bone connected. This place happened to be where the knee was connected. There was a gap. He could refine the white tiger origin bone into it. Lin Feng took out a dagger, cut this part, and then stuffed the white tiger origin bone into it. Next, Lin Feng activated the immortal divine body and his flesh and blood regenerated. The new blood that grew wrapped around the white tiger origin bone. Then, Lin Feng began to activate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Waves of archaic dragonesque elephant power surged into the white tiger origin bone. Under the effect of the archaic dragonesque elephant power, the white tiger origin bone gradually began to fuse with Lin Feng's bones. There's no rejection. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. He thought that he would be able to refine the white tiger origin bone smoothly. But soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. Waves of terrifying aura began to surge out of the white tiger origin bone. Bang! Lin Feng's body was directly sent flying by the terrifying power from the white tiger origin bone. Barf! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. Puff! The white tiger origin bone continued to vibrate with terrifying power. That was a terrifying power. It directly pierced through Lin Feng's body. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was as if he was riddled with holes. Lin Feng's face became extremely pale. The white tiger origin bone had caused great damage to his body. Now that the white tiger origin bone was in Lin Feng's body, if this continued, it would obviously have an extremely adverse effect on Lin Feng. It could even harm his life. Lin Feng also knew that the current situation was quite bad for him. He hurriedly circulated his immortal divine body to heal his injured body. At the same time, he began to circulate his supreme aura to suppress the terrifying power that was being released by the white tiger origin bone in his body. The reason why Lin Feng didn't circulate his epoch dominance was because he was worried that if his epoch dominance couldn't suppress the white tiger source bone, it would be too late to circulate his epoch dominance. He might as well get it done once and for all and directly activate his supreme aura. The white tiger source bone was gradually suppressed by the supreme tyrannical aura. However, the white tiger source bone was rejecting Lin Feng's body. This made Lin Feng's expression very ugly. This was because the white tiger source bone was related to the white tiger haki, and Lin Feng was very eager to successfully cultivate the white tiger haki. This was cyan haki, such a terrifying haki. Once he successfully cultivated it, how much would his battle strength increase? However, now that the white tiger origin bone rejected his body, Lin Feng felt that he might not have the opportunity to cultivate the white tiger aura. Therefore, he was extremely depressed now. However, Lin Feng was not a person who gave up easily. He began to circulate the white tiger's murderous aura. All of the white tiger's murderous aura was poured into the white tiger source bone by Lin Feng. Lin Feng hoped that the white tiger source bone would gradually adapt to his body after sensing the white tiger's murderous aura and stop resisting his body. To Lin Feng's surprise, more and more white tiger's murderous aura poured into the white tiger source bone. The white tiger source bone's resistance to him was gradually weakening. Not long after, the white tiger source bone no longer resisted Lin Feng's body. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm going to successfully refine the white tiger source bone. Lin Feng immediately laughed loudly. Time passed. 6 hours later. Lin Feng had finally managed to absorb the white tiger's original bone. The white tiger source bone and Lin Feng's bones fused together, becoming a part of him. The white tiger source bone was the same as the sacred bone that Lin Feng had refined previously. They both contained great power. Lin Feng could activate the white tiger source bone and use its power. I've finally succeeded in refining the white tiger source bone. I can now try to cultivate the white tiger aura. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Cultivating the white tiger aura was not an easy task. Lin Feng knew this very well. However, Lin Feng had enough patience and confidence to successfully cultivate the white tiger aura. Deep into the night, Lin Feng cooked a sumptuous meal. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were drowsy after eating. The two of them had been playing crazily during this period, so they were very tired and had been sleeping for the past few days. However, Lil Tian was full of energy. Lin Feng sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the mountain river ring to rest while Lil Tian and Lin Feng sat together and chatted. Lil Tian was still young, so many of her questions were amusing. Having such a small child by his side was quite delightful. Of course, the most important thing was that Lil Tian's cultivation was very strong. If he encountered any danger that he could not deal with, he could work with Lil Tian. With Lil Tian around, everything could be easily solved. The depths of the island were very dangerous. Many powerful beasts were active here. Now that the sweet sound flower had matured, many powerful beasts had entered the depths of the island to search for it. Therefore, it was common to see cultivators fighting beasts in the depths of the island. There were not many sweet sound flowers in the depths of the island. Moreover, the places where the sweet sound flowers grew were often densely covered with terrifying restrictions. Therefore, it was very difficult to harvest them. Lin Feng and Lil Tian collected a total of 12 sweet sound flowers. Eat. Lil Tian knew that the sweet sound flower could increase the power of one's soul. She held a sweet sound flower in her hand and wanted to eat it directly. However, when she saw the thorny sweet sound flower, she could not bring herself to eat it. Lil Tian pouted. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but laugh. We can take the sweet sound flower and exchange it for pills, Lin Feng said. Lil Tian nodded and handed the sweet sound lake in her hand to Lin Feng. More and more cultivators entered the Sweet Sound Island in search of the sweet sound flower. Lin Feng and Lil Tian searched for a few more days but did not find any. There were very few sweet sound flowers in the first place. Many of them had already been taken. Perhaps there were some more secluded places like the Sweet Sound Lake. However, it would be very difficult to find them. Lin Feng planned to leave the Sweet Sound Lake. Although 12 sweet sound flowers were not a lot, it was a good harvest for other cultivators. After leaving, Lin Feng and Lil Tian flew in the direction of the 9 states immortal kingdom. Along the way, Lin Feng and Lil Tian were attacked by countless soul-splitting birds. These soul-splitting birds formed flocks. It was said that even the smallest flock had tens of millions of soul-splitting birds gathered together. Chapter 2464. The densely packed soul-splitting birds attacked Lin Feng and Little Tian. Lin Feng discovered that there were simply too many of these social creatures in the 9 continents paradise. For example, they had encountered the skeletal lizards and the demonic sonar bugs. Now, there was a flock of soul-splitting birds. This was especially true for this flock of soul-splitting birds. There were simply too many of them. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone so many soul-splitting birds. Thus, the current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and Little Tian. Lin Feng summoned the purple gold heavenly ball to protect him and Little Tian. However, as time passed, the defensive barrier created by the purple gold heavenly ball was gradually being destroyed. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The current situation was extremely bad. It would not be easy to kill their way out of this endless flock of soul-splitting birds. Uncle Lin, do you hear that sound? Suddenly, Little Tian said. Sound? What sound? Uncle did not hear it. Lin Feng said. Little Tian heard it. It seems like someone is playing a flute. Little Tian said. Playing a flute? Lin Feng was shocked. As far as the eye could see, there were only soul-splitting birds everywhere. There was no one here at all. Could someone be playing a flute? Did Little Tian hear wrongly? Or did he not hear it? Lin Feng listened carefully. He could faintly hear the sound of a flute. There really is the sound of a flute. It seems to be coming from the northwest. Lin Feng said in shock. Little Tian Tian pointed in a certain direction. She was also pointing in the northwest. However, the little girl was too young and did not know how to tell directions. She did not know how to express herself verbally. Thus, she could only express herself physically. Could someone be controlling the soul-splitting birds? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, his face filled with shock. This was too inconceivable. It was too shocking. It was too inconceivable. How could such a large flock of soul-splitting birds be controlled by someone? However, there were indeed many beast-controlling sects in this world. Those sects knew how to control all kinds of beasts. However, the cultivators of those sects were able to control some herds of beasts and insects, but only on a small scale. The number of soul-cleaving birds was simply too great. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. It was simply inconceivable that it could be controlled by someone. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian weaved through the flock of soul-splitting birds. Very quickly, they saw a huge soul-splitting bird. That god-splitting bird was actually over 10 meters long, and its entire body was golden. On the god-splitting bird's body, there was also a woman sitting there. At this moment, the woman was playing a flute. The woman was wearing clothes made of animal skin. Looking at the way they dressed, they looked very wild. This was because her clothes only covered a few important parts of her body. For example, the clothes on her upper body only covered her breasts. The clothes on the lower half of her body covered her buttocks. Lin Feng really wanted to ask, "Beauty, aren't you cold dressed like this?" However, he would probably be beaten up by that woman, right? "Wow, it's a beautiful big sister," little Tian Tian said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "What beautiful big sister? She's the one who controlled the flock of soul-splitting birds to attack us. Then little Tian Tian doesn't like her anymore." Little Tian Tian said, "Beauty, we have no enmity between us in the past. If you let us go now, why don't we make a new friend?" Lin Feng said in a low voice. The woman chuckled and said, "You can be considered to have some ability since you're still alive after being trapped by the godrend birds for such a long time. Now, if you submit to this princess and become this princess's male slave, then this princess will spare your life." Lin Feng said, "Princess? Are you the princess of the 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom? I know Zhao Lin. Do you know her? Are you sisters? However, there's a huge difference in your dressing style. How about you let us go today for Zhao Lin's sake?" Unexpectedly, the woman snorted and said, "Zhao Lin is my mortal enemy. Don't you know that? Jiyu Ye. You're called Jiyu Ye? What a nice name. It's as beautiful as you," Lin Feng said. This bold and unrestrained woman was indeed a top-notch woman. Whether it was her figure or her face, they could all be considered top-notch. She was a rare beauty in the human world. Glib tongue. "Since you're Zhao Lin's friend, I can't let you live," Jiyu Ye said coldly. She was about to give the order to attack Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Lin Feng realized that Jiyu Ye seemed to have a bad relationship with Zhao Lin. They were not sisters at all. Lin Feng had heard that there was a 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom in the 9 provinces Immortal Realm. That was why Jiyu Ye had said that she was a princess. He had mistakenly thought that Jiyu Ye was a princess of the 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Lin Feng had misunderstood. Who said that one had to establish a country to become a princess? For example, the chiefs of some ancient tribes like to give themselves some resounding titles. Perhaps Jiyu Ye's father was the chief of some tribe and called himself an emperor. Jiyu Ye could naturally be called a princess, said Lin Feng hastily. "Beauty, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, I've only met Zhao Lin once. We're not friends, we're just acquaintances. I thought you and Zhao Lin were sisters, so I lied. Now, I'll tell you the truth, I don't like that woman either. She goes out with hundreds of people, she looks like a nouveau riche. I despise people like that the most. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Swear to be my male slave, or choose to die. Choose one of these 2 paths," Jiyu Ye said. This woman had a kind of exotic charm, like a wild Persian cat, as if she needed a man to conquer her. That kind of high and mighty gaze made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. He wanted nothing more than to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Lin Feng said, "You want me to be your male slave? I also want you to be my female slave. This young master doesn't mind having a female slave like you by my side." "What did you say?" Jiu Ye looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Right now, Lin Feng's situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. If she gave the order, this guy would die in the Yellow Springs. In such a situation, shouldn't Lin Feng bow and scrape? Even if he didn't want to be her male slave, he should at least try to negotiate, right? But Lin Feng didn't do that. Instead, he arrogantly wanted to take her as his female slave. Chapter 2465. Jiu Ye looked at Lin Feng angrily and said, "Do you know what you're saying? Do you know how stupid your actions are? Do you know the price of infuriating me?" The furious Jiu Ye asked Lin Feng 3 questions in a row. Her charming eyes glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Jiu Ye was a very proud woman. Of course, she had the right to be proud. Jiu Ye's cultivation was very powerful. In addition, she could control the soul-splitting birds. No cultivator of the younger generation dared to provoke her. Even cultivators of the older generation had to take a detour when they saw her. Lin Feng was surrounded by the soul-splitting birds, yet he was still so arrogant. This made Jiu Ye feel that Lin Feng was looking down on her. Jiu Ye was not someone with a good temper. She was very beautiful. However, being beautiful had nothing to do with having a good temper. Jiu Ye belonged to the type of people who were high and mighty. She could take someone's life at the slightest disagreement. How could such a person, who was decisive and vicious, have a good temper? Lin Feng smiled at Jiu Ye and said, "You're so beautiful, but your temper is a little bad. However, if I train you well for a while, your temper should improve. Then, you'll definitely become an obedient servant girl." "You are courting death," Jiu Ye screamed in anger. Someone actually dared to provoke her and look down on her like this. Jiu Ye could not tolerate this. Now, Jiu Ye only had one thought. She wanted to capture this detestable person in front of her. Then, she would ruthlessly torture him. At that time, she would watch him kneel in front of her and beg her to take him as her slave. Jiu Ye picked up her flute and began to play it, controlling the soul-splitting birds to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not very far from Jiu Ye now. The reason why Lin Feng had fallen out with Jiu Ye was because he was very close to her. If he and little Tian Tian attacked Jiu Ye, they would most likely be able to suppress her. Jiu Ye was indeed able to control a huge flock of god-splitting birds. However, the biggest mistake Jiu Ye had made was that she shouldn't have allowed him to find her. Lin Feng believed that Jiu Ye must have seen him and little Tian Tian looking for her. But Jiu Ye didn't care about that at all. As far as she was concerned, so what if she was found? In her eyes, Lin Feng and Xiao Tiantian couldn't do anything. "Little girl, do it," Lin Feng said. Boom, then, he unleashed his epoch dominance. Epochal Haki released a powerful deterrent force. It directly enveloped the surrounding god-splitting birds that were flying over. The densely packed soul-splitting birds were sent flying by Ji Jie's domineering aura. Lin Feng and Xiao Tiantian rushed towards Jiu Ye. Jiu Ye clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng and little Tian Tian to be able to get close to her so quickly. She was slightly surprised, but then she sneered. Jiu Ye took out a small golden bell. The small golden bell flew out as fast as lightning. The small golden bell sucked Lin Feng and little Tian Tian into it. Then, the small golden bell quickly shrank and flew towards Jiu Ye. "You dare to jump around in front of me with such a weak cultivation?" Jiu Ye couldn't help but snort. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds rang out from the small golden bell. Inside the small golden bell, little Tian Tian waved her little fists and punched the small golden bell again and again. Little Tian Tian's strength was too terrifying. She didn't rely on her physical strength. Instead, there was an earth-shattering magic power within her body. Lin Feng didn't know how such boundless magic power had appeared in little Tian Tian's body. However, Little Tian Tian was able to easily use such powerful magic power. It was simply unbelievable. Even Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could use such powerful magic power. Little Tian Tian's origins were simply too mysterious. Jiyu Ye's treasure was able to instantly suck Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian into it. It was obvious how powerful this treasure was. However, under Little Tian Tian's attacks, the treasure's luster had dimmed. Not long after, Little Tian Tian's attacks caused the treasure to lose a great deal of its divine nature. Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian flew out of the small golden bell. This treasure would probably be unusable for a while. Little Tian Tian hates you. After flying out, Little Tian Tian snorted and threw a punch at Jiyu Ye. Lin Feng used the 8 God sealing seals to seal Jiyu Ye. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Feng knew that there was still a huge gap between his cultivation and Little Tian Tian's. Therefore, when Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian worked together, Little Tian Tian was usually the main attacker. Lin Feng supported her from the side. They worked together very well. This time, it was the same. Jiyu Ye had thought that Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that Little Tian Tian would be so ferocious that she could break the small golden bell with her tender fists? It was too late for Jiyu Ye to retreat, but she didn't want to fight Little Tian Tian and Lin Feng head-on. Jiyu Ye waved her right hand, and a Milky Way world appeared between her, Lin Feng, and Little Tian Tian. This divine ability was called the Milky Way. With a light stroke, a Milky Way would appear between heaven and earth. It seemed to be very close. When one wanted to cross this distance, it was as if they were separated by a Milky Way world. Jiyu Ye's divine ability was really powerful. If Lin Feng were to break this divine ability of hers, even Lin Feng might not be able to do so. However, Little Tian Tian was too powerful. Little Tian Tian could crush any cultivator of the younger generation, and even any cultivator of the older generation. Lin Feng had once thought that, unless the emperor himself came, or else, no one was a match for Little Tian Tian. Jiyu Ye was no exception. Little Tian Tian directly waved her tender fists and smashed them directly at the Milky Way world that Jiyu Ye had condensed. Bang! The Milky Way world collapsed. Little Tian Tian's incomparably violent punch formed a powerful fist intent and directly sent Jiyu Ye and the giant god-splitting bird she was sitting on flying. Jiyu Ye's heart was filled with shock. Was this the strength that a 5 or 6-year-old girl should have? Was she dreaming? Wasn't this little girl's cultivation too abnormal? How could she be so powerful? All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but Jiyu Ye's movements didn't slow down at all. She quickly retreated, wanting to quickly increase the distance between them. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Jiyu Ye. He used the 8 divine seals to condense dense array patterns. Those array patterns wrapped around Jiyu Ye's body. They directly sealed all the magic power in Jiyu Ye's body. Chapter 2466. Jiyu Ye had never imagined that she would be sealed by Lin Feng. She was in control of the God-splitter birds, and she had a powerful cultivation. Now that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, Jiyu Ye didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be. In Jiyu Ye's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely not a kind person. He might really do something beastly to her. Jiyu Ye was extremely confident in her looks. In Jiyu Ye's eyes, Lin Feng was the type of person who was a pervert. TSK, TSK. Now that you're in my hands, how do you think I should deal with you? Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Jiyu Ye's waist, preventing her from falling. Screech. The God-splitter bird king was psychic. When it saw that Jiyu Ye had been captured, it immediately let out a series of ear-piercing screeches, seemingly threatening Lin Feng, telling him to release Jiyu Ye. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Lin Feng sneered. Hurry up and leave with the God-splitter birds. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't destroy you? The God-splitter bird king's pupils constricted when it heard Lin Feng's words. Clearly, it was very afraid of this matter. However, it didn't leave. Lin Feng looked at Jiyu Ye and said, I'll have to trouble you to let the God-splitter bird king lead the God-splitter birds away. I believe that you don't want to see the Godsplitter Bird King die here, right? Are you threatening me? Jiu Ye gnashed her teeth as she looked at Lin Feng. She wanted nothing more than to bite Lin Feng to death. However, she couldn't do that. She was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Even though she was gnashing her teeth, she could only endure it for now. I'm not threatening you. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing this annoying bird. Lin Feng said calmly. Chimpage. Jiu Ye snorted. Jiu Ye grunted coldly, and then she gazed at the Godrend Bird King and said, Take the Godrend birds and leave for now. The soul-splitting Bird King let out several cries. It looked rather anxious, clearly communicating with Jiu Ye about something. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand what it was trying to say. Jiu Ye also used a strange voice to communicate with the soul-splitting bird monarch. They were obviously doing this on purpose, not wanting Lin Feng to know what they were talking about. Lin Feng was too lazy to care about this. In the end, the soul-splitting Bird King chose to lead its flock away. Before leaving, the soul-splitting bird monarch said to Lin Feng, If you dare harm Ye, I will not let you off. Naturally, it wasn't difficult for the soul-splitting bird monarch to speak the human language. For a powerful creature like the soul-splitting bird monarch, it wasn't difficult at all. Speaking was a very simple matter. What surprised Lin Feng was that the soul-splitting bird monarch's voice was actually female. Clearly, it was a female soul-splitting bird monarch. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry. I can't bear to harm Jiu Ye. I can't wait to dote on her. How could I possibly harm her? Who cares about your doting? You're shameless. Jiu Ye couldn't help but curse. Lin Feng smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. I don't dote on you. I dote on you. As he spoke, he tightened his arms around Jiu Ye's waist. Jiu Ye's soft body pressed tightly against Lin Feng's, causing her to gnash her teeth in anger. The soul-splitting bird monarch didn't stay any longer. It led its flock away. Soon, only Lin Feng, Jiu Ye, and little Tian were left. What will it take for you to let me go? Jiu Ye asked in a low voice. After a brief moment of panic, Jiu Ye had become much calmer. Jiu Ye knew this very well. There was no point in being anxious. At a time like this, it was even more important to calm down. Jiu Ye believed that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be negotiated. My goal is very simple. I want to properly train you and make you my personal maid, Lin Feng said with a smile. I can give you a lot of treasures. I can even tell you the locations of several secret zones and grotto mansions. Those secret zones and grotto mansions might contain boundless wealth. As long as you let me go, I can tell you everything. What do you think of this deal? Lin Feng said calmly, Treasures, wealth, I have plenty of them. Compared to those things, I prefer having a beautiful personal maid by my side. You. Jiu Ye started to speak. Jiu Ye was speechless. She realized that Lin Feng didn't listen to her at all. Moreover, Lin Feng clearly wanted to take her as his personal maid. Jiu Ye didn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Enough with your mumbling. From now on, you are officially my maid for 3 months. During these 3 months, you must serve me well. If you serve me well, you will regain your freedom. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to keep you by my side and train you, Lin Feng said with a smile. You shameless bastard. How can you be considered a hero when you bully a little girl? Jiu Ye immediately shouted. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, If I was a shameless bastard, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Jiu Ye snorted coldly, but she didn't refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued, Now you know you are a little girl. You didn't act like a little woman before, but from now on, you have to serve me honestly. You have no other choice. Jiu Ye glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She also knew that she had no other choice. 3 months it is. This princess will endure it. When this princess is free, see how this princess will deal with you. Jiu Ye viciously thought to herself. Her idea was quite good. Jiu Ye said, All right, I will serve you for 3 months. That's a good girl. Lin Feng smiled. The 9 provinces immortal empire was extremely large. The imperial capital of the 9 provinces immortal empire was called the 9 provinces immortal capital. This was the largest ancient city in the 9 provinces immortal territory, and it was also the capital of the 9 provinces immortal empire. Thus, this place was extremely lively, and it was practically a sea of people. Lin Feng, Xiao Tiantian, and Jiyu Ye arrived at the 9 provinces immortal capital. Jiyu Ye's previous outfit was simply too provocative. If she came to the 9 provinces immortal capital dressed like that, who knew how many people would come to watch? Thus, Lin Feng had Jiyu Ye change into a long dress to cover her exposed body. After entering the 9 provinces immortal capital, Lin Feng carried Xiao Tiantian and went with Jiyu Ye to find a place to stay. Chapter 2467. There were many high-class inns in the 9 continents immortal capital, and the cultivators here knew how to enjoy themselves. Lin Feng rented a courtyard in the first-grade restaurant, where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, and the environment was elegant and pleasant. There were only 9 courtyards in the courtyard, and these courtyards were scattered in picturesque disorder, implying the great Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, each courtyard was filled with energy, and it was really the best place for cultivation. In the evening, Lin Feng prepared a barbecue party in the courtyard. As a foodie, enjoying delicious food was a must every day. The inn had a takeout service, and Lin Feng also ordered a variety of delicacies. However, Jiyu Ye was not interested in these delicacies. She was originally a person of the 9 continents immortal realm, so she was naturally very familiar with the various delicacies of the 9 continents immortal realm. She had a special liking for Lin Feng's barbecue, and she simply devoured Lin Feng's barbecue like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Uncle Lin, these things are not delicious. Little Tian Tian likes to eat the delicacies made by Uncle Lin. Little Tian Tian commented on the table of delicacies that Lin Feng had ordered. Next time, Uncle will make a lot of delicious food for you. Lin Feng rubbed Little Tian Tian's head and said, "Okay." Little Tian Tian nodded heavily. Jiyu Ye muttered while eating, "I didn't know that you actually knew how to cook, and the barbecue you made was so passable." Lin Feng said, "Someone ate 90% of the barbecue alone, and you actually described it as passable. This young master has really broadened my horizons today." Jiyu Ye's pretty face blushed, and she lightly snorted. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Little Tian Tian quickly fell asleep. Only Jiyu Ye and Lin Feng were left sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea. Jiyu Ye had supreme-grade spiritual tea here, and it was really very pleasant to brew a pot of it. Other outsiders, after entering the 9 continents immortal realm, are all looking for opportunities everywhere, but you actually came to the 9 continents immortal realm to enjoy life. What a freak! Jiyu Ye couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng pulled Jiyu Ye up and embraced her slender waist. Jiyu Ye sat in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng said, "How can you speak to your master like that? Do you want master to punish you? You, let me go." Jiyu Ye's pretty face flushed pink, and she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng. She had always kept herself clean. Before she met Lin Feng, she had never had any physical contact with a man. Lin Feng smiled and said, "A maidservant should act like a maidservant. As a maidservant, it is natural for her to be close to her master." Jiyu Ye looked like she wanted nothing more than to stomp Lin Feng to death. Why was it that whenever Lin Feng said something, he could turn black into white? Lin Feng naturally just wanted to tease Jiyu Ye. Seeing Jiyu Ye gnashing her teeth, Lin Feng felt that it was very interesting. The next day, Lin Feng went out with Xiao Tiantian and Jiyu Ye. He planned to go to the auction house to sell his sweet sound flowers. Previously, Lin Feng and Xiao Tiantian had obtained a total of 12 sweet sound flowers. These sweet sound flowers could be refined directly, but it would be a waste to do so. The effects would definitely not be as good as the sweet sound pills. Lin Feng planned to exchange the sweet sound flowers for sweet sound pills. Then, he would use the sweet sound pills to increase his soul power. Jiyu Ye was quite familiar with the Jojo Immortals. She brought Lin Feng to the auction house. The auction house had the backing of the imperial family, and its business was very good. From the outside, The auction house looked like a huge crystal bird's nest. It was magnificent, and the craftsmanship was superb. The interior was divided into 7 levels. The first level was the main hall. There were all kinds of display booths. If one wanted to buy something, they could find it there. In addition to the display booths, there were also counters to buy all kinds of treasures. The auction house was a rather special place. Not only did it sell things, but it also bought all kinds of rare treasures. Some of the top-notch treasures would be put up for auction. Of course, if one didn't want to sell rare treasures to the auction house but wanted to earn a lot of money, they could sell them to the auction house. However, after the auction house would take a 30% commission. Now, the auction house had set up a counter to buy sweet sound flowers. After all, during this period of time, many cultivators had gone to look for the sweet sound flowers. Therefore, the auction house wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to buy the sweet sound flowers. Lin Feng saw a few cultivators talking to an old man behind the counter from afar. They were probably cultivators who wanted to sell the sweet sound flowers. They were now bargaining. How many sweet sound pills can this sweet sound flower be exchanged for? Lin Feng looked at Jiu Ye and asked. Jiu Ye lived in the Jojo immortal realm, so she was naturally very familiar with the sweet sound pills. Therefore, Lin Feng asked this question. He needed to find out about the market price first, and then have a good talk with the auction house. Usually, it's 2 pills. Jiu Ye said. How many sweet sound flowers do you need to refine a cauldron of pills? How many sweet sound pills can be refined from a cauldron of pills? Lin Feng asked. A sweet sound flower is the main ingredient, and other supplementary ingredients are needed to refine a cauldron of pills. It can refine around 12 to 15 pills. Jiu Ye said. This auction house is really black-hearted. Lin Feng muttered. Jiu Ye said, who asked the imperial family of the Jojo Immortal Kingdom to have the method to refine the sweet sound pill? If there was a second power that knew how to refine the sweet sound pill, the price wouldn't be so ridiculous. Even if you add in the supplementary ingredients and the cost of labor, it's reasonable that a sweet sound flower can be exchanged for 7 or 8 sweet sound pills. The imperial family of the Jojo Immortal Kingdom will also make a profit. The sweet sound pill is very precious. It only ripens once every 3,000 years, and there are probably only a few dozen sweet sound flowers each time. Therefore, the sweet sound flower is too rare, so the imperial family of the Jojo Immortal Kingdom will naturally think of ways to lower the price. There are too many monks and too little gruel, so they must be eyeing the sweet sound pill. Lin Feng said. At this time, a few cultivators seemed to have reached an agreement with the old man. Then, a maid came out and led the cultivators upstairs. Lin Feng carried Xiao Tiantian and walked over with Jiu Ye. Young master, are you selling sweet sound flowers? The old man asked with a smile. Of course, and I'm selling quite a few. Lin Feng smiled. The old man's eyes lit up. It was difficult to purchase sweet sound flowers every time because all the major powers were buying them. Although some of the major powers couldn't refine the sweet sound pill, they could use the sweet sound flower to refine other pills. Therefore, it was already a good harvest for the auction house to be able to purchase 30 or 40 sweet sound flowers. If the cultivators in charge of purchasing sweet sound flowers could exceed the quota, they would be rewarded handsomely. How many sweet sound flowers do you have, young master? The old man asked. 12. Lin Feng smiled. The old man was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Lin Feng had 12 sweet sound flowers. Chapter 2468. It wasn't easy to obtain a sweet sound flower. A single stalk of sweet sound flower was extremely valuable, and Lin Feng actually had 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers. This was a huge business deal. Haha, young master, why don't we talk in the VIP lounge upstairs? The old man was very knowledgeable and reacted quickly. He immediately smiled and invited Lin Feng upstairs for a discussion. All right. Lin Feng nodded. In the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor, a maid served tea as the host and the guest took their seats. Xiao Tiantian was playing in the lounge. Jiu Ye looked at Xiao Tiantian from the side. I am Liang Wandao. How should I address you, young master? The old man asked with a smile. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. My apologies for not recognizing you. Liang Wandao cupped his fists with a smile. Lin Feng replied politely. Then, Lin Feng picked up his teacup and sipped the spirit tea without saying anything else. Doing business was a competition of patience. Right now, whoever spoke first would be the weaker party. They would definitely be at a disadvantage in the negotiation later on. With the resources in his hands, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about not being able to sell the sweet sound flowers. The one who was truly worried was Liang Wandao. He definitely wanted to complete this huge deal. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Liang Wandao couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "What a sly fox." Liang Wandao worked in the auction house all year round and had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, he could guess what Lin Feng was thinking. He also knew what Lin Feng wanted. He wanted to exchange for more sweet sound pills. It wasn't good for both sides to just sit there and do nothing. Liang Wandao said, "Lin Gongzi is selling 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers in one go. Our auction house will give Lin Gongzi a satisfactory price." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I wonder what kind of price Elder Liang will give me." Liang Wandao said, "Other people who come to the auction house to sell sweet sound flowers usually get 2 sweet sound pills per stalk. However, I'm fated with you. How about this? Young master's 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers can be sold for a total of 30 sweet sound pills. This price is already very sincere," said Lin Feng while smiling. "I've heard that a cauldron can produce 12 to 15 sweet sound pills. 12 sweet sound flowers can produce between 144 sweet sound pills and 180 sweet sound pills. If you can only get 30 sweet sound pills, then it's not a good deal and we don't need to talk about it anymore," said Lin Feng while smiling. Liang Wandao hurriedly said, "Lin Gongzi, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. It seems that Lin Gongzi has already done a comprehensive understanding of the sweet sound flower before coming here. Lin Gongzi should also know that refining the sweet sound pill requires a lot of precious auxiliary materials. These are also cost." Jiu Ye smiled and said, "How precious can some auxiliary materials be? Elder Liang, don't deceive us." Liang Wandao's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Jiu Ye and said, "Miss, why do you say that? What this elder said is the truth. Let's not talk about the value of these auxiliary materials. This pill formula is in the hands of the royal family of the 9 continents. Our auction house is backed by the royal family of the 9 continents. You can't buy sweet sound pills anywhere else except here. If you want sweet sound pills, you can only buy them from us. Just based on this point, this old man's price is already very sincere." Liang Wandao's words were actually very clear. If you want sweet sound pills to increase your cultivation, you can only buy them from us. You can't buy them anywhere else. Therefore, the sweet sound flower can only be sold to us. We have the final say in the price, not the seller. Over the years, many cultivators who sold sweet sound flowers had haggled over the price, but in the end, they still had to accept the price given by the auction house. This was where the confidence of the auction house came from. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I don't think I said that I definitely need sweet sound pills. There are many heavenly treasures or pills that can increase one's soul force. I can use other things to replace the sweet sound pill. I heard that several other powers are also buying sweet sound flowers. I can use these sweet sound flowers to directly trade with them." After saying this, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. Liang Wandao was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Lin Feng's attitude would be so resolute. Moreover, looking at Lin Feng's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Lin Feng really wanted to leave. Now, it was Liang Wandao's turn to be anxious. If he couldn't complete such a huge business deal and the higher-ups found out, he would be punished. "Lin Gongzi, please wait. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can continue the discussion," Liang Wandao hurriedly said. Lin Feng sat back down and said, "I have many choices, but whether or not this deal can be completed depends on your sincerity. 35 sweet sound pills. That's my limit," Liang Wandao said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's not enough. It's still a little far from my goal. Lin Gongzi, you're too greedy," Liang Wandao said. Lin Feng said, "I have the resources. and you need them. We're both taking what we need. How can I be greedy? Liang Wandao asked. How many sweet sound pills do you want, Lin Gongzi? 60. That's my bottom line. Lin Feng said. That price is absolutely impossible. Liang Wandao said. The auction house has never done such a business before. Lin Feng smiled and said, Elder Liang, you can apply to the higher-ups. Perhaps they'll agree. Liang Wandao's expression changed. He said, all right. Lin Gongzi, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Thank you, Elder Liang. Lin Feng nodded. Liang Wandao quickly left. After Liang Wandao left, Jiu Ye said unhappily, it's always others who scam the auction house. When it's your turn, it's you who scams the auction house. 60 sweet sound pills? Are you trying to rob us? The imperial family of 9 provinces, as well as some other major powers, are all eyeing the pills covetously. They don't even have enough for themselves. Do you think they'll agree? Lin Feng said, I was just about to ask for 80, but after thinking about it, I don't think they'll agree. I reckon that 60 is their limit. If they don't agree, we'll just leave. At most, we'll just eat these sweet sound flowers to cultivate. Eating them directly is a waste of resources, Jiu Ye said speechlessly. Chapter 2469. Lin Gongzi, this is the president of our auction house, Zhao Shuya. Liang Wandao introduced her to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that the royal family of the 9 continents' immortal kingdom was surnamed Zhao. Since this woman was called Zhao Shuya, she should be a relative of the royal family of the 9 continents' immortal kingdom. The woman in front of him was truly enchanting. She was a peerless beauty herself. Moreover, she had a charming and mature temperament that made people infatuated with her. This was something that women with little experience couldn't compare to. Lin Gongzi. Shuya greets you here. Zhao Shuya smiled slightly, her charm moving. If it was any other man, they would probably be stunned by her beauty. However, Lin Feng had seen too many peerless beauties before, and his new maidservant, Jiu Ye, was one of them. Thus, he acted as if nothing had happened. Fairy is too courteous. Lin Feng smiled. Zhao Shuya giggled and said, Lin Gongzi really knows how to talk. I'm not a fairy. Zhao Shuya then gestured for Lin Feng to sit down. Zhao Shuya said, I've already heard Lin Gongzi's request from Elder Liang. It's not that we can't agree to this request, but we have a condition. What condition? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Shuya. In a few days, there will be an auction. Lin Gongzi needs to take out a deathly still fruit, and this deathly still fruit will become one of the promotional items for our auction house, Zhao Shuya said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think that Zhao Shuya would know that he had a deathly still fruit. Zhao Shuya said, Lin Gongzi, please don't misunderstand. Our auction house has no ill intentions towards Lin Gongzi. The reason we know that Lin Gongzi has a deathly still fruit is because a cultivator called Emperor Azurbul came to our 9 continents' immortal capital a while ago and sold this information to the Mercenary Association. Our auction house also received this information, and I'm sure that many people are looking for Lin Gongzi. Some of them might have bad intentions, while some of them might sincerely want to make a deal with Lin Gongzi. Our auction house belongs to the latter group. We want to make a deal with Lin Gongzi. When the time comes, our auction house will help us bid a high price for Lin Gongzi. At the same time, we can also use the deathly still fruit to attract even more people. Our auction house also, we can use the deathly still fruit to sell to the Mercenary Association. Our auction house also received the news auction house. Many people's auction house is. Alright, I can promise you. But where is this Azurbul Emperor? Do you know where he is? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had already guessed who this Emperor Azurbul was. It was definitely that bastard Big Azurbul. That guy was full of lies. He said that he would never go to the 9 continents' immortal kingdom, that he wanted to go to places where cultivators gathered the most, and so on. That bastard sold his information in exchange for a lot of benefits. As for himself, he would encounter a lot of trouble. It wasn't hard to imagine that many people would come looking for him soon. Just as Zhao Shuya said, Some people might sincerely want to make a deal with him in exchange for the deathly still fruit, while others wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. He came to the 9 continents' immortal capital to look for opportunities. How could he have the time to fight with a group of people? This damned azure bull, the next time I see it, I'll kill it, skin it, and then stew it into a pot of beef soup. Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously in his heart. Zhao Shuya said, "This Emperor Azure Bull has already left the 9 continents' immortal capital. As for where he went, we don't know." Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the idea of killing the Azure Bull to make beef soup would have to be put aside for now. Zhao Shuya took out a porcelain bottle and said, "There are 60 wonder sound pills in here. Lin Gongzi, take a look." Lin Feng said, "There's no need to look. I trust you on this." Lin Feng took out 12 wonder sound flowers and a deathly still fruit. Then, he said, "This is what you need." Zhao Shuya smiled when she saw Lin Feng take out the wonder sound flower and deathly still fruit. After putting them away, she took out an agreement and handed it to Lin Feng. Zhao Shuya said, "This is the agreement for the auction of the deathly still fruit. After the auction, according to the rules, the auction house will take 30% of the reward as commission. If there are no problems, we can sign it." Lin Feng looked at it and found that there were no problems, so he signed his name. Zhao Shuya said, "The auction will be held in 7 days. If you're interested, you can come and participate. Perhaps you'll find something you need." Lin Feng said, "All right, I'll definitely come." After a slight pause, Lin Feng said, "Right, I need a batch of materials. I wonder if the auction house can help me gather them." Lin Feng took out a piece of paper. The materials written on it were the materials needed to refine the white tiger clone. Zhao Shuya glanced at it and said, "Most of the materials are easy to gather, but the earth crystal, flame immortal stone, and immortal spirit wood are extremely rare. I'm afraid they won't be easy to find." Those 3 materials were indeed very rare. Lin Feng said, "I'll trouble you to help me look around. If you can find them, I'll buy them no matter the price." "All right, I'll do my best to help you," Zhao Shuya said. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After leaving the auction house, Lin Feng didn't stay outside for long. He returned to his residence with Xiao Tiantian and Jiyu Ye. Lin Feng planned to refine the wonder pill to increase his soul force. "Little girl, eat these pills." Lin Feng took out 30 wonder pills and gave them to Xiao Tiantian. Xiao Tiantian ate them as if they were jelly beans, and she quickly finished them all. "Uncle Lin, Xiao Tiantian is sleepy." Xiao Tiantian yawned. The little girl would absorb the wonder pill's medicinal energy in her sleep. Lin Feng sent Xiao Tiantian into his mountain river ring. It would be safer that way. After that, Lin Feng told Jiyu Ye that he was going into seclusion. Jiyu Ye's magic energy had been sealed by Lin Feng. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't worried that she would escape. Jiyu Ye couldn't wait for Lin Feng to go into seclusion. It would be best if he went into seclusion for 3 months. When he came out, she would regain her freedom. Lin Feng began his seclusion. He swallowed all 30 wonder sound pills. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The medicinal energy of the wonder pills was being refined bit by bit. Lin Feng's soul force was now at first layer quasi-emperor realm. After refining the 30 wonder pills, his soul force reached 3rd layer quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng was very happy that his soul force increased by 2 layers. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of wonder pills. If he had enough, his soul force could reach 99 layer quasi-emperor realm. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied that he could increase his soul force by 2 layers at once. On the 2nd day after he came out of seclusion, someone came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. This letter was actually sent by Zhao Lin. In the letter, Zhao Lin said that she wanted to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to meet him. Lin Feng had met Zhao Lin once before. Chapter 2470. Zhao Lin invited Lin Feng to meet her at the palace. The palaces of the cultivation world did not have as many rules as the palaces of the mortal world. Therefore, Lin Feng could enter the palace. In the palaces of the mortal world, other than the emperor, those who could enter the palace were eunuchs. The palace of the 9 continents' immortal country was magnificent and majestic. Lin Feng came to the palace alone. As for Xiao Tiantian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit stayed in the residence to play. Jiu Yia was in charge of looking after them. Outside the palace, there was already a palace maid waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi, please follow me. The palace maid who was waiting for Lin Feng bowed slightly to Lin Feng and then said aloud. This palace maid's figure and face were both extremely beautiful. Please lead the way, Lin Feng said. Young master, you're too kind, the palace maid said and then led the way to the palace. When they arrived at the entrance of the palace, she took out a token and handed it to the guard. Then, the guard let them go. Lin Feng followed the palace maid into the palace. The palace was extremely large. Therefore, after entering the palace, Lin Feng boarded the beast carriage that was already prepared. Where did Princess Zhao Lin want to meet me? Lin Feng asked. The palace maid said, in the princess's own palace, the Jade Immortal Palace. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect Zhao Lin to have her own palace. It seemed that Zhao Lin was an extremely valued junior. Otherwise, how could she have her own palace? Go, go, go. The carriage driver drove the beast carriage forward. About an hour later, they arrived at Zhao Lin's residence. It was a huge courtyard. There were rockery, strange stones, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. The environment was really oppressive. In the depths of the courtyard was a huge palace. That palace should be Zhao Lin's Jade Immortal Palace. Before entering the Jade Immortal Palace, Lin Feng heard the pleasant sound of a pipa. Many women liked to play the pipa. However, Zhao Lin was very interested in musical instruments like the pipa. The song she played was called Moonlit Night on the Spring River. The melody was beautiful and pleasant to the ears. It was as if it wanted to bring people into the world of the song. Lin Feng entered the Jade Fairy Palace under the guidance of a palace maid. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Zhao Lin revealed a charming smile to Lin Feng, but she didn't stop playing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, found a place to sit down and quietly enjoy the view. The palace maid did not disturb the two of them and retreated, leaving Lin Feng and Zhao Lin alone. Zhao Lin wore a veil even in the palace. Now that he was playing the pipa, Lin Feng felt as if he was hugging the pipa and covering half of his face. When the song Spring River Moonlight Night ended, Lin Feng seemed to still be immersed in that kind of beauty, unable to extricate himself for a long time, making people forget to return. What do you think of my song, young master? Zhao Lin asked. Her voice was very gentle and beautiful. Now, she had changed the way she addressed herself. She actually called herself young master in front of Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Normally, women would only use such terms in front of extremely close male friends. Obviously, Lin Feng and Zhao Lin's relationship was not close. In fact, it was only the second time they had met. Although he was puzzled, Lin Feng's expression did not change. He said, the song played by the princess is really amazing. Hee. Young master is too kind, Zhao Lin said with a smile. Lin Feng said, I wonder why fairy has called me here today. Zhao Lin said, I heard that young master has the deathly still fruit. I wonder if I can exchange it with young master. Lin Feng finally understood why Zhao Lin had called him servant in front of him in such an intimate way. It seemed that Zhao Lin wanted to exchange for the deathly still fruit from him. That was why she wanted to get close to him first. Lin Feng did not really want to exchange the deathly still fruits because Lin Feng planned to leave them for his women. Lin Feng had many women now. If he had something good, he would naturally think of them. I have one more, but it has just been sent to the auction house and is about to be auctioned. My apologies, but it seems that I will have to disappoint Princess this time, Lin Feng said. Zhao Lin said, that Azure Ox Emperor said that young master has more than 10 deathly still fruits, and that each person can only consume one deathly still fruit at most. Young master should have many more. A cyan ox is talking nonsense, don't take it seriously, said Lin Feng. Zhao Lin said, as long as young master is willing to exchange the deathly still fruit with me, I can satisfy any price. I want you to accompany me for a night. Lin Feng couldn't help but think wickedly. Zhao Lin was the #1 beauty in the 9 provinces paradise. She was even prettier than the fairy of the 9 heavens. Lin Feng was naturally interested in her. Of course, Lin Feng could only think about having Zhao Lin accompany him for a night. He did not dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, Zhao Lin would probably slash him with her sword. Lin Feng thought about it. He didn't lack any cultivation resources. Currently, what he needed the most were the 3 rare materials to refine the white tiger clone. Of course, he also needed the tyrant bone to raise the level of epoch aura. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have the tyrant bone?" "What's that?" Zhao Lin asked curiously. "It's a very special bone. From the looks of it, you don't have it. Then, do you have the earth crystal, flame immortal rock, and spirit immortal ancient wood?" Lin Feng continued. Zhao Lin shook her head. "You should have the 3,000 great Daos, right?" Lin Feng said. Zhao Lin frowned slightly. Lin Feng mentioned the 3,000 great Daos because he wanted her to exchange them for the deathly still fruit. The 3,000 great Daos were extremely precious. They were the foundation of the Dao. The deathly still fruit was only a natural treasure. No matter how precious it was, it couldn't be compared to the 3,000 great Daos. "It seems like the princess doesn't intend to exchange them," Lin Feng said. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave." "Wait," Zhao Lin said. "Princess, have you changed your mind?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin and asked. Zhao Lin looked at Lin Feng in annoyance and said, "If I didn't need the deathly still fruit urgently, I wouldn't have used the 3,000 great Daos to exchange with you. I can use one of the 3,000 great Daos to exchange for the deathly still fruit, but you can't teach it to anyone else." There was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. Divine abilities obtained through exchanges were not allowed to be taught to others. Every world had its own rules, and cultivators had to abide by these rules. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I know the rules." Swoosh. With a flash of light, a jade tube appeared in Zhao Lin's hand. She handed the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his divine sense to check it, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 2471. Zhao Lin didn't want to exchange the death silence fruit with Lin Feng. She had already said it, and Lin Feng could sense her inner thoughts. However, Zhao Lin needed the death silence fruit, so she had no choice but to trade with Lin Feng. With Zhao Lin's identity and status, she should have mastered many of the 3,000 great Daos. Naturally, he could choose some unpopular great Dao or the 3,000 great Dao that he could not use normally to impart to him. However, what Zhao Lin imparted to him was the great immunity art. Lin Feng was extremely shocked, and he couldn't believe it. The great immunity art was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. It was ranked 53rd among the 3,000 great Daos. Back then, Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the Qianwu continent, the successor of the heavenly god palace, Di Shengtian, had cultivated the great immunity art. It was one of the top divine arts recorded in the great immunity art. However, Lin Feng hadn't been able to fight Di Shengtian in the final battle. Ever since the sea route to the 9 prefectures' great world was opened, the heavenly god palace had disappeared. It was unknown if they had come to the 9 prefectures. Apart from Di Shengtian, the first foreign god he had met in the ancient city also knew about the great immunity art. Perhaps, they had all cultivated the great immunity art before. The great immunity art was a divine ability that could make anyone go crazy. The great immunity art recorded in the great immunity art was extremely useful to cultivators. Once the great immunity art was activated, it could nullify all attacks condensed from the opponent's magic power. For example, it could nullify all kinds of divine abilities, bloodline abilities, and even auras. This was because the activation of these attacks required the use of magic power in order to release their power. Therefore, one could imagine how precious this divine ability was. Zhao Lin asked, "Do you like this divine ability?" "Of course, I like it." Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at Zhao Lin in confusion and asked, "Why are you imparting this divine ability to me? If I said that it's because I admire you, would you believe me? Zhao Lin said. Admire me? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin in astonishment. He wouldn't believe this reason even if he was beaten to death. Although Lin Feng thought that he was handsome and dashing, he was still a man of his word. However, he had only met Zhao Lin twice. For a woman like Zhao Lin to have feelings of admiration for a man she had only met twice. Wasn't this a joke? In any case, Lin Feng wouldn't believe such a thing. What? You don't believe me? Zhao Lin asked. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin Zhao Lin also looked at Lin Feng. Zhao Lin's eyes were very beautiful. Her skin was fair, her figure was graceful, and her temperament was outstanding. However, her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see her true appearance. Lin Feng said with a smile, sometimes, being too charming is a mistake. I'm really too outstanding. Everyone loves me and flowers bloom when they see me. Therefore, I don't doubt the princess's words at all. My charm has always been this great, Zhao Lin said. Young master is really humorous. If you don't mind, I'm willing to become your confidant. Zhao Lin's actions shocked Lin Feng more and more. She was actually willing to directly say that she wanted to become his confidant. This was equivalent to a goddess-like woman taking the initiative to tell a man she had only met twice that she had already fallen in love with him. She wanted to be good to him, so he should accept her love. Anyone who saw this would find it inconceivable and unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander her in his heart. He had no idea what Zhao Lin was up to. However, regardless of whether Zhao Lin was sincere or had other motives, Lin Feng was skilled and daring. He wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would scheme against him. Being able to have a confidant like the princess is really a happy thing. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. He reached out to hug Zhao Lin's small waist. He wanted to see what kind of reaction this goddess in the eyes of countless people would have. Hey, now is not the time, Zhao Lin said with a smile. Then, she nimbly dodged and avoided Lin Feng's embrace. She then laughed. Lin Feng said, this one was rude. I hope the princess doesn't blame me. Zhao Lin smiled and said, how would I dare to blame the prince? In the future, when we are more familiar with each other and our relationship is deeper, Lin will not object to the prince's action. I will definitely be obedient to the prince. Zhao Lin's words were too straightforward. If it was another man, he would probably be so excited that he didn't know his surname. Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. He said, to be able to receive the princess's admiration is really an honor. I see that it's already late and I don't want to disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave for now. I'll send the prince off. Zhao Lin said. Lin Feng smiled and said, thank you for your trouble, princess. After leaving the palace, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Lin's change in attitude was extremely strange. Lin Feng had already felt that Zhao Lin was not a simple woman. Now, her series of inconceivable actions caused Lin Feng to feel even more puzzled. Has she really taken a liking to me? Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his face. His face was indeed handsome. Of course, the most important thing was that he was young and promising. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Of course, this was also a bit of self-praise. After returning to their residence, Jiyu Ye looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, look at how happy you are. Did something happen between you and Zhao Lin? Lin Feng smiled and said, what? Are you jealous? P2E. Why would I be jealous of you? Jiyu Ye spat at Lin Feng. Don't explain. Explaining is just trying to cover it up. Lin Feng grinned and reached out to hug Jiyu Ye's waist. Jiyu Ye's magic power was sealed, so she couldn't escape from Lin Feng's embrace. Don't go too far. Jiyu Ye gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's already late autumn, and I saw that you were wearing thin clothes. I was worried that you would catch a cold, so I used my embrace to warm you up. Don't misunderstand me. When she heard Lin Feng's words, Jiyu Ye immediately felt the urge to smash Lin Feng into a pulp with a punch. This guy was taking advantage of her, yet he could still speak so confidently. How could he be so shameless? Lin Feng said, you seem to have a grudge with Zhao Lin. What do you think of Zhao Lin? Jiu Ye said, she's a very scheming woman. Chapter 2472. Back then, I went on a mission with Zhao Lin. At that time, we were still quite young. When we went out to train, there were more than 20 people in our group, but all of them fell into Zhao Lin's trap. Other than me, everyone died tragically. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, obtained a fortuitous encounter. From then on, she soared to the heavens. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not think that Jiu Ye was lying. However, Jiu Ye didn't explain in detail what had happened back then. Lin Feng didn't know if there was a secret behind it or not. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was certain of. He had to be on guard against Zhao Lin. This woman was not a simple character. If he did not take precautions, he might really fall into her trap. Of course, Lin Feng hoped that he was overthinking things. Let's not talk about Zhao Lin anymore. Let's talk about the two of us, said Lin Feng. What do you mean? Jiu Ye looked at Lin Feng warily. As a servant, I have to serve my master well. This is my duty. When do you plan on serving him? Lin Feng asked with a faint smile. Jiu Ye's face turned pale when she heard Lin Feng mention serving him. However, when she saw the mischievous expression on Lin Feng's face, she immediately realized that she had been played by Lin Feng. Jiu Ye took advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness to get up and stomped on Lin Feng's foot. Lin Feng immediately grimaced in pain. Insolent. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Lin Feng made a move to pounce on Jiu Ye. Jiu Ye shrieked in fright and quickly ran back to her room. Jiu Ye had a fiery and unrestrained personality. Sometimes, it was quite interesting to tease this woman. It was already late at night. Xiao Tiantian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were already asleep. Lin Feng was not sleepy at all. After returning to his room, he began to comprehend the great immunity technique. This divine ability was extremely important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself also had great expectations for this ability. For the next few days, Lin Feng was comprehending the great immunity technique. On the other hand, the auction house spared no effort in promoting this auction. Many good things had appeared in the auction this time. As for the death silence fruit, it also aroused the interest of many people. The deathly still fruit only matured once every 1,000,000 years. Such a heavenly treasure was unimaginably beneficial to one's cultivation. Therefore, when the news of the death silence fruit spread out, many people rushed to the 9 regions' immortal capital to participate in the auction. On the day of the auction, Lin Feng, Jiu Ye, Xiao Tiantian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit rode a beast carriage to the auction house. Jiu Ye also covered her beautiful face with a veil. However, there was no need to look at his face. One only needed to look at her graceful figure to know that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. The auction was very lively. After Lin Feng arrived, Zhao Shuya personally arranged a VIP box for Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng and the others entered the VIP box. Zhao Shuya handed a storage ring to Lin Feng and said, "Inside is the materials that Lin Gongzi needs." However, the Earth Crystal, Flame Immortal Stone, and Spirit Immortal Ancient Wood are still not able to be collected. However, the auction house is currently investigating the whereabouts of these 3 items for young master. I believe that we will have news soon. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, fairy. The money for these materials can be deducted from the money obtained from the auction of the death silence fruit." "No problem," Zhao Shuya said with a smile. Then, she continued, "Today's auction will begin. There are still many things to deal with, so I won't stay here with Lin Gongzi for long. Young master, please do as you wish. If you have any orders, there are servants waiting outside. Young master, you only need to shout." "All right. Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Zhao Shuya then left. Lin Feng sat on the sofa to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. The cultivators participating in the auction were entering the venue one after another. Thus, there was still some time before the auction officially began. There were some spirit fruits on the table in front of the sofa. Jiu Ye picked up a spirit fruit and elegantly ate it. Xiao Tiantian, on the other hand, was happily playing with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. 2 hours later. Dong dong dong, 3 bells rang in the auction hall. The auction officially began. 2 cultivators walked up the stage. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man was a cultivator in his 30s. His name was Zhao Qianyu, and he was a relative of the 9 states' Immortal Kingdom's imperial family. He was also one of the vice presidents of the auction house. This time, he was the one hosting the auction. His partner was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her name was Sichu Jing. She was an experienced auctioneer of the auction house, and she was very good at livening up the atmosphere of an auction. Zhao Qianyu said with a smile, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction held by our auction house. There will be many unexpected treasures in this auction. Now, let's take out the first item." As soon as Zhao Qianyu finished speaking, a servant girl walked out. She held a tray in her hands, and on the tray was a porcelain bottle. It was unknown what was inside the bottle for now. This was the first item to be auctioned. The first item to be auctioned was usually a top-quality item. Among all the items to be auctioned, it was very likely to be one of the top 10 items. Thus, this item was definitely not to be underestimated. It can't be an immortal pill, right? Or perhaps it's a powerful magical treasure. A treasure like the pristine jade bottle? It could also contain something precious, such as some bejeweled nectar. The cultivators in the auction house whispered to each other. Sichu Jing smiled and said, "Everyone, the first item has a very nice name. It's called the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. It's said to be an immortal liquid passed down from the celestial world." Passed down from the celestial world? It can't be true, right? Something passed down from the supreme celestial world? Heavens, isn't its origin too shocking? The cultivators below burst into an uproar. Any item passed down from the celestial world could be described as heaven-defying. Its value was unimaginable. What's the use of this thing? Many cultivators couldn't wait to ask. It's used by the celestial world's cultivators to raise spirit insect. Any kind of insect can be quickly hatched using the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. Of course, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid's effect is not only to hatch spirit insects. If those hatched larvae consume the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid, they will grow rapidly in an extremely short period of time, Sichu Jing said. Chapter 2473. Right now, Lin Feng was in urgent need of supreme treasures to cultivate insects. Not only did Lin Feng have an archaic ancestor insect egg, but he also had a new emperor archaic egg. In addition, Lin Feng also had a prehistoric demon refining insect queen. Each of these insects was more terrifying than the last, and each was more extraordinary than the last. The archaic ancestor insect egg was about to hatch, but it still hadn't hatched. The Emperor Archaic egg still showed no signs of hatching. If he wanted to hatch an Emperor Archaic, he would need a huge amount of precious resources to cultivate the Emperor Archaic egg. As for the prehistoric demon refining insect queen, it was currently facing the problem of laying eggs. The prehistoric demon refining insects were poisonous insects that lived in groups. The archaic ancestor insect queen and the Emperor Archaic insect queen were both solitary insects. These were 2 completely different types of insects, but they were both terrifying. Thus, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid was extremely important to Lin Feng. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. My family has a dark hell demonic insect egg, but it hasn't been able to hatch. If we can get the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid, we'll definitely be able to hatch it. I remember that our sect has an 8-armed golden-eyed demonic scorpion egg. That's a terrifying insect from the prehistoric era. If it hatches, it'll be terrifying. We definitely have to get the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. In the auction house, divine wills were intertwined. Many people were conversing with their companions. The auction for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid had caused a huge commotion. In a private room, Jiyu Ye looked at Lin Feng in surprise. In her impression, Lin Feng had always been a calm person. She rarely saw Lin Feng lose his composure like this. "You're also cultivating insects?" asked Jiyu Ye. Jiyu Ye was also cultivating insects. She had many tricks up her sleeves. Not only could she control the godsplitter birds, but she could also control some powerful insects. However, her magic power was sealed, so she couldn't open her beast pouch and release the insects inside. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. I'm cultivating several powerful insects, so the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid is very important to me. I'm sure many people are interested in such a precious treasure. How about we make a deal? Jiu Ye smiled. What kind of deal? Lin Feng looked at Jiu Ye. If you want to bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, you'll probably have to pay a sky-high price. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay for it on your behalf. Jiu Ye said. Lin Feng sat down and hugged Jiu Ye. He smiled and said, "You have so little money, you should keep it for yourself. This bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid would definitely fetch a heaven-defying price." Jiu Ye struggled a few times, trying to break free from Lin Feng's embrace, but she failed several times. She could only let Lin Feng hug her. She couldn't help but think viciously, "Bastard, I'll let you take advantage of me now. Once this princess is free, I'll lead the soul-rending birds to teach you a lesson. Then I'll capture you. See how I'll deal with you then." Jiu Ye's mood improved a lot when she thought of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid is 50 million origin crystals. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. Let the bidding begin, Zhao Chenyu said loudly. As soon as the starting price was announced, the auction house immediately fell silent. The starting price was simply too high. But soon, someone began to bid. 60 million. The cultivator who bid was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat. His voice was hoarse, and his origins were mysterious. No one knew who he was. 70 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. After the black-clothed cultivator broke the silence, many people began to participate in the bidding. The price kept rising and soon broke through 100 million. But obviously, even 100 million was far from the limit of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. This was just the beginning. A treasure like the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was something that could only be found by chance. If they missed it this time, they might never see a second bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid in their lifetime. Therefore, many people didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. 150 million, 180 million, 230 million, 300 million, 350 million, 390 million, 440 million, 600 million, 800 million, 1 billion. Many cultivators participated in the bidding and the price continued to rise. However, there were very few cultivators who withdrew from the bidding. There were still many cultivators who continued to join in the bidding for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. I think it's impossible to bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid without 20 to 30 billion. Although your dead silence fruit is precious, I estimate that the transaction price is only about 10 billion. It's far from enough to raise the funds to bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. If you agree to my proposal now, it's not too late, Jiu Ye said. She felt that this was an opportunity to escape in advance. Therefore, she didn't want to give up this opportunity so easily. Lin Feng pinched Jiu Ye's face and said, "Woman, don't be self-righteous. You don't know how much wealth I have. If I tell you, you'll be shocked." Jiu Ye had already taken off her veil in the private room. Looking at Jiu Ye's delicate face at a close distance, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel amazed. Especially now that Jiu Ye's face was being pinched by Lin Feng, her red lips were slightly pouted, looking very cute. "H, I want to see if you really have that much money." Jiu Ye struggled free from Lin Feng's hand that was pinching her face and snorted coldly. The bidding outside was getting more and more intense. After the price broke through 1 billion, there was no sign of it slowing down. It continued to rise and not long after, the price broke through 10 billion. When the price reached the sky-high price of 10 billion, many people began to withdraw from the competition one after another. Unless it was some big tycoons, ordinary forces were no longer able to compete. In the end, There were still more than 10 forces continuing to bid. Soon, the price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid reached 15 billion. After reaching this price, these forces also began to withdraw one after another. In the end, there was only one force left. This force was from the 9 continents immortal realm. It was called the Ancient Insect Sect. This Ancient Insect Sect was extremely good at cultivating all kinds of insects. Just as Lin Feng was about to bid, someone suddenly bid in advance. 20 billion. Chapter 2474. TSK, you're really rich. You actually raised the price to 20 billion. Looks like you're not fated with this treasure. Jiu Ye looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. She still felt that it was impossible for Lin Feng to take out so much money. Therefore, Jiu Ye wanted to provoke Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would beg her when the time came. At that time, the two sides would be able to negotiate. However, Jiu Ye noticed that Lin Feng still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't worried at all. This made Jiu Ye very confused. Why was Lin Feng so calm? Did he really have the financial resources to defeat the other party? The latest price caused the emotions of the entire auction to reach an extreme. The cultivators below began whispering to each other. Everyone was discussing who this person was to be so rich and overbearing. However, the other party was sitting in a private room, so they couldn't see who it was. The Ancient Insect Sect's expression suddenly darkened. They were originally determined to get the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, but now that someone had suddenly appeared, and the other party was so rich, they felt that it was very troublesome. 22 billion. The Ancient Insect Sect continued to bid, not wanting to back out. The 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was very important to their sect. This was because the Ancient Insect Sect had a few very ancient insect eggs, but it was too difficult to hatch them. If they could get the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, they could hatch them. At that time, the Ancient Insect Sect's strength would also increase greatly. 25 billion. The other party continued to bid. Who is this? He's really rich. Looks like he wants to suppress the Ancient Insect Sect and fight for this bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. The Ancient Insect Sect raises a large number of poisonous insects every year, and there are so many people cultivating in the sect. The resources they need are extremely huge. Because of the poisonous insects, the Ancient Insect Sect consumes 5 times more resources every year compared to other forces of the same size. Therefore, the Ancient Insect Sect definitely has a bottom line. When that bottom line is exceeded, the Ancient Insect Sect will back out. Because if they continue to compete, it will affect the entire sect's operations. That's not worth it. That's right. I estimate that the Ancient Insect Sect's bottom line should be 30 billion. Some cultivators who had some understanding of the Ancient Insect Sect discussed and roughly estimated how much money the Ancient Insect Sect could use to compete for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. 30 billion was an astronomical figure. Originally, it was more than enough to bid for the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. But now, something new had happened. There were mysterious people or forces participating in the competition, adding more variables to the competition this time. 28 billion. The Ancient Insect Sect quoted another price. The voice of the bidder was extremely gloomy and cold. This should be the Ancient Insect Sect's bottom line. 30 billion. The other party continued to quote a price. When the Ancient Insect Sect cultivators heard this price, their eyes turned gloomy and murderous. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to withdraw from this auction. The price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid has reached 30 billion. Are there any higher bids? Sichu Jing smiled as she looked around the auction house. He realized that no one was bidding anymore. Sichu Jing said slowly, "Everyone, this is something that came out of the heaven realm. In the mortal world, we might not be able to see it once in hundreds of millions of years. If we miss this opportunity, we might not have a second chance like this." 32 billion. At this time, someone else made a new bid. Someone else is bidding. Many people were shocked. Originally, they thought that 30 billion was the limit. They didn't expect someone else to participate. It seemed that the price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid would reach an extremely shocking level. The heavenly demon emperor's son? Lin Feng was astonished. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was his old enemy, the heavenly demon emperor's son. This guy had actually come to the immortal capital of 9 states, 35 billion. The mysterious cultivator continued to bid. He had no intention of giving up 38 billion. The heavenly demon emperor's son also raised the price. Lin Feng frowned. Did the heavenly demon emperor's son have some powerful insect egg on him? He didn't know if it was left behind by his father. Or did he have some other fortune? Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son back then. The heavenly demon emperor's son was very terrifying. He had the 8th heavenly fire, and his bloodline could continue to awaken. As his bloodline continued to awaken, his cultivation would rapidly increase. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's son had already undergone his second awakening, his strength would definitely increase explosively when the third awakening happened. At that time, he would become a great enemy. I should think of a way to get rid of him and not give him a chance to awaken his bloodline a third time. Moreover, I must get the 8th heavenly fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper. The celestial beast emperor's son's 8th celestial fire was extremely important to him. Lin Feng wanted to kill the celestial beast emperor's son and steal his 8th celestial fire. In the outside world, the heavenly demon emperor's son had extremely terrifying Tao protectors protecting him. It would be very difficult to kill him, but now that they were in the immortal capital of 9 states, the heavenly demon emperor's son had no Tao protectors. On the other hand, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. Lin Feng was now absolutely confident that he could kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. As long as he could kill the heavenly demon emperor's son and refine the 8th heavenly fire, he would be able to obtain it. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. At the thought of this, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. 40 billion. The mysterious person bid again 43 billion. The heavenly demon emperor's son bid again 45 billion. The mysterious person bid again. The two sides competed, and soon, the price reached 50 billion. It was then that Lin Feng said, "The two of you are really stingy. Raising the price bit by bit like this, when will the victor be decided?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Who was this guy? Did he not know how to brag properly? Raising the price by a few billion in one go was called raising the price bit by bit. They had seen people who were good at bragging, but they had never seen anyone as good as this guy. 100 billion. I bid 100 billion for the 9 heavens celestial liquid. Lin Feng bid. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng was just bragging. Only now did they realize that they had misunderstood Lin Feng. This guy was truly rich and overbearing. He had raised the price by 50 billion in one go. How much wealth did he have to be so willful? Jiu Yia, who was standing beside Lin Feng, was also dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Feng incoherently. Jiu Yia had about 50 billion origin crystals on her. She had thought that with so much wealth, she could be considered as someone who could rival an entire nation. Only now did she realize that her wealth was nothing compared to Lin Feng. No wonder this guy was so fearless. Chapter 2475. Lin Feng, it's you. When the Sky Demon Emperor's son heard Lin Feng's voice, he stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Feng had turned into ashes. He knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to kill him. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Long time no see. You're not dead yet. Lin Feng said indifferently. The corner of the Sky Demon Emperor's son's mouth twitched violently. Then, he said with a sinister smile, Lin Feng, you're unlucky to have met me. Do you know that I obtained a great opportunity in the 9 provinces paradise? My cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, killing you is as easy as killing a dog for me. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was extremely arrogant. Before he lost to Lin Feng, he had never been defeated. At that time, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was overbearing and looked down on everyone. Losing to Lin Feng was considered a heavy blow to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. After all, he had never thought that he would lose to Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng was nothing. He wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. Therefore, that defeat almost caused the Sky Demon Emperor's son to collapse. But now, everything was in the past. Now that the Sky Demon Emperor's son had obtained a great opportunity in the 9 provinces paradise, his confidence had returned. The Sky Demon Emperor's son believed that he could definitely kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I wonder who was the one who fled in a sorry state back then. Thinking back to that scene, it's still fresh in my memory. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was mad with hatred. He didn't want to recall the scene of him fleeing for his life after being defeated. To him, it was a humiliation. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Now that Lin Feng had exposed the scar, the Sky Demon Emperor's son's face twisted. "Your Highness, there's no need to argue with this person," the demoness beside the Sky Demon Emperor's son said. This woman was as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Her words seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing the Sky Demon Emperor's son to gradually regain his composure. The people at the auction could tell that the two of them had a deep grudge against each other. Many people couldn't wait for Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son to start fighting right now. They could also watch the show. The Sky Demon Emperor's son did not continue to participate in the contest. First, Lin Feng's price was too high. In terms of wealth, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor was completely unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Feng. Secondly, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor wanted to kill Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was doomed. In that case, why should he continue to compete with Lin Feng? In any case, even if Lin Feng obtained the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, it would still fall into his hands in the end. The other mysterious man did not continue to raise his bid. A price of 100 billion was simply too high. It was enough to scare off anyone. The price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid has already reached 100 billion. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? If you miss this opportunity, you won't have a second chance. Sichu Jing continued to encourage the crowd to bid. Bid my ass. You're still not satisfied with this price? Many people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. 100 billion going once, 100 billion going twice, 100 billion going thrice. Sold. As the hammer in Zhao Qianyu's hand fell, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was won by Lin Feng. Following that, one item after another was taken out for auction. The atmosphere at the auction was very lively. Your enemy has obtained a great opportunity. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Such a person can't be left alive. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. You may not be afraid, but what about your family and friends? If this person is crazy enough to deal with your family and friends, you can't always stay by their side, right? You have to be careful. Jiyu Ye said. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was indeed a crazy person. His personality was like that of a child. What are you trying to say? Lin Feng asked. Let's join hands and kill this person. I think he has a lot of good things on him. When the time comes, we'll each take what we need, Jiyu Ye said. At that time, you'll be able to escape in advance. Lin Feng pinched Jiyu Ye's snow-white chin, the corners of his mouth rising into a faint smile. This is something that will benefit both of us, Jiyu Ye said. Sold. Lin Feng nodded. He had wanted to kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, so Jiyu Ye's help would be a great help. The chances of killing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son would also be greatly increased. Lin Feng wasn't interested in most of the auction items. After about 100 items were auctioned, Lin Feng's deathly still fruit was also taken out for auction. Perhaps it was because the auction price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid had reached a new peak, which was why this auction was held. Almost all of the auction items were sold at prices that far exceeded previous estimates. This included Lin Feng's deathly still fruit. Lin Feng had originally estimated the deathly still fruit's price to be between 10 billion and 15 billion. However, the actual price had reached 28 billion. This price greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Halfway through the auction, Lin Feng left with Jiyu Ye, Lil Tiantian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit. Zhao Shuya met with Lin Feng in the VIP lounge. She brought the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid that Lin Feng had won, and Lin Feng paid the required origin crystals. Then, he left. After Lin Feng left, a woman walked out from the back hall. This woman was none other than Zhao Lin. This person is not simple. Not to mention anything else, he's already so rich at such a young age. This is the first time I've seen someone like him, Zhao Shuya said. Zhao Lin said, this guy gives me the feeling that he can produce an endless supply of origin crystals. Zhao Shuya said, who knows how he got so much wealth? I think it's too risky for you to get close to him, auntie. He's a very suitable candidate. Zhao Lin said. I'm afraid you'll fall in the end, Zhao Shuya said. Why would I? I know what I'm doing. If I really find that things are developing in a direction that I can't control, I'll just. At this point, Zhao Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhao Shuya sighed and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. I just hope you're not playing with fire, auntie. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll definitely succeed. Zhao Lin smiled sweetly. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Lin Feng did not know about Zhao Lin's appearance at the auction house. Lin Feng also did not know about the conversation between Zhao Lin and Zhao Shuya. After he returned to his residence with Jiu Ye, Lil Tiantian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit, he could not wait to go into seclusion. Lin Feng was now very much looking forward to the Archean ancestral worm and Emperor Archaic's successful incubation. He was also very much looking forward to the great desolate demon cultivating insect queen laying eggs. As long as he could successfully cultivate these 3 types of spirit insects, he would be invincible. Unless a great emperor came, even if a 99-layer boundary emperor came, he would not be able to defeat them. Chapter 2476. The Demon Lord said, it's not a problem to use the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture the spirit bugs, but you only have 1 bottle. You need to think carefully about how to nurture them. Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed a very important matter. Only 1 bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid meant that there was too little of it. However, Lin Feng needed to nurture the primordial ancestral insect, the Emperor Archaic, and the primordial demon refinement insect queen. He could divide them into 3 portions and nurture each one. However, he could also gather the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture a spirit bug. I want to nurture the Emperor Archaic the most. After all, the legend of the Emperor Archaic is exciting enough. With a flap of his wings, he killed a great emperor. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Emperor Archaic's cultivation was. Secondly, I want to nurture a swarm of primordial demon refinement insects, but this should be more difficult. The queen insect needs to lay eggs first and then incubate them. This will take time. At present, the success rate of nurturing the primordial ancestral insect is the highest. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, it would be very difficult to nurture the Emperor Archaic. 1 bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid might not be enough to nurture the Emperor Archaic. Therefore, after some consideration, Lin Feng decided to nurture the primordial ancestral insect egg first. If he could nurture the primordial ancestral insect, it would be a good harvest. An ordinary primordial ancestral insect could easily kill a sub-emperor. Some evolved primordial ancestral insects could fight against a great emperor. Like human cultivators, the primordial ancestral insect could also cultivate, improve, and evolve continuously. Its cultivation would rise steadily. Therefore, sub-emperors and even great emperors were not the end of the primordial ancestral insect. It should be said that it was the beginning of the primordial ancestral insect. As long as the primordial ancestral insect reached adulthood, it could easily kill a sub-emperor or even fight against a great emperor. This showed how heaven-defying this talent was. It could continue to cultivate after it reached adulthood. As it cultivated continuously, its cultivation could continue to rise. After making up his mind, Lin Feng decided to first use the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to let the primordial ancestral insect hatch. With a thought from Lin Feng, the primordial ancestral insect egg flew out. Its shell was now covered in cracks. It wasn't too far away from hatching. However, the closer it was to the end, the more difficult it was to hatch it. External forces were needed. Put in more effort. Give it a push. Only then could the primordial ancestral insect hatch successfully. And clearly, the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was what Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng refined the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid into pure energy. Then, under the control of his magic power, the energy wrapped around the immemorial ancestral insect egg. The primordial ancestral insect egg began to absorb the energy of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. Catcher, as it continued to absorb the energy of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, the egg gradually cracked open. This made Lin Feng reveal a look of pleasant surprise. The effects of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid were indeed astonishing. Was the primordial ancestral insect egg about to hatch? Once the primordial ancestral insect hatched, he would have an extremely terrifying fighting force by his side. Roughly 1/3 of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was consumed. The primordial ancestral insect egg began to crack open completely. This made Lin Feng very happy. After all, the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was much more powerful than he'd imagined. Lin Feng could use the remaining Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture the Emperor Archaic Egg. This is the larva of the primordial ancestral insect. Lin Feng looked at one of the small insects in shock. It was only the size of a thumb, golden in color, and plump all over. Its body emanated waves of destructive power. After the little guy appeared, it ate all of the cracked eggshells. Violent ripples spread out from the primordial ancestral insect's body. After eating the eggshell, the insect's aura grew much stronger. Hungry. At that moment, a young voice suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's head. The primordial ancestral insect is transmitting its voice to me. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The primordial ancestral insect was simply too heaven-defying. It could even transmit its voice through divine will. After all, the primordial ancestral insect had only just hatched. For it to know how to transmit its voice through divine will at such a tender age, how powerful would it become in the future? Heaven-defying. Truly heaven-defying. Lin Feng quickly took out a dozen or so 100,000-year-old spirit fruits and placed them in front of the primordial ancestral insect. The little guy crawled toward the spirit fruits and began nibbling on them. It didn't take long for it to finish all the spirit fruits. After eating all the spirit fruits, the primordial ancestral insect turned around on the table, seemingly very comfortable. "Are you full?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm so full," the primordial ancestral insect transmitted. "I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Little Gold," Lin Feng said. "Great. I have a name," the primordial ancestral insect cried out in excitement. "Little Gold, what ability do you have?" "Show me," Lin Feng said. "What's an ability? Can it be eaten?" Little Gold asked doubtfully. Lin Feng was speechless. Why was this fellow's mind filled with thoughts of eating? Did it have any other thoughts besides eating? An ability is a special ability, such as this. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a ball of flame appeared in the void, distorting it. Little Gold said, "I don't know how to breathe fire, but I can spit out some golden silk." As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Little Gold opened its mouth and spat at Lin Feng. Shua. Rays of golden light flashed before disappearing. Upon closer inspection, those rays of golden light weren't golden at all. Instead, they were something similar to silk, but golden in color. The golden silk formed a huge net in midair, enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng found that he couldn't dodge. Slash. Lin Feng flicked his finger, condensing a sword chi to slash at the net. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the sword chi he condensed couldn't cut through the golden silk. The defensive power of the golden silk was too terrifying. Lin Feng continued to burn it with his heavenly fire. The golden threads were still undamaged. How is this possible? Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. The golden silk that Little Gold spat out was too terrifying. What material was it made of? It was simply unimaginable. This should be one of Little Gold's innate abilities. The next moment, Lin Feng was entangled by the net formed by the golden silk. The moment his body was entangled, Lin Feng's face paled as he realized that he couldn't circulate his spiritual energy. Little Gold's attack was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng was captured. "Let me go," Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 2477. Although Xiao Jin had just hatched, its abilities were heaven-defying. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This little guy was truly worthy of being the famous archaic ancestral insect. It was truly too powerful. Moreover, as Xiao Jin gradually grew up, it would awaken more and more abilities. When that time came, Xiao Jin would definitely become invincible. Just thinking about it made Lin Feng excited. Huff, huff, huff. After Xiao Jin released the golden thread once, he suddenly became extremely tired and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng put Xiao Jin into the mountain river ring and let it rest. After all, this little guy had just hatched. Therefore, it was still quite sleepy at this time. The archaic ancestral insect had finally hatched successfully, and Lin Feng had fulfilled one of his wishes. There was still 2/3 of the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid left. Lin Feng planned to use the remaining 2/3 to cultivate the Emperor Archaic Egg. The Emperor Archaic was stronger than the archaic ancestral insect, so the difficulty of cultivating it would naturally soar. However, Lin Feng was very confident in cultivating the Emperor Archaic Egg. He refined the remaining 9 heavens immortal universe liquid, and then all the refined energy was devoured by the Emperor Archaic Egg. Lin Feng immediately discovered that the runes on the Emperor Archaic Egg seemed to be gradually awakening. On the other hand, the first crack had finally appeared on the Primordial Emperor Butterfly's egg. Ha 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 ha, a crack appeared. That's great. After seeing that crack, Lin Feng immediately laughed loudly. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The first step was often the most difficult. If the first step was completed, the next step would be much easier. 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. I need even more 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle of 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. If there were a few more bottles, even the Emperor Archaic Egg could be hatched today. Unfortunately, there was none. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. After putting away the Emperor Archaic Egg, Lin Feng could finally rest. The next day, Zhao Lin once again sent someone to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. This time, Zhao Lin mentioned in her letter that her elder brother, the Prince of the 9 Provinces Immortal Empire, Zhao Shenqing, would be holding a gathering tonight. At that time, many of the top figures of the younger generation would go to the dojo. Zhao Lin personally sent an invitation to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would go with her to the gathering place. He did not become her male companion. What is this Zhao Lin planning? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had a feeling that Zhao Lin was plotting something. But until now, Lin Feng had not discovered what Zhao Lin's goal was. And Zhao Lin had never shown anything special. Not to mention hostility. Lin Feng sent away the maid sent by Zhao Lin saying that he would attend the banquet with Zhao Lin Ji Yu smiled and said, "Looks like Zhao Lin really has her eyes on you. As the princess of the 9 provinces immortal empire, Zhao Lin has a high status. She can get whatever she wants, so why would she target me? What is her goal? Given your understanding of her, what do you think she's plotting?" Lin Feng asked Ji Yu. He had previously discussed Zhao Lin with Ji Yu, but Ji Yu had not said much. Clearly, Ji Yu was holding back. However, the situation was different now. Lin Feng planned to join forces with Ji Yu to deal with the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son probably had something that Ji Yu needed, right? Thus, Lin Feng and Ji Yu's relationship was still quite harmonious. They were now working together. At this time, Ji Yu would not remain silent like she had done before. Ji Yu replied, "Zhao Lin is very smart, and she knows how to scheme against people. She always knows what she wants, and if she's scheming against others, it's definitely because she wants something." "Then what does she want the most right now?" Lin Feng asked. "If I had to guess, I would say that what Zhao Lin wants the most right now is freedom," Ji Yu said. Lin Feng understood what Ji Yu meant by freedom. Zhao Lin probably wanted to leave the 9 provinces immortal realm and head to the outside world. However, as a native of the 9 provinces immortal realm, Zhao Lin would be suppressed by the laws of the 9 provinces immortal realm. She would not be able to leave the 9 provinces immortal realm. Zhao Lin was not the only one who wanted to leave the 9 provinces immortal realm. Lin Feng dared to say that Jiyu Ye definitely wanted to leave the 9 provinces immortal realm as well. She wanted to see the magnificent world outside. Lin Feng said, "But I can't give her freedom. I can't help her leave the 9 provinces immortal realm." "You're ranked 9th in the genius rankings?" Jiyu Ye asked. "First," Lin Feng said. Jiyu Ye was slightly surprised, but then she felt that it was normal for Lin Feng to be ranked first in the genius rankings. She said, "Among everyone, your luck is the strongest. Perhaps Zhao Lin saw this point and wanted to get close to you. However, I don't know what exactly she wants to do. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. I hope that Zhao Lin doesn't have any bad ideas." Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "I think you should pray for yourself." Jiyu Ye couldn't help but gloat. Lin Feng was going to attend the banquet at night. Originally, he wanted little Tian Tian to stay at his residence. However, when little Tian Tian heard about it, she insisted on going with Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought little Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit with him. As for Jiyu Ye, she wasn't interested in the banquet. She and Zhao Lin were sworn enemies, so she naturally didn't want to see Zhao Lin when she was in dire straits. Someone came to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and boarded the beast carriage with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Then, they went to the palace to meet up with Zhao Lin. After seeing Zhao Lin, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Lin was wearing a snow-white palace dress. She looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Looking at her more than once would be blasphemy. "Wow, fairy sister!" Little Tian Tian immediately cried out in joy when she saw Zhao Lin. The little girl had seen Zhao Lin before, but she had probably forgotten about her by now. After all, she was still young, and it was easy for her to forget some people she had met before. Little Tian Tian ran to Zhao Lin's side and surrounded her to look at her. The dragon rabbit was unwilling to get close to Zhao Lin. Little Tian Tian had forgotten who Zhao Lin was. However, the dragon rabbit didn't forget. He clearly remembered that the person in front of him was the one who wanted to buy him back then. There was no beauty or ugliness in the dragon rabbit's eyes. There was only the difference of like and dislike. Chapter 2478. The banquet was held in Zhengyang Palace. Zhengyang Palace was also called East Palace. It was where the crown prince lived. This was the palace where the crown prince, Zhao Xianqing, lived. Speaking of Zhao Xianqing, all the natives in Jojo Wonderland probably knew him. Because Zhao Xianqing was really too famous. When Zhao Xianqing was born, there was a natural phenomenon. It was said that a boundless ocean appeared. The ocean floated above the imperial palace, and there was a dragon's roar in the ocean. After Zhao Xianqing was born, he held the birthmark of a real dragon with both hands. He showed a lot of extraordinary things since childhood. It was said that Zhao Xianqing had an extremely rare body of a real dragon. For so many years, Lin Feng had only seen one person with a real dragon body. That was Huangfu Qingtian, who had stunned the ages. Of course, Zhao Xianqing was not the same as Huangfu Qingtian. Zhao Xuanqing's true dragon body was inborn, while Huangfu Qingtian's true dragon body was formed by taking a large amount of true dragon blood, and his own blood was changed by the true dragon blood. One was born with a real dragon body, while the other was born with a real dragon body. Of course, there was a difference. But now Huangfu Qingtian's soul had already returned to the 9th heaven. He died in Lin Feng's hands. The East Palace was not very far from the Imperial Palace. It was only a dozen miles away. They could reach the East Palace quickly by beast carriage. Lin Feng and the princess sat in the same carriage. In this era, men and women were not allowed to touch each other. They were absolutely not allowed to sit in the same carriage. But Zhao Lin took the initiative to invite Lin Feng to sit in the same carriage. Since Zhao Lin was not afraid of other people's gossip, Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of it. He also wanted to see what Zhao Lin was up to. Lin Feng was bold because of his skill, so he was not worried about being schemed by Zhao Lin. There was a saying, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. If Zhao Lin really schemed against him, he would take the blow. Lin Feng and Zhao Lin sat very close to each other. He could even smell the virgin fragrance from her body. Zhao Lin was clearly a clean woman. At the very least, she was still as pure as an immortal lotus. Little Tian Tian snuggled up in Lin Feng's arms as the carriage slowly moved forward. From time to time, she would ask some strange questions. The little girl's imagination was wild and unrestrained. Not long after, they arrived at the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace was bustling with activity. On the way, Lin Feng asked around and found out why Zhao Shenqing had gathered so many young geniuses. It was because Zhao Shenqing had obtained 3 immortal stones. These 3 immortal stones were extremely extraordinary. Zhao Shenqing suspected that there might be living creatures inside, so he invited everyone to observe the stones together. This shocked Lin Feng greatly. During this period of time, more and more creatures broke out from the stone. And the thing that Zhao Shenqing had obtained, in a sense, was also a kind of stone material. If there was life in it, it would be very shocking. It might be the second Qing emperor, or even more powerful than the Qing emperor. My brother wants to cut open the stone, but he has some reservations, Zhao Lin said. Lin Feng said, cutting open the stone now is indeed scary. It's very easy for unexpected things to happen. We have to think twice before we act. Does young master think that it's not a good idea to act? Zhao Lin asked. Lin Feng said, whether or not to act, I'm sure your brother already knows. Zhao Lin nodded and did not say anything else. Look, the princess's carriage is here. There was a large group of young geniuses waiting at the square in front of the Eastern Palace. They were all waiting for Zhao Lin's arrival. Now that they saw Zhao Lin's carriage, they could not help but reveal excited expressions. They were all Zhao Lin's admirers, and they were all racking their brains to win her favor. Among these young geniuses, there were some that Lin Feng had seen before, such as Mo Tianyang and the others. However, there were many that Lin Feng had not seen before, but they were all from extraordinary backgrounds and were very powerful. Mo Tianyang and the others could be considered as the top geniuses of the 9 states immortal realm, but they were not supreme geniuses. There were also some people with extremely powerful means that Mo Tianyang and the others could not compare to. Princess Lin, you're here. Many of the young geniuses were all smiles when they saw the carriage's curtains open. They wanted to help Zhao Lin down the carriage. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Because the person who walked out of the carriage was a man. It was none other than Lin Feng. Everyone, please retract your hands. I'm not interested in this, Lin Feng said calmly. Many of them rolled their eyes and quickly retracted their hands. We're not interested in this either. These cultivators cried out in their hearts. However, these people then glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Because Lin Feng actually walked out of Zhao Lin's carriage. Zhao Lin's carriage had never been ridden by any other man before. Lin Feng was the first man to ride on Zhao Lin's carriage. At this moment, many of them thought of many things. The more they thought, the heavier their hearts became. Kid, who are you? Many of the young geniuses looked at Lin Feng unkindly. They did not know Lin Feng. If he was a disciple of a top family, they should know him. If Lin Feng managed to get Zhao Lin, where would these young geniuses put their faces? Some of them recognized Lin Feng. For example, Mo Tianyang and the others could recognize Lin Feng. They could not help but frown. They had seen Lin Feng in action before and knew how strong Lin Feng was. Although they felt uncomfortable when Lin Feng walked out of Zhao Lin's carriage, Mo Tianyang and the others did not say anything. They were waiting to watch the show. Many of the young geniuses did not know Lin Feng. How could these young geniuses give up so easily? This is my friend. Zhao Lin's voice came from the carriage. Did you hear that? I'm the princess's friend. Lin Feng said with a smile. He walked out of the carriage and Xiao Tiantian walked out. Lin Feng carried Xiao Tiantian while Bibi and Dragon Rabbit flew out and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Zhao Lin, who was wearing a white palace dress, walked out. Zhao Lin who was meticulously dressed, stunned everyone. All the young geniuses' eyes were fixed on her. Not only the young geniuses who were chasing after Zhao Lin but the male cultivators who came to the banquet outside the Eastern Palace were also stunned. As for the young ladies, they were looking at Zhao Lin with jealousy. Zhao Lin's existence was a huge blow to them. Zhao Lin took the initiative to reach out her hand. Lin Feng also reached out and grabbed Zhao Lin's soft hand. Zhao Lin walked out of the carriage gracefully. Chapter 2479. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see who it was. This was a young master with a tall and straight figure, handsome and unrestrained. He emitted a cold aura, which was directed at Lin Feng. Huang Tianmu, he's here too. Many people became excited after seeing him. He was not simple, he was one of the best of the younger generation. Even Mo Tianyang and the others were much weaker than Huang Tianmu. Many people believed that Huang Tianmu would soon become a sovereign genius. His talent didn't lose out to those sovereign geniuses at all. The only difference was age. Huang Tianmu had only cultivated for 300 years. If it wasn't for his age, he would have become one of the supreme geniuses a long time ago. Other than those supreme prodigies who could suppress Huang Tianmu, there was probably no one in the younger generation of the Nine States Immortal Realm who could do so. Huang Tianmu was also one of Zhao Lin's suitors. When Huang Tianmu saw that Lin Feng was holding Zhao Lin's hand, his heart burned with jealousy. He had never been able to hold Zhao Lin's hand. "I won't let go," Lin Feng said indifferently. Not only did he not let go of Zhao Lin's hand, he even stuck his body close to hers. This kid is really audacious. Many people looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. They wanted to see Zhao Lin get angry. However, when Lin Feng held her hand, Zhao Lin did not struggle, nor did she get angry. What did that mean? Many people lamented in their hearts. Lin Feng couldn't really have something going on with Zhao Lin, right? That guy is called Lin Feng, he's an outsider. He's only seen Princess Lin a few times. How could Princess Lin give her heart to him? A young noble who had seen Lin Feng before said. Seeing Lin Feng holding Zhao Lin's hand made him extremely jealous. He couldn't help but reveal Lin Feng's identity. But why didn't Princess Lin struggle? Someone was puzzled. Princess Lin is kind. Maybe she didn't want to embarrass him. Someone said. But how did this kid get on Princess Lin's beast carriage? Someone raised another question. Have you forgotten? This Lin Feng has a lot of deathly still fruits. Maybe Princess Lin wants to make a deal with him, so she invited him to board the beast carriage. Someone said. All of their questions were answered, and the expressions of those young masters became much better. Now, they looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Lin Feng didn't let go of Zhao Lin's hand even after Huang Tianmu's warning. Instead, his grip on Zhao Lin tightened, and his body was pressed against Zhao Lin's. He was obviously provoking Huang Tianmu. With Huang Tianmu's personality, how could he tolerate this? Do you know what you're doing? Making such a foolish move will only lead you to a tragic end, said Huang Tianmu indifferently while looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. This was a kind of disdain that came from his bones. He thought highly of himself and didn't think much of Lin Feng. He also didn't think much of Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not on the same level as him. Do you know that disturbing my private time with Lin is also a taboo for me? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Lin private time? Damn, can he be any more shameless? Many people's eyes began to spit fire. Now, many cultivators wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. However, they suppressed their anger and waited for Huang Tianmu to deal with Lin Feng. Princess Lin have you ever been threatened by this person because of something? You can tell me, and I'll definitely get justice for you. Huang Tianmu looked at Zhao Lin. No. Zhao Lin's tone was very cold. His cold tone made Huang Tianmu feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Lin had always been gentle to people and had never been so cold. Huang Tianmu's heart was filled with endless anger. He blamed all of this on Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, how could Zhao Lin be like this? How could she be so cold to him? Scram as far as you can. Since you're also a guest today, I'll spare you. Otherwise, I don't mind making a move. Huang Tianmu looked at Lin Feng indifferently, looking at Lin Feng with a corrosive gaze. His tone was also unquestionable. He was very arrogant and insufferably arrogant. However, Huang Tianmu was too strong, and he was qualified to be arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you think you can jump around in front of me just because you have some cultivation? If it wasn't for His Highness the Crown Prince's banquet today, you would have already been trampled under my feet and begging me to spare you. Huang Tianmu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. As far as he was concerned, he could suppress Lin Feng with a snap of his fingers. Uncle Lin, this guy is so annoying. Xiao Tiantian wants to punch him and send him flying. Xiao Tiantian said in a childish voice. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. This little girl was quite brave, daring to say such things. You little bastard who doesn't know death. Huang Tianmu looked at Xiao Tiantian coldly. Lin Feng was furious. Xiao Tiantian's words carried no harm, but Huang Tianmu had gone too far. Lin Feng didn't intend to endure any longer. If he continued to endure, did Huang Tianmu really think that he was afraid of him? Little girl, we're attending the banquet today. You have to be a beautiful little princess. Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Tiantian's head. Before leaving today, Jiu Ye had specially dressed Xiao Tiantian up. Xiao Tiantian was now wearing a princess dress and looked very cute. She looked just like a little princess. Xiao Tiantian nodded and said, "All right then. Xiao Tiantian will be very obedient today." Lin Feng smiled and asked Zhao Lin to look after Xiao Tiantian. He then walked towards Huang Tianmu. Is this guy really going to fight Huang Tianmu? Many people were surprised. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to fight. They had thought that Lin Feng would hide behind Zhao Lin. He probably wants to show off in front of Princess Lin. There'll be a good show later. He'll probably be beaten half to death by Huang Tianmu, someone said. You're not a coward after all. Huang Tianmu was also surprised, but then he said mockingly, but I can suppress someone like you with one hand. Huang Tianmu was very arrogant, and his words were full of contempt for Lin Feng. Let's see who's suppressing who. Lin Feng said calmly. Boom. Huang Tianmu attacked, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Lin Feng. He opened his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. Chapter 2480. They're fighting. That brat is doomed. With his cultivation, he won't be killed by Huang Tianmu, right? That's possible. Huang Tianmu's cultivation is so terrifying. How can an ordinary person resist him? Acting tough in front of Huang Tianmu is simply courting death. Many people cried out in alarm. With Huang Tianmu's cultivation, it was fine for him to act tough. After all, no one would dare to stop him if he was strong enough. After all, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Lin Feng did not have the strength to act tough in front of Huang Tianmu. In the eyes of these cultivators, he was simply courting death. Of course, there were also some who felt that Huang Tianmu might not be able to defeat Lin Feng. For example, Mo Tianyang and the others had seen Lin Feng fight before, so they knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, they felt that Lin Feng might not necessarily lose to Huang Tianmu. If Lin Feng could defeat Huang Tianmu, then it would be terrifying. Zhao Lin beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. She was unable to estimate Lin Feng's actual strength. Because Zhao Lin was scheming against Lin Feng, she needed to have a rough understanding of Lin Feng's strength. Only then would it be easier for her to act. If she did not have any understanding of Lin Feng, then some unexpected changes might occur. There were not many people who thought highly of Lin Feng. Therefore, when Huang Tianmu's attack was launched, many people felt that Lin Feng would not be able to withstand a single attack from Huang Tianmu. Just as Huang Tianmu's attack was about to land on Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng punched at Huang Tianmu. He had used the ability, time passing through billions of years. Huang Tianmu did not know how powerful Lin Feng's punch was, so he sneered. In his opinion, Lin Feng's counterattack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! Following a violent collision, the two attacks collided. Lin Feng did not move at all, but Huang Tianmu was forced to retreat. Lin Feng, who had broken through to the heavenly god realm, was no longer a match for him in the younger generation. Lin Feng did not know the cultivation level of those supreme geniuses in the immortal realm of the Nine States, or if they could contend with him. But he knew that it was almost impossible for Huang Tianmu to contend with him. This person was still far from being on the same level as him. How is this possible? Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Tianmu had actually been forced back. It was truly unbelievable. Huang Tianmu was extremely strong, but surprisingly, he couldn't compete with Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Huang Tianmu's bodies at this moment, Huang Tianmu's body, and Huang Tianmu's, what's going on? Many people cried out in disbelief. Huang Tianmu had only exchanged a punch with Lin Feng, but his body was aging at a visible rate. His lifespan seemed to have been taken away in an instant. Why is this happening? Huang Tianmu looked at his aging body in horror. The unknown was the most frightening thing. Those who did not know about Lin Feng's ability, time passing through billions of years, would have been scared out of their wits. Huang Tianmu was the same. His heart was filled with fear. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous high and mighty attitude. I'm going to kill you. Huang Tianmu roared and formed the heavenly lion seal with both hands. Roar, the roar shook the sky, and a huge heavenly lion appeared behind Huang Tianmu. The heavenly lion was snow white all over. Waves of destructive energy waves were emitted from his body. Huang Tianmu's lifespan was taken away, and his strength was greatly weakened. However, he was still very powerful, and the seal he formed was extremely terrifying. The heavenly lion seal formed, and the huge heavenly lion pounced on Lin Feng. It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you're just an ant in my eyes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He waved his right fist like a divine king and smashed it at the huge heavenly lion. Wherever his fist passed, it seemed to be able to shatter the sky, shatter the firmament, collapse billions of worlds, and suppress the mountains and seas. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. They felt that Lin Feng was like a divine king who had descended to the world. This made many people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Bang! Lin Feng's divine fist was invincible. He did not even use any magic or the arm of the dragon and elephant. It was a punch punched out with the power of one's physical body. Lin Feng's physical body had been transformed long ago. He could fight against true dragons, gods, and demons. How powerful was he? His physical body was far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. Even the physical bodies of true dragons, gods, and other terrifying creatures of the quasi-emperor realm might not be able to compete with Lin Feng's physical body, let alone other races. The human race was relatively weak in terms of physical body. Among the human race, there were probably only a handful of people who could cultivate their physical body to such a terrifying level like Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill Huang Tianmu's magic with pure physical strength. That punch seemed to be able to penetrate heaven and earth. The heavenly lion condensed by Huang Tianmu was directly pierced through by Lin Feng's invincible punch. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch did not slow down as it blasted toward Huang Tianmu. Huang Tianmu was stupefied. Lin Feng's attacks were much more powerful than he had imagined. Huang Tianmu was astonished. Huang Tianmu had no time to dodge, so he raised his arms and used the iron chain across the river to block Lin Feng's attack. Crack, crack. However, his arms were directly broken by Lin Feng. His entire body was sent flying. Whoa! He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground screaming. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng was really too strong. Huang Tianmu was such a powerful expert, but he did not even have the power to resist Lin Feng. He didn't even use his magic power in that punch just now. Someone said with a trembling voice. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. If this cultivator had not said it, no one would have even noticed it. Didn't that mean that Lin Feng had just killed Huang Tianmu with his physical body? Wasn't that too terrifying? If he could defeat an expert like Huang Tianmu with his physical body, how strong would he be if he used his magic power? The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng with a horrified expression. "You're too weak. You've disappointed me." Lin Feng looked at Huang Tianmu indifferently, then turned around and left. A person like Huang Tianmu was not qualified for him to attack again. Lin Feng's indifferent attitude was the greatest mockery and disdain to Huang Tianmu. Chapter 2481. Lin Feng carried little Tian in his arms, then looked at Zhao Lin with a smile. "Lin, let's go in." Lin Feng extended his right hand, while Zhao Lin placed her left hand in Lin Feng's, allowing him to hold her hand. Then, they walked into Xingyang Palace. "He's too savage. He's like a tyrannosaurus in human form. I wonder how he compares to those supreme geniuses. That guy should be better at physical combat, right? Maybe he's not good at divine abilities. That might be his weakness. I think he just hasn't shown his divine abilities yet. It's not that he's not good at divine abilities." After Lin Feng left, many people started talking. They looked at Huang Tianmu, who had fainted, and felt sorry for him. That bastard didn't really win Princess Lin's heart, did he? At that moment, some cultivators wailed and cursed Lin Feng loudly. They thought that Zhao Lin, a beautiful flower, might have been plucked by Lin Feng. There was no need to mention how depressed he was. Many people sighed, wanting nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Xingyang Palace covered an area of more than 1,000 acres. It was huge. There were courtyards everywhere, and the environment was beautiful. Xingyang Palace was divided into 3 main parts. The first part was the outer palace, where guests were usually entertained. The second section was the central palace. This was where Zhao Xuanqing's office, dining, treasury, armory, and other storehouses were located. Of course, Xingyang Palace was huge, and Zhao Xuanqing had tens of thousands of people. Most of them worked in Xingyang Palace. Apart from the office, the servants of Xingyang Palace also lived in the central palace. Some of the guest rooms were also located in a few courtyards in the central palace, and the environment was very elegant. The inner palace was where Zhao Xuanqing lived, and the people who lived there were all his family members. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the inner palace. Otherwise, they would be executed. Zhao Xuanqing's banquet was naturally held in the outer palace. The Xingyang Palace was 300 meters tall and took up an area of 20 mu. The construction was magnificent and majestic, giving off the aura of a royal family. The banquet was held here. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Xingyang Hall was already very lively. The people inside had no idea what was happening outside. Of course, even if they knew, they would only be slightly surprised and wouldn't think too much about it. They didn't have much interaction with Lin Feng, so naturally, they wouldn't pay too much attention to Lin Feng. Zhao Lin was different. She was the princess of the 9 provinces Immortal Empire. Her every action would attract the attention of everyone. No matter where she went, she would always be the focus of attention. When everyone saw Zhao Lin and Lin Feng walking together rather intimately, many people were completely stunned. Then, they revealed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Lin had always been a clean and honest person. There were countless geniuses who pursued her, but no one had heard of her having any scandals with any of them. But now, Zhao Lin was acting so intimately with a young man. Their bodies were almost touching, and the two of them were whispering to each other from time to time. It was as if they were lovers in their honeymoon period. What made everyone speechless was that the young man was actually carrying a delicate little girl. Many people couldn't help but feel puzzled. That little girl couldn't be that young man's daughter, right? Did he manage to woo Princess Zhao Lin with his daughter? Thinking of this possibility, many people felt like fainting. Brother Zhao, does Sister Lin already have a boyfriend? Someone looked at Crown Prince Zhao Xuanqing in puzzlement. Zhao Xuanqing was also confused. Although he was Zhao Lin's biological sister, he didn't know what was going on. Most of the time, he felt that he couldn't see through his sister. They should be close friends of the opposite sex, Zhao Xuanqing said. He didn't dare to be sure. The relationship between siblings in the royal family wasn't strong. It was the same for Zhao Xuanqing and Zhao Lin. Therefore, Zhao Shenqing didn't know much about his sister. However, the marriage of a member of the royal family was a big deal. Most of the time, it wasn't up to them to decide. If Zhao Lin had someone she liked, it would be a big deal. Zhao Shenqing was also paying attention to this matter. He looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but frown. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. As the crown prince of the 9 continents Immortal Kingdom, Zhao Shenqing knew most of the young masters of the major factions in the 9 continents Immortal Realm. Perhaps there were some hidden geniuses that he didn't know. Zhao Shenqing felt that Lin Feng might be such a person. Therefore, he asked. I don't know him. The people around Zhao Shenqing shook their heads. They didn't know Lin Feng either. Go and find out. Zhao Shenqing said. Soon, someone found out the news. It said that he's from the outside world, the cultivator who went to find out the news said. So he's from the outside world. Lin has always been interested in the outside world, Zhao Shenqing said. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Someone recognized Lin Feng. They had seen Lin Feng on the Melody Sound Island before. Therefore, Lin Feng's identity quickly spread. What? He's a cultivator from the outside world. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lin Feng with envy. Ordinary people spent their whole lives trying to stand out. However, these people who stood at the peak of the 9 continents Immortal Realm had different pursuits. They longed to see a wider world. They longed to leave the 9 continents Immortal Realm, but they couldn't. This was because the 9 continents Immortal Realm had its own rules of order that suppressed the natives. They had to stay in the 9 continents Immortal Realm for the rest of their lives. For the outsiders, the 9 continents Immortal Realm was like a huge treasure trove that was filled with countless opportunities. However, for the cultivators of the major factions in the 9 continents Immortal Realm, it was more like a cage. Many people came forward to greet Zhao Lin. There were also many people talking about Lin Feng. They wanted to know more about the outside world from Lin Feng. They longed to know everything about the outside world. Zhao Lin had a gentle and charming smile on her face. She nodded slightly in response to the cultivators who came forward to greet her. My royal brother is over there. Come with me to greet him, Zhao Lin said. Then, she pointed at a young man. Lin Feng looked over and saw Zhao Shenqing. Zhao Shenqing looked very young. In fact, he wasn't much older than Zhao Lin. Lin Feng carried Xiao Tiantian and Zhao Lin to Zhao Xuanqing's side. Royal brother, Zhao Lin bowed. Royal sister, there's no need to be so polite. Zhao Shenqing smiled. Royal brother, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. He came from the 9 continents Immortal Realm to train. Lin Gongzi, this is my royal brother, the crown prince of the 9 continents Immortal Kingdom, Zhao Shenqing. Chapter 2482. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Both parties cupped their fists. Zhao Shenqing smiled. Brother Lin, you must have entered the 9 continents paradise through the prodigy ranking, right? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Once you leave the 9 continents paradise, you'll probably soar to the heavens. Zhao Shenqing said with a smile. Cultivators who entered the 9 continents paradise through the prodigy ranking were enveloped by the providence of heaven and earth. Thus, they would often obtain extraordinary opportunities after entering the 9 continents paradise. Many people would soar to the heavens after leaving the 9 continents paradise. As the crown prince of the 9 continents paradise, it was not surprising that Zhao Shenqing knew about this. Thank you for your auspicious words, Brother Zhao. Lin Feng smiled. Both parties chatted for a while. Zhao Shenqing still had to greet other guests, so Lin Feng did not continue to disturb him. Zhao Lin was familiar with many people. Many people greeted Zhao Lin and came up to chat with her. Lin Feng carried little Tiantian to eat. There were many tables in the hall on the first floor. On the tables were various delicacies, desserts, drinks, and wine. If one was hungry or thirsty, they could choose something to taste. Little Tiantian loved desserts. Perhaps it had something to do with her age. Children her age tended to like desserts. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit opened a bottle of red wine. The two little fellows drank one mouthful after another. This was wine brewed from grapes. The alcohol content was not particularly strong. Thus, it was not easy to get drunk. Lin Feng did not like this kind of wine. He preferred stronger wine. However, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit clearly liked red wine. It was sour and sweet. It tasted good. The two little fellows were addicted to it. They drank bottle after bottle. A few beautiful women and socialites surrounded Lin Feng. They were all dressed to the nines, and Lin Feng was in the middle. Lin Gongzi, everyone is saying that you and Princess Lin are lovers. I wonder if the rumors are true? A beautiful woman asked with a smile. She was very curious about this. These beautiful women and socialites often went to various social venues, so they were very good at chatting with strangers. Although it was their first time talking to Lin Feng, they all seemed to have known him for a long time. Little Tian Tian was busy devouring the desserts and had no time to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also a little bored, so he started chatting with these beautiful women and socialites. He smiled and said, "My relationship with Lin is a secret." "Aya, Lin Gongzi, you're so naughty. What's there to hide? Tell us." A beautiful woman said coquettishly as she hugged one of Lin Feng's arms. She said coquettishly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not good to make some things too clear." At this time, a tall young lady said, "I heard that Lin Gongzi came from the outside world. I wonder if the rumors are true?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I did come from the outside world." "What kind of world is the outside world like?" The group of beautiful women and socialites looked at Lin Feng curiously. Although they usually lived a life of luxury, they were also very curious about the outside world. It's a vast world. There are many unimaginable races there, and you can enter the boundless starry sky to travel. You can even reach many legendary great worlds. There are many unimaginable races there, some of which I might not even have heard of. There are countless legends in the boundless starry sky. There are legends about great emperors and immortals. Outside, there are ancient heaven-shaking stone tablets, the legendary 9 Prefectures lantern, and even the faintly discernible door of everlasting life, which records the secret of immortality. Lin Feng's words attracted many people's attention. Many people were mesmerized by his words. The outside world made them yearn for it. It was the place to pursue the Tao. Although cultivation in the 9 Prefectures paradise was very fast, it was limited by the laws of heaven and earth. At most, one could cultivate to the 99th layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Then, one's cultivation could not improve anymore. In the long years that followed, one could only wait for the end of one's life. It was a very sad thing. However, this was the situation in the 9 Prefectures paradise for countless years. Many people had seen the loneliness and unwillingness of their ancestors, who had cultivated to the 99th layer of the quasi-emperor realm, before they died. They had a chance to break through to the emperor realm. However, in the 9 Prefectures paradise, they were destined to lose this chance. Therefore, they wanted to leave. Lin Feng's words evoked many people's yearning for the outside world. Once the door of yearning was opened, it could not be stopped. "I wonder when we can leave." Someone sighed. Then, someone said, "Aren't the various great factions about to come up with a solution?" "It's just hearsay. After so many years, if they could come up with a solution, why wait until now?" Someone else said. Many people sighed. They wanted to leave, but now, they could not see any hope of leaving. This made their mood abnormally gloomy. Lin Feng sympathized with these people. However, there were many people in this world who deserved sympathy. Although these people deserved sympathy, they were not pitiful people. They lived very carefree in the 9 Prefectures paradise. The truly pitiful people were those who did not wear clothes to cover their bodies and were in a precarious situation. More and more people came to attend the banquet. The hall was very lively. Bibi and the Dragon Rabbit were drunk. They flew to Lin Feng's side and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, swaying from side to side. These two little beasts are so cute. Many female cultivators could not help but scream. They were very fond of Bibi and the Dragon Rabbit. The two little fellows fell into the arms of two female cultivators and kept rubbing against them. "Damn, perverted beasts, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. These two little fellows really knew how to enjoy themselves. Lin Feng grabbed the two little fellows' ears and threw them into the mountain river ring. The two little fellows fell on the grass and fell asleep. Although the red wine was not too intoxicating, the two little fellows drank too much. But these two little guys drank too much. Each of them drank a total of 20 jars of red wine. It would be strange if they were not drunk. Xiao Tiantian ate too many desserts. Her little belly was bulging. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Xiao Tiantian was the kind of person who would eat anything she liked to eat until it was dead. Lin Gongzi, come with me. Let's talk upstairs. Zhao Lin walked over with a beautiful smile on her face. Her smile was very moving, and many people could not help but fall into a daze. Lin Feng nodded and followed Zhao Lin upstairs with Xiao Tiantian in his arms. They entered a palace. There were 30 to 40 people sitting here. They were all top-notch experts. Are you Lin Feng? Kneel before me. Chapter 2483. Lin Feng did not expect that someone would provoke him like this as soon as he entered the hall. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a cultivator in blue. This cultivator was very young, but he was abnormally strong. At this moment, he was looking at him with a pair of cold and arrogant eyes, like a god looking down on a lowly ant. This was a kind of contempt for Lin Feng that came from the depths of his soul. Du Tianming, why is he targeting this person? Some people were puzzled and did not know what was going on. Many people in the hall did not know Lin Feng. Someone said, that cultivator is called Lin Feng. I heard that he taught Du Tianyu a lesson on the Melody Sound Island. Later, it was said that Du Wenzong wanted to kill him and steal his treasure, but he died in the hands of this person. There's such a thing. This person is not famous, but he has such powerful strength. Could he be a foreign cultivator? Another person said. That's right, he's a foreign cultivator. Another person replied. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, many people shook their heads slightly. A foreign cultivator offending a big family like the Du family was courting death. However, they did not say anything more. After all, it had nothing to do with them. These people were happy to be at ease and watch a good show. I don't know how to kneel and die. Why don't you show me? Let me pay my respects and learn from you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Fat. Many people burst out laughing. No one expected Lin Feng to answer Du Tianming in such a way. He actually wanted Du Tianming to show him how to do it. The corner of Du Tianming's mouth twitched violently. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, Are you pretending to be crazy? I can suppress a cultivator like you with a raise of my hand. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you should know what to do. Du Tianming was very arrogant. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Of course, this person was very powerful. Because he was one of the more than 10 supreme geniuses in the 9 continents immortal realm, no one knew how strong he was. Therefore, it was normal for Du Tianming to be arrogant. In many people's eyes, being targeted by Du Tianming was Lin Feng's bad luck. Some people are too full of themselves, and may end up digging a grave for themselves. Lin Feng replied coldly. Lin Feng was not afraid of Du Tianming. Even if he could not kill Du Tianming, Lin Feng was confident that he could escape unscathed. You reckless fool. If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince, you would already be a corpse. Do you know that? Du Tianming looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was too easy. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was giving face to the Crown Prince, Zhao Shenqing. Everyone was amazed. Du Tianming's character had always been strong, and now he once again displayed this kind of strength. Let's see who will win in the end. Lin Feng replied coldly. In reality, he was also restraining himself. He didn't want to make a move at someone else's banquet. After all, he was only a guest. If they were outside, he would have already attacked. Big bad guy, if you are so fierce to little Tiantian's uncle again, little Tiantian will knock you out. Little Tiantian snorted. Although she was young, she could still see some clues. Du Tianming was obviously targeting Lin Feng. This made little Tiantian very angry. Many people shook their heads helplessly. A little girl actually dared to say that she would knock Du Tianming out. How much did she look down on Du Tianming? However, there were also some people who had strange expressions. They felt that little Tiantian was not simple. There were also some people who had seen little Tiantian fight on Melody's Sound Island. They had even seen little Tiantian and Lin Feng working together to kill Du Wanzong. They knew that although little Tiantian was young, she was definitely not simple. Du Tianming also knew about this. The Du clan had already sent people to investigate Lin Feng and little Tiantian. Du Tianming sneered and said, "I don't mind killing you all one by one." Du Tianming suddenly stood up, as if he really wanted to attack. He no longer concealed the killing intent in his body. That terrifying killing intent seemed to have condensed into a solid form. "Brother Du, hold on." At this moment, Zhao Shenqing spoke. "Your Highness, are you trying to stop me?" Du Tianming's expression was extremely gloomy. Zhengyang Palace is not a place to settle personal grudges, Zhao Shenqing said. "Fine, I'll give your Highness face," Du Tianming said. He was actually not afraid of Zhao Shenqing. After all, he and Zhao Shenqing were both supreme geniuses. Moreover, his Du clan was also a power that dominated a region. They were not under the control of the 9 continents' immortal empire. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Zhao Shenqing. However, they were from the same generation. He still had to give Zhao Shenqing face. Du Tianming then looked at Lin Feng. That was a look of superiority. He said with contempt and disdain, "You should feel very lucky because the Crown Prince is pleading with you. This way, you can live a little longer. You think too highly of yourself." Lin Feng sneered. Du Tianming did not say anything else. He was very disdainful of Lin Feng. He did not put Lin Feng in his heart. If he wanted to make a move, he could kill Lin Feng anytime. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from his grasp. This was a strong confidence. And this confidence came from his own strength. Du Tianming had always been this confident and arrogant. However, he did have the qualifications. Among the younger generation, he was one of the most powerful figures. Many people felt that it was a pity that they could not see the battle. They originally wanted to see the battle between Lin Feng and Du Tianming. Now that Zhao Shenqing had stopped them, they did not know if the two of them would fight later. Many people were looking forward to that battle. "Sister, Brother Lin, let's find a place to sit," Zhao Shenqing said with a smile. His smile was very infectious and very gentle. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. Zhao Shenqing was a person who hid his strength deeply. His face seemed to always have this kind of gentle expression. People like him were very good at hiding their character. This kind of person was even more terrifying. "Thank you, brother." Zhao Lin bowed slightly. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. Then, they found a place to sit. "Uncle Lin, little Tiantian wants to eat that." As soon as they sat down, little Tiantian pointed at a spirit fruit on the table. The spirit fruit's fragrance filled the air. Little Tiantian almost drooled. Lin Feng gave the spirit fruit to little Tiantian and told her that if she was full, she could take the rest of the spirit fruit back. There was no need to eat all of it in one go. It would be bad if she stuffed herself. Many people could not help but roll their eyes. This guy was really something. Not only did he come to someone's house as a guest to eat, he even wanted to take something from them. Could his face be any thicker? At this time, Zhao Shenqing looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "I heard that Brother Lin has obtained many deathly still fruits. Is that true?" Chapter 2484. The news of the deathly still fruit had been leaked by that bastard Azure Ox on purpose. Clearly, he was trying to cause trouble for Lin Feng. That bastard was truly despicable. Lin Feng had even given him a deathly still fruit in vain. Thinking of the Azure Ox, Lin Feng felt an urge to butcher that bastard and make him into beef soup. Don't listen to the rumors outside. How could I have a deathly still fruit? Those are just rumors. Don't take them seriously, Lin Feng denied. He did have over a dozen deathly still fruits on him, but he had no intention of using them to trade. Lin Feng still wanted to give them to his women to increase their cultivation. It was that Azure Ox Emperor. He said that he once searched for deathly still fruits with Brother Lin, and Brother Lin obtained all of them. There were over a dozen in total. I'm sure Brother Lin still has a lot left. Zhao Xianqing said. Lin Feng said. Are the words of an ox trustworthy? He's obviously trying to frame me. Seeing that Lin Feng refused to admit it, Zhao Xianqing did not say anything else. Many people had different thoughts. They had heard of the rumors before, and now that they saw Lin Feng in person, they had different thoughts. Some wanted to trade with Lin Feng for the deathly still fruits, but there were also some who harbored evil intentions towards Lin Feng, wanting to snatch the deathly still fruits. Regardless of whether they had good intentions or evil intentions, they restrained themselves very well. This was not the place to do such things. It's fate that we're able to gather here today. Shall we raise our cups? Zhao Xianqing said with a smile. Everyone raised their cups. Then, they downed the wine in their cups. I heard that Brother Yuan comprehended an unparalleled technique on Great Demonic Mountain. It seems to be the legacy of a demon lord. I wonder if Brother Yuan would be willing to show us this technique. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator said with a smile. She then looked at a young man with a thin figure. The young man was called Yuan Shan, and he was also one of the supreme geniuses. His reputation and strength were widespread. However, in stark contrast to Du Tianming, this supreme genius called Yuan Shan usually kept a low profile. Oh, there's such a thing. This is the first time we've heard of it. I didn't think that Brother Yuan would obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity. Brother Yuan, is it convenient for you to display your divine ability? Let's broaden our horizons. Many cultivators said as they looked at Yuan Shan. Lin Feng was also very surprised. This person actually obtained the orthodoxy of a devil lord. This was too terrifying. The Devil Master was the lord of all devils, equivalent to the lord of gods and immortals. Lin Feng guessed that the demon lord was one of the most heaven-defying existences among the immortals. Since ancient times, there were very few experts of this level. It was said that since the beginning of the world, there were no more than 10 existences at the level of Devil Master. It could be seen how difficult it was to become a demon master. The legacy left behind by an expert of this level was too terrifying. He must be unimaginably powerful. For this young cultivator known as Yuan Shan to be able to obtain the legacy of a demonic mountain, he must be someone with great fortune. He smiled and said, since everyone wants to see it, I'll show you my incompetence. Yuan Shan walked out and began to display this ancient and powerful sacred art to the crowd. He stood in the center of the hall and began to form seals. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yuan Shan, not daring to miss any details. As the seals condensed one after another, behind Yuan Shan, a pitch-black world vaguely appeared. An oppressive aura filled the hall. Many people were shocked. This divine ability had just been condensed, but it was already emitting such a terrifying aura. Once it was completely condensed, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, Yuan Shan dispersed the cultivation technique. He said, I've only cultivated the starting stance, so I can't truly display this divine ability. He didn't continue to show everyone the mysteries of this Devil Lord's inheritance, but Lin Feng and the others knew that it wasn't because he hadn't grasped the essence of this divine ability. It was because Yuan Shan was holding back. This was a peerless ultimate technique. At the critical moment, it could reverse the situation of a life and death battle. Yuan Shan naturally didn't want to expose this peerless ultimate technique too early. If it was exposed too early, someone would be unfavorable to him, and they would be on guard. Everyone was very clear about this, but no one pointed it out. The banquet was very lively, and everyone chatted happily. Midway, a small trade fair was held. Everyone took out whatever precious treasures they had. They used treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that they needed. Usually, there would be such a small trade fair at a gathering of high-level cultivators. This was because it was very difficult for everyone to gather together. This kind of gathering was a good opportunity. Lin Feng didn't make a move. He wasn't interested in the items that these people took out. After the trade fair ended, a supreme genius said, I heard that your highness obtained 3 immortal stones. Can you take them out for us to take a look? Of course. Zhao Shenqing nodded and waved his right hand. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. 3 immortal stones flew out. The first immortal stone was shaped like an old monk sitting cross-legged in meditation. It was surrounded by a golden luster, and runes were surging around it. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The second immortal stone was like a huge millstone. It was as black as ink and had a cold aura. Black light flowed around it, and it seemed to be nurturing a demonic god. It was extremely extraordinary. The third immortal stone was a special stone material. It was about 7 to 8 meters tall and was extremely huge. However, it was riddled with holes, and immortal light was emitting from each of the holes. These were the 3 immortal stones that Zhao Shenqing obtained. They were all extraordinary. After Zhao Shenqing took out the 3 immortal stones, everyone was observing them. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. The 3 immortal stones were very extraordinary. It was difficult to see through their profundities, but everyone could feel the astonishing aura flowing within them. Could it be that they're nurturing some terrifying creature? Someone said with a doubtful expression. The others were also frowning and thinking. The 3 immortal stones were too extraordinary. It was shocking, but they couldn't come to a conclusion about them. I want to cut open the 3 immortal stones and see what's inside, Zhao Shenqing said. This was just as Lin Feng had expected. Zhao Shenqing was more inclined to cut open the 3 immortal stones, but he couldn't see through them. That was why he had a lot of apprehension in his heart. Moreover, he was also worried. The 3 immortal stones were too extraordinary. It would be troublesome if something peerless and terrifying was found. That was why he had gathered so many people before cutting the stones. Many of them had studied the stones, and they might be able to see some of the secrets of the 3 immortal stones. The 3 immortal stones are too extraordinary. Something unexpected might happen after they're cut open, a woman said. Everyone looked over and was shocked. That woman was called Murong Shuang. Chapter 2485. Goddess Murong, can you tell what's so special about these stones? Someone asked. They were very interested in the 3 stones that Zhao Shenqing had taken out. Murong Shuang said, there are too many secrets hidden in these high-quality stones. It's not easy to uncover these secrets. Most of the time, one has to take a huge risk. I have a scroll of stone observation map here. I can give it to Fairy Murong. I'll have to trouble Fairy Murong to take a look at it, Zhao Shenqing said. The stone observation scroll was extraordinary. It was said that there were many mysterious stone observation methods recorded in it. However, whether one could comprehend the mysteries in it depended on one's luck. Zhao Shenqing was obviously very interested in and had high expectations for the 3 immortal stones. That was why he took out such a valuable treasure to ask Murong Shuang to take a look at the 3 stones. Your Highness, you're too kind. We're friends. It's only right to help a friend. Murong Shuang smiled. This woman was very good with words. Now that Zhao Shenqing had said that he would give her the stone observation scroll, with his status, he would naturally keep his word and not go back on his words. Murong Shuang's words not only brought her closer to Zhao Shenqing, but also left a perfect image of her being willing to do her best for a friend. Thank you, Goddess. Zhao Shenqing saw everything. He smiled and cupped his fists. Your Highness, you're too kind. Murong Shuang got up and walked toward the 3 stones. She stretched out her right hand. At that moment, everyone noticed that Murong Shuang's right hand was extremely slender. It was a pair of unusually beautiful hands. They were crystal clear like jade, slender and slender. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Golden light surged out. Murong Shuang's hands were changing. Her hands gradually turned golden. After seeing this scene, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. Golden hand. This must be the legendary golden hand, someone exclaimed. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of the golden hand before. It was an extremely extraordinary physique. Such people were born to be grave robbers. It was said that the founder of the Tomb Raiders was a tomb raider. That pair of hands was very magical. There were many places where one could feel the presence of treasures with just a touch. They could even sense good and bad luck. For example, some sealed coffins. After opening it, there might be some peerless treasures and powerful inheritances inside. If one could find these things, it would naturally be a great opportunity. However, there was a saying that 9 out of 10 coffins were perilous. In other words, the tomb was actually extremely dangerous. Opening these coffins, the probability of obtaining treasures was far lower than the probability of encountering danger. Opening a coffin out of 10 times, it would be considered pretty good if a treasure was dug out even once. As for the other 9 times, there would be all kinds of dangers. For example, the corpse in the coffin could turn into a terrifying ghost corpse or a yin spirit. These were all things that could happen. Therefore, opening the coffin had to be done with caution. However, if he had the golden hand like Murong Shuang, it would be a different story. Murong Shuang's gold-digging hand only needed to touch the coffin gently. Basically, he could determine whether there was a fortuitous opportunity or danger inside. It was an opportunity to open the coffin and leave after obtaining the treasure. If it was dangerous, one would need to offer incense and worship before leaving the tomb. Of course, tomb raiding hand wasn't limited to tomb raiding. It could be used in many other ways. For example, searching for stone materials was also one of the ways to use the looting hand, and its accuracy was extremely high. Murong Shuang performed the looting hand and touched 3 pieces of stone materials. Then, her golden hands returned to their normal color. "Fairy, did you sense anything special?" Zhao Xianqing asked. Murong Shuang said, "These 3 pieces of stone are too extraordinary. If we want to cut them, we need to be fully prepared." "Fairy, do you mean that there might be danger when we cut the stones?" Zhao Xianqing couldn't help but ask. These 3 pieces of stone can shield their aura. Just this point alone shows how extraordinary these 3 pieces of stone are. Therefore, no matter whether there is danger or not, we should prepare for the worst. If we don't think about the future, there will be immediate danger. We need to be prepared for all possible countermeasures, Murong Shuang said. There is an Emperor Array Palace in Zhengyang Palace. It is an emperor rune that has been passed down since ancient times. This is the place where I comprehended the Tao. We can cut the stones here, Zhao Xianqing said. Many people were surprised. It was rumored that Zhao Xianqing had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. It seemed that this rumor wasn't baseless. The Emperor Array Palace seemed to be related to the inheritance of this great emperor. All right, let's go there. With the suppression of the Emperor rune, even if there is danger, we should be able to deal with it, Murong Shuang said. She was very cautious. This was because she knew very well just how terrifying the dangers sealed within these stones were. Sometimes, even a single weapon fragment sealed within a stone could kill a peerless expert. Therefore, when cutting stones, one must be very careful, especially when cutting such a high-grade stone, one must be extra careful. Everyone, come with me. Zhao Xianqing put away the 3 pieces of immortal stones and said. Everyone stood up one after another. Everyone was looking forward to what would be inside these 3 extraordinary immortal stones. Would it be something like a divine fetus or an immortal artifact? To Zhao Xianqing, as long as he was able to obtain one, it could be said to be a great opportunity. Many people outside heard that Zhao Xianqing was about to cut the stones. Many people heard that Zhao Xianqing had obtained 3 extraordinary immortal stones. Now that Zhao Xianqing was about to cut the 3 pieces of immortal stones, it naturally caused quite a stir. Many people followed him to the Emperor Array Palace. They wanted to watch the stone-cutting event. The Emperor Array Palace was an extremely huge palace. It was close to 300 meters tall and took up about 20 acres of land. It was entirely green and made of an unknown material. The walls of the palace were densely covered with countless runes. That's a magic treasure, Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng was shocked. The Emperor Array Palace was very similar to his reincarnation demon palace and Chonglu demon palace. Others might think that it was just an ordinary palace. However, Lin Feng could feel that this palace was extraordinary. This treasure had transformed into such a huge size and was placed in Jinyang Palace by Zhao Xianqing. It was his place of cultivation, and it also suppressed Zhao Xuanqing's fortune, allowing him to have a continuous flow of fortune. This Emperor Array Palace was truly extraordinary. Everyone rushed into the Emperor Array Palace. The place was densely covered with Emperor runes. Therefore, it was very safe to cut the stones here. Swoosh, with a flash of light, 3 immortal stones flew out. Zhao Xuanqing took a deep breath. He was going to cut the stones. However, no one expected the 3 immortal stones to change at this moment. They shot up into the sky and flew out quickly, trying to escape. Chapter 2486. The 3 immortal stones were so extraordinary that many people were shocked. Before they could react, the 3 immortal stones were about to rush out of the hall. The 3 immortal stones had turned into spirits. If they really rushed out, it would be like a flood dragon rising out of the sea. Who could stop them in this vast world? Quick, help His Highness catch them. The cultivators and guards at the entrance of the hall shouted. They wanted to grab the 3 immortal stones. Boom, all kinds of divine abilities were used to suppress the 3 immortal stones. Many cultivators attacked. Their attacks were extremely powerful. However, the 3 immortal stones were terrifying. The void shook slightly. Bam, following a series of violent collisions, one cultivator after another was sent flying. The 3 immortal stones were simply too powerful. They possessed immense combat strength. Just as the 3 immortal stones were about to escape, suddenly, the Emperor runes in the Emperor Formation Hall intertwined and sealed the exit. The Emperor runes twisted and swept towards the 3 immortal stones. The 3 immortal stones wanted to resist the Emperor runes, and even wanted to tear them apart and rush out. However, they failed. The Emperor runes were too powerful and terrifying. Even though they had turned into spirits, they couldn't resist the Emperor runes. In the end, the 3 immortal stones were suppressed by the Emperor runes in the Emperor Formation Hall. Luckily, I came to the Emperor Formation Hall. Otherwise, the 3 immortal stones might have escaped. Zhao Xuanqing sighed. Many people were amazed. The 3 immortal stones were too shocking. Were they really going to cut out a peerless divine treasure or even a holy spirit? Now, everyone was looking forward to it. Perhaps they were going to witness something extraordinary. Everyone was very excited. Zhao Xuanqing was about to cut the stone. He took out his stone-cutting knife and walked towards the stone that looked like an old monk sitting cross-legged. That piece of stone material had golden light swirling around it. There were symbols surging about it. It was just too extraordinary. Perhaps such a piece of stone hid some great secrets. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuanqing, who was about to cut the stone. They didn't know what Zhao Xuanqing would cut out. Zhao Xuanqing took a deep breath. His movements were very practiced. The stone-cutting knife danced in his hand like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Stone fragments swirled in the air. Soon, a large amount of stone fragments fell to the ground. Zhao Xuanqing was obviously very good at cutting stones. Perhaps it was because he often cut stones. Many young masters like him were addicted to cutting stones. It was their hobby. The stone continued to shrink. Everyone was trying to guess what could be cut out of the stone, but nothing came out of it even though it continued to shrink. This caused everyone to be extremely astonished. The immortal stone was so extraordinary, yet nothing actually appeared. What was going on? Is it empty? Someone murmured. Moreover, when the immortal stone soared into the sky and wanted to escape, it displayed such a powerful battle prowess. How could it be empty? But when the immortal stone was completely cut open. This is strange. It's empty. Why did this stone display such great strength? I don't know. This stone is too strange. Many cultivators started discussing. They felt that something was wrong. The immortal stone before him was too strange. Zhao Xuanqing's face was naturally the ugliest. He originally thought that he could cut out some precious treasures or even sacred spirits from this stone. But in the end, he didn't get anything. Zhao Xuanqing was very disappointed. As the saying went, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps this was what it meant. Hey! Lin Feng was surprised. He felt that something was wrong. He thought of the stone cutting he had done in the Tianwu continent. After cutting out a few pieces of stone, the treasures sealed inside had all turned to ashes. At first, Lin Feng thought that he had sensed wrongly. Later, he found out that it was because of a small stone king. It didn't want people to cut those things, so it devoured the life force of those treasures and destroyed them. The current situation was somewhat similar to that time. Fairy, what do you think? Zhao Xianqing looked at Murong Shuang. Murong Shuang observed carefully. She frowned slightly. This was the first time she had seen something like this. She found it very strange and puzzling. It's indeed a little strange. But my senses shouldn't be wrong. Murong Shuang said. Lin Feng said, "Can I take a look at these 3 stones?" Everyone looked at Lin Feng in unison. Brother Lin, you know about stones too? Zhao Xianqing looked at Lin Feng in surprise. I know a little, Lin Feng said. Zhao Xianqing was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so knowledgeable. If someone like Lin Feng knew a little, it wouldn't be as simple as that. He must have some amazing means. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lin. Zhao Xianqing cupped his fists. Lin Feng smiled and stepped forward. He came to the first stone that had been cut and looked at it carefully. The energy hasn't completely dissipated. This means that this stone was nurturing something amazing. It's a pity that the thing that was nurturing has been destroyed. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was exactly as he had guessed. Could it be that a Stone King level existence was nurturing here? That's why it destroyed all the life force of that stone? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He thought of the little Stone King back in the Tianwu continent. It was easy to think that something similar to the little Stone King had appeared in this place. Lin Feng walked toward the other 2 immortal stones. One was a stone that looked like a large black millstone, and the other was filled with holes. He carefully sensed it and found that these 2 stones were indeed extraordinary, but they didn't have the aura of a king among stones like the little Stone King. Lin Feng had originally guessed that one of these 2 stones might nurture a Stone King. But now, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. The stone that nurtured the Stone King wasn't one of these 2 stones. What's that kid doing? He's not trying to act mysterious, is he? Someone muttered. They felt that Lin Feng was unreliable. Lin Feng had only glanced at the stone a few times and touched it a few times. He hadn't displayed any special abilities. How could he determine whether the stone was precious or not? Perhaps there was something wrong with the stone? That was simply nonsense. Zhao Xianqing also didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, but he was a reserved person. He didn't show any signs of impatience. He asked, Brother Lin, did you notice anything amiss? Lin Feng said, I already know why I couldn't cut anything out of the old monk's cross-legged stone. It's not that there's nothing inside, but that the thing nurturing the stone was destroyed before I cut it. When Lin Feng said that, many people were astonished, but soon after, many of them sneered. Murong Shuang, the successor of an aristocratic family who had been in the stone business for generations, had the rumored golden hand, but he hadn't noticed anything wrong with the stone. Chapter 2487. Who is this kid? Is he really that capable? Even Murong Shuang, who has the golden hand, couldn't find anything special about it. How could he? Don't underestimate him. I saw him injure Huang Tianmu when I was outside. He's definitely not simple. I know who he is. He's a cultivator from the outside world. Not long ago, he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and socialites. They talked about a lot of things outside. Maybe he's quite capable. The cultivators in the Imperial Array Palace started whispering to each other, pointing at Lin Feng. Although many people thought that Lin Feng was just trying to please the crowd, there were also some who thought that Lin Feng might have some ability. Brother Lin, what did you find? Murong Shuang looked at Lin Feng, somewhat unconvinced. Murong Shuang's research on stone materials had surpassed many of the older cultivators in the clan, so she was now skeptical of Lin Feng's words. Said Lin Feng, look at that stone, it's already been cut open, the energy hasn't dispersed. That kind of energy is extremely pure. Ordinary things can't produce that kind of energy. Even though the stone can seal that kind of energy, it doesn't contain the qi of the stone. It means that the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. There's only one explanation for that kind of situation: the stone used to contain that kind of energy. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. This. Mu Rongshuang frowned. Mu Rongshuang frowned. Lin Feng's explanation left her speechless. In fact, she had also felt that kind of energy before, but she didn't think much of it. She thought that the energy was the energy contained in the stone, but she didn't expect that to be the case. Mu Rongshuang said, even if it's as you said, and the thing nurtured in the stone was destroyed before it was cut, who would have the ability to destroy the treasure in the stone before it was cut? Zhao Xianqing nodded and said, there are so many of us here. If someone did something, it would be impossible to hide it from everyone. What if it wasn't a human who destroyed the stone? Lin Feng said meaningfully. Not human. What is it? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Mu Rongshuang had a deeper understanding of stones. When she heard what Lin Feng said, she looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, are you trying to say? Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that Fairy Murong has already guessed it. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Many people were anxious and wanted to know the answer. Stone King? Zhao Xianqing said. He had heard about the Stone King, who had the power to control the life and death of all stones. He could instantly take away the vitality of everything in the stone. What? Stone King? Oh my God, is this true? The birth of the Stone King? The Stone King has always been a creature of legends. Is there really a Stone King here? Many cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't believe their ears. The Stone King was too extraordinary. The birth of a Stone King was enough to shock the world. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, confirming Zhao Xuanqing's answer. There was no need to hide it, because there was indeed a Stone King in this place. It was very terrifying. It was able to hide it from everyone. If Lin Feng hadn't seen the young Stone King's ability before, he wouldn't have known that there was a Stone King here. The young Stone King Lin Feng had seen before was definitely much weaker than the one in front of him. The Stone King in front of him was very well hidden. It would take some effort to find it. Could it be one of the two stones? Zhao Xuanqing's eyes shone brightly. If he could subdue a Stone King that hadn't been born yet, it would be too heaven-defying. He would be able to use the Stone King's power to do many things. No. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not. Everyone was puzzled. They felt that the chances of a Stone King being born were the highest among the two stones. Indeed, it's not. The Stone King's aura is very special, Mu Rongshuang said. Mu Rongshuang said. She had never seen the King of Stone. However, she had seen a piece of stone in her family's collection a few years ago. That piece of stone was said to have been formed after a Stone King broke out of the stone. Even after countless years, that piece of stone still had a trace of the Stone King's aura. Therefore, Mu Rongshuang was able to tell that those two stones were not the ones that had given birth to the Stone King. If it's not those two stones, then where is the Stone King? Someone asked. They wanted to see the Stone King's true face. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know more about the situation from Lin Feng. Zhao Xianqing said, the Stone King destroyed my stones. That's abominable. I wonder if you can find the Stone King, Brother Lin? I want to subdue the Stone King, many people muttered in their hearts. Was it true that Zhao Xianqing wanted to refine the Stone King? Lin Feng smiled and said, I can try. However, if you want me to do something, you need to pay me. This guy, after saying so much, I feel like he's just laying the groundwork for this sentence. The surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes at him. However, they remembered that there was no free lunch in the world. Lin Feng wanted to ask for a reward. It was a reasonable thing to do. Of course. What do you want, Brother Lin? Zhao Xianqing asked. Since we're going to cut stones today, how about this? I'll choose one of those two stones as my reward. Lin Feng pointed at the millstone and the cavern stone. This guy really knows how to choose. Either of those stones is a priceless treasure, a cultivator said. Zhao Shenqing frowned slightly. The reward made his heart ache. Don't worry. If you can't find the Stone King, I won't take your reward. However, if you can find the Stone King and subdue him, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng said. Zhao Shenqing gritted his teeth and said, fine. Lin Feng carefully examined the two stones. Then, he pointed at the cavern stone and said, I'll take this one. No problem. Zhao Shenqing said. Lin Feng said, seal the courtyard outside the Imperial Formation Hall with Imperial runes. Zhao Shenqing nodded and activated his Imperial runes. Lines of Imperial runes intertwined and sealed the courtyard outside the Imperial Formation Hall. Is there really a Stone King? Many people were shocked. They felt that this matter was not fake. Lin Feng seemed to really want to find the Stone King. Chapter 2488. Lin Feng knew very well how terrifying a creature like the Stone King was. It was almost impossible to suppress or even refine the Stone King. Even if he could suppress the Stone King for a short period of time, it would not be easy to refine the Stone King. The Stone King was too terrifying and too powerful. It was the king of the Stone Clan, and it had many unimaginable abilities. If one wanted to refine the Stone King, they might end up suffering a calamity. However, Lin Feng's ability to refine the Stone King was Zhao Xuanqing's problem. Lin Feng did not care if Zhao Shenqing could refine the Stone King or not. The courtyard outside the Emperor Array Palace was very big. This was where Zhao Shenqing usually cultivated. After cultivating, he would need a good rest. Zhao Shenqing liked to find a quiet place to rest or take a stroll. That was why he had built such a huge courtyard. Why are you looking for it outside? I've never placed any stones in the courtyard, Zhao Shenqing said. He had some doubts in his heart, and he did not hide his thoughts. He asked directly, hoping to get an answer. Where do you think the Stone King is hiding, Brother Zhao? Lin Feng asked. Could it be in someone's body? Zhao Shenqing asked. He had such doubts. He felt that the Stone King that Lin Feng mentioned was very likely to be on someone, and it had followed them to his courtyard. Lin Feng shook his head. As the king of the Stone Clan, the Stone King is extremely noble. Such a noble existence has always been in control of everything. How could it be hiding on someone? Zhao Shenqing pondered. He also felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. The Stone Clan was arrogant to begin with, let alone the Stone King level existence. Existences like them looked down on other races and living beings. Not to mention hiding in the bodies of other races and living beings. To them, this was simply a humiliation. It was an insult to their noble bloodline. Why do you think the Stone King level existence is here, Brother Lin? Murong Shuang asked. There are only 3 reasons. The first reason is that the Stone King sneaked out from the Imperial Formation Palace. The second reason is that the Stone King was originally sleeping here, but it has now awakened. The third reason is that the Stone King coveted something in the Imperial Formation Palace, so it quietly came here from the outside and hibernated, looking for an opportunity to enter the palace and steal what it wants. Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at Zhao Shenqing at the same time. Many felt that the Imperial Formation Palace was extraordinary. This could very well be something left behind by a great emperor or an expert who had surpassed the great emperor level. A palace like this must contain many secrets, treasures, and legacies. Of course, now that Lin Feng had broken through to the heavenly god realm, he was qualified to enter the 4th floor. But Lin Feng decided that after leaving the celestial territory of the 9 provinces, he would go to the 4th floor and have a look. Zhao Shenqing said. Brother Lin, you might be right. The Stone King is hibernating here with evil intentions. Brother Lin, you must find him. Lin Feng said. I've been paid to do this. Don't worry. I'll do my best to find the Stone King. Lin Feng walked around the courtyard, looking for the Stone King. Lin Feng relied on the Celestial Master Path's inheritance to communicate with the energy of the earth veins. He could sense the Stone King's aura. The energy of the earth veins was very special. The 9 veins of the heavens. The 9 veins of the earth. This was the ultimate power of the world. The energy of the earth veins was one of the 9 veins of the earth. It was also one of the powers that the celestial master path's inheritors possessed. Found it, Lin Feng sensed a special qi. It was extremely cold and gloomy, like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Lin Feng guessed that it was the Stone King's aura. However, the Stone King's aura soon disappeared. The Stone King is hiding in the dark. He can communicate with the power of the world and hide his aura. It won't be easy to find him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There's water in the pond. Is he hiding in the water? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Water restrained the energy of the earth veins. It was indeed a good place to hide. He quickly walked towards the pond. Let's follow him, many people said as they quickly followed Lin Feng. There were all kinds of fish in the pond. Apart from those fish, there were also lotus flowers. Lin Feng looked around carefully, but he didn't find anything. Is the Stone King that powerful? Lin Feng frowned. The Stone King was able to hide from the heavens. He didn't know where it was hiding. Even the power of the 9 earth veins couldn't find it. Now that the Stone King had completely isolated his aura, Lin Feng couldn't sense his existence. If he's in this courtyard, I should be able to find him. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He continued to walk alone in the courtyard. In the end, Lin Feng stopped under an old tree to think. This ancient tree required more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was vigorous and powerful, and its thick trunk was like the body of a giant dragon. Its cracked old skin was like pieces of dragon scales. He's really good at hiding, Lin Feng sighed. He couldn't find the whereabouts of the Stone King. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a weak aura. That aura seemed to be complacent. The Stone King. That was the Stone King's aura. The Stone King had been perfectly hidden. However, he saw that Lin Feng couldn't find him. That was why he became complacent. That was why his perfect hiding revealed a flaw. But soon, that aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng looked around the courtyard. He still couldn't find the Stone King's hiding place. He lowered his head and pondered. At that moment, he saw a stone block under the old tree. The stone block was very simple, but it also looked very ordinary. When he saw the stone block, Lin Feng showed an extremely surprised expression. Although the stone block looked very ordinary, Lin Feng felt that there was something special about it. However, Lin Feng looked carefully and didn't find anything strange. That made him feel a little strange. However, Lin Feng had always been very confident in his intuition. He couldn't find anything special about the stone block. Lin Feng's intuition told him that the stone block was probably the Stone King he was looking for. Is that the Stone King? Lin Feng frowned slightly. But then he smiled bitterly. If this stone block was the Stone King, just how much did this fellow despise the cultivators in the courtyard for him to be able to lie down here in such a brazen manner? Boom! Lin Feng made his move. He directly used the 8 divine seals to seal the stone block. Chapter 2489. Hey! That kid is making a move. Is he going to seal a stone block? How strange. Could that stone stool be the Stone King? The onlookers discussed fervently. The stone block looked ordinary and didn't seem to have a powerful origin. However, Lin Feng's action confused them. If it was just an ordinary stone block, why would Lin Feng seal it? However, at that moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone block. Next, an earth-shattering power surged out. That powerful aura shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack collided with the powerful aura. Even though Lin Feng wasn't injured, he was still sent flying by the powerful aura. That terrifying aura was extraordinary, shocking Lin Feng. Heavens! Is that really the Stone King? Many people exclaimed. The stone block had displayed such a terrifying power. It was too shocking. Lin Feng didn't continue to charge forward. He quickly retreated. Since he had found the Stone King, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha. Stone King, no matter how good you are at hiding, you won't be able to escape today. Zhao Xianqing laughed and stepped forward. Imperial runes intertwined in the air and pressed down on the Stone King. A disdainful voice came from the stone stool. Do you think an ant like you can suppress me? You're daydreaming. It was the Stone King's voice. Clearly, he was very arrogant and didn't care about Zhao Shenqing at all. The Stone King was the king of the Stone Clan. He had always been aloof and looked down on other clans. Of course, he was qualified to do so because he was too talented. The Stone Clan had always been a race with heaven-defying talents. The Stone Clan was much more talented than the average Stone Clan member. Even though the Stone King hadn't fully matured yet, he was still extremely terrifying. Stone King, don't boast too early. Zhao Shenqing sneered with an incomparably cold expression on his face. His face was ice-cold, revealing a chilling intent. Lines of Emperor runes were activated by him. Zhao Shenqing could already control these Emperor runes with great proficiency. These Emperor runes were all from the Emperor Array Palace. It seemed like his control over the Emperor Array Palace had reached an extremely high level. Not even the Emperor runes can trap me. The Stone King sneered. It didn't choose to run. It was extremely arrogant. Terrifying energy surged out of the stone pillars. Streams of energy rippled out, nearly dispersing the Emperor runes in the void. This kind of ability was shocking. The fact that the Stone King could contend against Emperor runes was just too terrifying. Chimpage. Today, I'll kill all of you and snatch the item from the Emperor Formation Palace, King Stone sneered. Following that, a terrifying ripple surged out from the stone block. It was like the sound of death, spreading in all directions. Bang, 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 immediately after. One cultivator after another exploded, dying a miserable death on the spot. The Stone King devoured the flesh and blood of the dead cultivators. Hurry up and get out of here, Zhao Shenqing shouted in a deep voice. He used the Emperor runes to suppress the Stone King, then opened the seal to let the others out. Soon, the other cultivators rushed out of the courtyard. Only Zhao Shenqing and the Stone King were left in the courtyard. Zhao Shenqing used the Emperor runes to fight the Stone King, but the Stone King was too terrifying. Although Zhao Xuanqing's battle prowess was getting stronger, he still couldn't suppress the Stone King. Instead, he was suppressed by the Stone King. Zhao Shenqing began to use the power of the Monarch Array Palace. This treasure was extremely powerful. Zhao Xuanqing's mind was connected to it. He could easily use the power of the Monarch Array Palace. After using the power of the Monarch Array Palace, Zhao Xuanqing's strength increased greatly. When he used the Emperor runes again, the power of the Emperor runes increased significantly. The Stone King's expression darkened slightly. He naturally wasn't afraid of Zhao Shenqing. If he had more time, he could even kill Zhao Shenqing. However, he needed to hurry up and break the seal in the depths of the Monarch Array Palace to obtain the item. It would be troublesome if the old antiques of the Nine States Immortal Empire arrived. Although the Stone King was arrogant, he knew his current level of cultivation. Let's end this quickly, the Stone King sneered and sent Zhao Shenqing flying. Then, he rushed toward the palace. Inside the Monarch Array Palace, runes intertwined, trying to stop the Stone King. However, the Stone King was too powerful. The Monarch Array Palace couldn't stop him. He rushed into the depths of the Monarch Array Palace. What is the Stone King looking for? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what the Stone King was looking for. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, the Stone King wouldn't have been willing to hide for so long. Looks like there's a huge secret hidden in the Monarch Array Palace. I really want to take a look. The Demon Lord sighed. He was itching to make a move. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy came from the depths of the Monarch Array Palace. Vaguely, one could see a light giant condensing and fighting the Stone King. Zhao Shenqing rushed in and joined the battle. However, the Stone King unleashed his power and sent Zhao Shenqing flying. Zhao Xuanqing's face was as pale as paper. His dharmic powers were almost scattered. Give me a hand, the Stone King shouted. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. In an instant, two immortal stones in the Monarch Array Palace flew toward him. It wasn't just the two celestial stones. All the cultivators outside who had stones on them took the initiative to fly toward the Emperor Formation Palace. The stones exploded in the air. All the stones turned into pure energy, which was quickly absorbed by the Stone King. The Stone King's strength increased greatly. He was almost as strong as the light giant condensed from the monarch array palace. The Stone King wanted to devour the last 2 stones. At that moment, the millstone suddenly spun violently and broke free from the Stone King's devouring. "That millstone is definitely a heaven-defying stone," many people exclaimed. The millstone was too powerful. After breaking free from the Stone King's devouring, they wondered what was inside. "My stones are the Stone King who deserves 1,000 cuts," Lin Feng shouted. His hollowed stone couldn't break free from the Stone King's devouring. It quickly flew toward the Stone King. A terrifying power surged out of the stone block, trying to destroy the hollowed stone. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Was such a precious stone going to be destroyed? It was his reward for helping him find the Stone King. Just when everyone thought the hollowed stone was going to be destroyed. At that moment, golden energy surged out of the holes on the hollowed stone. No one knew what kind of energy it was. The hollowed stone smashed toward the Stone King. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The Stone King was sent flying. The energy around him began to crumble. Crack, crack. Chapter 2490. The King of the Stone Nation had displayed a heaven-defying strength. But now, he was suppressed by the whole stone. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. The whole stone was so powerful. The whole stone was suppressing a Stone King. Where did the whole stone come from? Impossible! Shouted the Stone King. He couldn't believe it. He was the Stone King, the king of the Stone Clan. But now, he was being suppressed by a stone. Even the stone that gave birth to him was cracking. The Stone King couldn't accept it. It was a huge humiliation for him. The Stone King was furious. He roared and pounced on the whole stone, trying to destroy it. Golden light flowed inside the whole stone. It was an extraordinary stone. When the Stone King flew over, the whole stone struck him again. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. It fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the attack landed on the Stone Monarch's body. The Stone King was blown away again. This time, the Stone King was hit even harder. The cracks on the stone were even more severe than before. It could completely crack at any time. It was a very bad situation. A huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the Imperial Array Palace. It released a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the Stone King. The Imperial Array Palace had a spirit. It seized this rare opportunity to deal with the Stone King. The Stone King was at his weakest. It was the best time to suppress him. "You dare to suppress me?" Stone King roared angrily, suddenly shaking everything. The black vortex was about to collapse. It couldn't devour the Stone King. Swish! A light flashed. The whole stone struck the Stone King with a beam of golden light. The Stone King's power was dispersed. In the next moment, the Stone King was devoured. Heaven-defying. That stone is truly heaven-defying. Even the Stone King is no match for it. Just what is its origin? Many people shouted in shock. The Imperial Array Palace calmed down. The millstone and the whole stone also calmed down and landed in the palace. The Monarch Formation Palace devoured the Stone King. This made Zhao Xianqing very excited. He activated the Emperor runes and the cultivators outside rushed into the Emperor Array Hall. Many people rushed towards the stone. Some of them even looked at it, as if they wanted to snatch the stone. The Kongdongsha now belonged to Lin Feng, not Zhao Xianqing. If they tried to snatch the stone by force, Zhao Xianqing probably wouldn't care about it. Lin Feng sneered, feeling the greed of some people. He quickly arrived in front of the stone and said, "Everyone, this stone is my reward. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of a fist bigger than a sandbag. Little Sweetie will send you flying." Little Tian also waved her little fist. Many people frowned, wondering whether they should attack or not. But when they thought about how extraordinary Lin Feng and Little Sweetie were, they suppressed their greed. Zhao Xianqing's eyes twinkled. He could see that the stone was extraordinary, and now it belonged to Lin Feng. He was heartbroken, but he couldn't take back what he had said. He couldn't go back on his words, but he had to do it. Thank you very much, Brother Lin, for helping me find the Stone King. That's why I was able to suppress him. The whole stone now belongs to you, Brother Lin, said Zhao Shenqing. Haha, we're just taking what we need, said Lin Feng with a smile. Following this, he said, Brother Zhao, I suggest that you don't try to refine the Stone King because the Stone King is very terrifying and impossible to refine. The most practical way is to negotiate with the Stone King and obtain some benefits from him. If you insist on trying to refine the Stone King or even control him, you'll be doomed in the end. Back then, Lin Feng had suppressed the Little Stone King, so he knew how terrifying the Little Stone King was. The Little Stone King couldn't be compared to the Stone King the Great Imperial Array Palace had absorbed. If it weren't for the whole Stone King, the Great Imperial Array Palace wouldn't have been able to absorb the Stone King. The Little Stone King was already terrifying, so the Stone King was even more terrifying. That was why Lin Feng had advised Zhao Shenqing. He didn't care whether Zhao Shenqing would listen or not. If Zhao Shenqing didn't listen, the Stone King would kill him or even control him in the future. That was his own problem, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't want to talk to him, he would only have himself to blame. Thank you for your advice, Brother Lin. I'll think about it carefully, said Zhao Shenqing. Said Zhao Shenqing casually. He didn't take Lin Feng's words seriously. Brother Lin, are you going to cut the stone? Asked Murong Shuang, looking at Lin Feng. Let's cut it open and see. Indeed, let's see what's inside, shouted many people around. They wanted to see what was inside Lin Feng's whole stone. It was so extraordinary that even the Stone King couldn't defeat it. Zhao Shenqing put the stone away. The stone was extraordinary, so he didn't want to cut it open in front of so many people. Young master, you can refuse. There's no need to cut the stone in front of so many people, whispered Zhao Lin. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's fine. I'll cut it open in the Imperial Array Palace. If there's any danger, the palace's restrictions will protect me. I don't want to lose my life if I cut it somewhere else. Zhao Lin nodded. She felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. It was better to be safe than sorry. The whole stone was too extraordinary. They had to be extra careful. Everyone was very excited when they heard that Lin Feng was going to cut the stone. Many people gathered around to watch. Lin Feng took out his stone-cutting knife. His movements were very practiced. Swoosh, swoosh. The stone skin fell off, and stone fragments flew everywhere. As the knife kept swinging, the stone skin fell off and covered the ground. The stone was very big, and it was overflowing with light and color. It was surrounded by immortal qi and surging runes. However, as the stone shrunk, nothing appeared. Don't tell me that nothing can be cut out of this stone, someone muttered. The stone continued to shrink. The stone that was 7 to 8 meters tall was soon less than 1 meter. However, no one could cut out anything. The noise around them became more and more intense. Why was a stone with such terrifying strength completely empty? Nothing was cut out. It's not over yet. Perhaps we can cut out something extraordinary from such a big stone, someone said. Lin Feng continued to cut the stone. Everyone looked at the stone nervously. When the stone was completely cut open, nothing was cut out. How can this be? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Such a powerful stone was actually empty. This was very illogical. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This stone shouldn't be empty, but he really couldn't cut out anything. Lin Feng rummaged through the broken stone.